The most haunting cases are those that go unsolved. They're marked with the despair of the unknown and the unrelenting search for answers. The Mind of a Mnemonist was written by A.R. Luria and filled with an intriguing mystery surrounding a mysterious man referred to simply as S. On the morning of 1929, the section editor for the Moscow newspaper noticed that his employee, a reporter, did not take any notes when the daily assignments were being made. He confronted the reporter about this and explained that he didn't need to write anything down because he could remember it all. And so the editor picked up a nearby newspaper and read the whole thing before challenging the man to repeat it back to him, and he did so verbatim. That afternoon, the broad-faced employee found himself at Moscow's Academy of Communist Education, asking to see a memory specialist upon the request of the editor. He was described as a timid individual who'd become known as S in psychological literature, and he was an enigma. That day, a researcher, 27-year-old Alexander Luria, met with the man. Luria was the famous founder of neuropsychology, as he would later become. He began by reading off a random list of random words and numbers, and then asked S to repeat them, and he did exactly that. Even more remarkably, Luria would ask S to repeat that exact same list 15 years later, which he was able to do. The words and numbers were forever stored in the man's memory. The case study, The Mind of a Mnemonist, was published in 1968 in both Russian and English. It remains one of the least harmful experiments conducted in the Soviet era. The study explored the inner workings of a rather rare human phenomenon, which was given the name mnemonics. The researcher revealed in great detail not only the astonishing memory of S, but also his weakness of the crippling inability to forget anything at all. A New Yorker described the case as one carried out by a distinguished Soviet psychologist. It detailed that the experiments and the interviews that he carried out revealed that the memory was based on synesthesia, which turns sounds into vivid visual memory. One of the most expansive memories ever belonged to the Russian reporter Solomon Shereshevsky, who'd been absolutely oblivious to the nature of his own memory and how extensive it really was. It's not like Solomon had never tried to get rid of memories. In fact, he'd actually tried to burn them away. In his study, Luria found that the mnemonist would write things down that he wished to forget, thinking that he might offload them. When this failed, he would set the paper alight, which would also fail. Due to this rare condition, S was not able to navigate through life the way that others would, and his inability to forget prevented him from focusing on tasks or performing them. Yet he remained a constant presence in the researcher's study. In addition to his memory of numbers and words upon their first meeting, he could also remember exactly what Luria had been wearing that same day. The title mnemonist refers to a person who has the ability to recall unusually long lists of information, even years later. The father of neuropsychology and his studies into the phenomenon remain one of the greatest Soviet ones, based on experiments that unlocked a new world of neuroscience. Characters in this captivating mystery include Hugh Gaitskell, the British salesman and leader of the British Labour Party, up until his untimely and suspicious passing in 1963. Now, before we dive too far into this, just be aware I'm not Russian, so some of these pronunciations may be pretty far off, but I'm truly doing my best and I hope you understand. Harold Wilson, who was a prime minister in the United Kingdom, was also affiliated with the Labour Party, and Anatoly Golitsyn, a Soviet KGB defector, and the author of 2 books of the deception strategy of the KGB leadership. Hugh's passing is one that is shrouded in mystery and conspiracy. It was a personal, political, and national tragedy. It was a time when they had an even chance of becoming prime minister, and were said to be very likely to gain the position within a year or two, as the polls had predicted. Conservatives also believed that he would gain the position along with Harold Wilson, who failed to displace him 3 times prior, whose position would be set for second best. In the last month, Hugh was gaining authority as a future leader, and had been imposing his will on the party while gathering countrywide acceptance. According to Virginia Alkins, the sister of former MP Giles Brandarth, revealed a dramatic revelation. She was a nurse at the Middlesex Hospital in 1963 when Hugh had become ill. She explained that it had been quite a shock. He had not passed away from pleurisy as was believed, but it had been kidney failure. It was also rumored that the leader had the rare disease lupus. It had been after this that conspiracies were on the rise regarding the passing and the involvement of Harold Wilson, who wanted Hughes' position. The aforementioned Soviet defector, Anatoly Golitsyn, had informed a British intelligence officer that Wilson was a KGB operative, a spy who initiated an assassination carried out by the KGB on the Labour Party leader's life. This would clear a path for the second best to be replaced as the leader. This claim was rejected by the Director General MI5, Military Intelligence Section 5, a security service. But it was, however, believed by Peter Wright, a principal scientific officer in the MI5, and by the CIA counterintelligence chief James Angleton. Fueling this allegation was the fact that during the 1940s and 50s, Wilson made various trips to the Eastern Bloc as a trade minister, and later in opposition when he worked as an advisor to a timber company. This was enough to convince Wright the replacement leader had been recruited as a spy during one of those visits. He attributed the theory to the fact that he'd made these trips many times. Wilson had also been friends with business people who had Eastern European connections, including a raincoat manufacturer named Joseph Kagan, and Robert Maxwell, a publishing tycoon, whose loyalties were questionable in the MI5. When the conspiracy had begun to circulate and the story that Anatoly released had made its way through the public, the attitude had turned to a paranoid one, as many people had become convinced that Wilson was a communist spy. Wright would go on to write and publish a book called Spy Catcher, where he alleged that he was an MI5 member who was plotted to force the resignation of the accused spy. Later, it was found that after the defection of Vasily Mitrokhin, a KGB archivist, Wilson was on the list among other politicians that the KGB was planning on targeting, a fact that Wright would not have known in the 1970s. Anatoly had sparked the conspiracy theory that the KGB and Wilson were responsible for the beloved party leader's passing. Rumors circulated that he was a Soviet agent and a secret spy. Mystery continues to circulate around the strange and suspiciously convenient passing of Hugh Gaitskell, with the question remaining of whether or not the KGB and the Soviet Union were involved in such a plot. In the spring and summer of 1937, it was noted by telephone operators at the American Women's Association clubhouse that a man with a deep voice had been calling regularly and asking for a specific resident, Juliet Stewart Points, and she took the call every time. One day, after the mystery caller rang again, Juliet left the clubhouse and was seen heading in the direction of Central Park. She was never seen or heard from again. What was even more troubling was that the mystery man stopped calling after that day, which was noted by Mr. Thackerberry, the manager. A few weeks had gone by, and Juliet's rent was overdue, so Thackerberry notified the emergency contact, Elia Lieberman, her attorney. The two had gone to the room and found no evidence that the missing woman planned to be gone for a long time. No funds had been withdrawn, her passport was left behind, and she did not bring her prescription with her. The prescription was for a rare disease, lupus, and days without the medication could be absolutely detrimental. Lieberman feared that his friend was kidnapped, but decided against reporting it, and he had good reason not to. Lieberman knew that Juliet was a Soviet spy, and it was feared that reporting her disappearance would alert the American authorities to her whereabouts. It wasn't until 7 months later that Thackerberry decided to mention the disappearance to a police officer. Newspapers quickly alerted the public, but the disappearance would take a momentum of its own, becoming a narrative in American anti-communism. In 1915, Juliet became part of the International Ladies Garment Workers Union, and eventually joined the Socialist Party. In 1937, she agreed to work in the Soviet underground, where she recruited others who were willing to collect data in Germany. In 1936, Moscow was having their own issues, as Joseph Stalin had been placing Bolshevik leaders on trial. These trials were followed by the Great Purge, where Stalin's forces would eliminate political rivals. It was also during this time that Juliet would disappear. Some of her friends who knew she was working underground thought that she may have become disillusioned and wanted out. This was confessed to Carlo Tresca, an anarchist and longtime acquaintance, only weeks before the disappearance. Tresca and radical journalist Herbert Sala would put together a narrative for the disappearance of their friend when they blamed the Soviet Union for eliminating her for wanting to get out. Denise M. Lynn, an associate professor of history and director of gender studies at the University of Southern Indiana, had tackled this mysterious disappearance in a book called Where is Juliet Stewart Points? Gender, Spycraft, and Anti-Stalinism in the Early Cold War. Her book tells the important story of who Juliet was, and the mystery surrounding her unexplained disappearance. Lynn describes the story as historically relevant and worthy of research. She not only dives into a biography, but also analyzes the whole disappearance. She also goes on to say that Juliet's disappearance was a defining moment for pre-war anti-Stalinism. The missing woman's fate remains unknown to this day. National archives during the Cold War had various files on UFO reports, which seemed popular during this time. The archives included letters, sightings, and encounters. The files held reports of imminent invasions of extraterrestrial life forms, or buzzing sounds in the sky. Some of these occurrences had been circulating around the Soviet Union at the time when UFOs had almost sparked a missile crisis. Former Soviet leader and the head of the KGB, Yuri Andropov, took an interest in UFOs, so much so that he ordered a 13-year program. This program ordered every soldier present in the military to monitor unidentified flying objects over the Russian territory. Working alongside him for 6 years was Igor Sinitsinu, who discovered memoirs in a file on Andropov's desk. The memoirs were descriptions of a strange aerial phenomenon. There had been speculation at this time in the Soviet Union regarding one large object in the sky over Petrozavodsk that appeared there on the 20th of September in 1977. Sinitsyn explained that one of his responsibilities was to monitor the foreign press, and he had brought the leader a piece from Stern magazine about UFOs, which he thought would make him look crazy. Instead, the chief would show him text from an official report that he'd ordered from the Counter-Espionage Directorate that described an unidentified object in Astrakhan that an officer had seen while fishing. The leader had a personal interest in the phenomenon, which led to 2 committees being established in 1978. One of the committees was military and the other was civilian, and both were tasked with investigating extraterrestrial visitations. He also ordered that 4 million Soviet soldiers file reports of incidents of this nature. The lengthy program led to thousands of sightings being documented in the 13 years before it was abandoned completely, along with the Soviet Union's breakup. It was alleged that on one of these occasions, soldiers had become frightened and almost set off missiles at the unidentified object, which would have been incredibly disastrous. During the Cold War, these visitors had interfered with US and Soviet nuclear weapons, according to a UFO researcher, Robert Hastings. Hastings had gathered witness testimonies from more than 120 military officials, who each shared their experiences. In some of these testimonies, nuclear missiles would malfunction when a disc-shaped craft was hovering nearby. The officer had produced fresh affidavits of their experiences, but enthusiasts had already publicized many of them beforehand. The encounters were found to take place during the 1960s and were disclosed shortly after. Hastings believes that the spacecraft was tinkering with Soviet weaponry, suggesting that the extraterrestrials were trying to send a message. One of the experiences during the war had been by Captain Robert Salas, who witnessed a missile disruption incident in 1967, when a glowing red oval object appeared at the base, hovering above them. Then the Minuteman missile suddenly shut down, and the indicators on nearly all of them showed the fault lights, meaning that they were disabled. Another case had occurred a few years later in Britain, when Colonel Charles Halt said that he was watching an unidentified craft direct beams of light into an airbase. It looked like a big red eye and was moving through the trees. It then began to drip a molten metal and broke into small pieces before white objects flew off from the craft in various directions. Hastings believes that aliens were trying to warn us that the United States and Soviet Union were playing with fire. As more and more top-secret files are being declassified, we're starting to learn more about some strange mysteries. This time, it involved the last Russian emperor, Tsar Nicholas II. He had taken an extensive collection of treasures with him to Siberia upon his exile, along with his family after the 1917 revolution. According to documents that were found in the KGB archives, a soldier said that he'd buried 26 boxes of the treasure near the Trans-Siberian Railway, located 2,215 miles east of Moscow. The document reveals a precise location, but the 26 million pounds worth of gold has remained lost for the past 100 years, and is only one of the troves out of many. The soldier was identified as Karl Puruk, along with a comrade, Perez would hide the 26 million pounds of treasure in an 8-foot deep hole located just 3 miles from the Tego Railway, so that it could be saved from the Red Army in 1919 during the Civil War that started right after the Revolution. The secret memo details that the carriages were all loaded with gold. During each stop, holes would be dug in the ground and gold would be poured in. It's uncertain just how many holes were dug here, but there are allegedly more than 5 different places where the treasure is hidden, one of which is believed to be in the deepest lake, Lake Baikal. 2 days after disposing of the treasures, Perez was taken prisoner, but would later go back to find the gold, but he was not awarded access. While the report says that Perez had hidden some of the treasure along the railway, its exact location remains a mystery. During a train ride, one woman heard a debate among 2 Russian men. It regarded the infamous treasure. One of the men pointed to the Siberian plains out the window and said that the riches had been buried in the woods, while the other argued that most of it was stolen by the guards during the rout. Another chimed in, saying that all the valuables had fallen into Baikal, and there was no trace of it. It was then argued that historians had stated that all the gold had been accounted for, but this was not accepted amongst the people. Yet another report indicated that historians found that a collection worth 45 billion pounds today has not been found. Those riches made up only part of Imperial Russia's gold reserves, which were being moved for safekeeping during the outbreak of war. Reports have claimed that crowns, tiaras, and diamond jewelry can be found in one of the Siberian hiding places. Joseph Stalin's henchmen even conducted searches for the missing treasure, but they too failed to find it. Some of the accounted for valuables had been sewn into their clothes, and one stash was even entrusted to a nunnery. 2 more stashes were given to locals and subsequently hidden, which adds to the 26 buried and missing boxes that have still not been found to this day, and their location remains a mystery which may last for all time. In 1989, a report explained that the leading Soviet newspapers and journals had begun to publish numerous articles and news reports on sightings of UFOs in areas under the control of the Soviet Union. This file refers to a permanent center for the study of the UFOs in Moscow to research the sightings. Sightings may have referred to anything from unexplained craft in the sky to unknown disks that found themselves crashing in the mountains, or in the case of a UFO fragment that fell from the sky, landing in Siberia. A strange object of an unknown origin came crashing down near the remote village of Atene. It's said to be the size of a metallic Volkswagen Beetle, and according to officials from a Russian space agency, it was not related to space technology. Residents of the village found the fragment. The 200-kilogram cylindrical ridged dome was attached to a trailer and dragged through the snow all the way back to the village. Moscow authorities had quickly been alerted, and the object was confiscated and taken away for inspection. For a bit of time, the village and people across the globe who had learned of this event were left scratching their heads, and so were scientists. After a brief examination, an official for the Russian Space Agency said that it was unrelated to space technology, and a conclusion would be made after a lengthy study. District officials added that the fragment was partly made from titanium, and tests showed no signs of radioactivity, according to Yuri Bornyakov, the head of the Rescue Service Department. At the time, the head of NASA's Orbital Debris Office, Nick Johnson, explained that there was no sufficient information about it for him to be able to make an assessment, but established that it does not appear to be part of an extraterrestrial spacecraft. But if it wasn't a spacecraft or a part of a launch vehicle that had fallen out of orbit, then what was it? It's been a couple of years since the incident, and no questions have been answered. Johnson said that they could only make a definitive judgment with better data, but they were unable to obtain this, possibly because the object was in the hands of Moscow's permanent facility, which was appointed in the 1900s. Locals insist that the fragment had come from the skies, but officials say that it's still being determined if it did actually come from space, or if it became lost in the forest by other means. Adding to this strange mystery is that the residents heard strange sounds from the woodland just a few months prior. The theories of a space rocket and a satellite were denied. The person who found the object itself was a local man named Sergei Bobrov, who made an official statement that he would keep the UFO safe. The residents, however, explained that the police had come in and secretly taken the alien fragment away. The local police helped fuel the mystery when they confirmed that it was being guarded by the force under the order of authorities who've been left unspecified. Sergei Sulin made a closing statement saying, quote, "You can see inside it. All is open. It's empty. No danger here. And, quote, we're going to wait until they come to take it if they need it." The fragment's origin remains a mystery. Did the USSR find aliens in the deepest lake? This is the question surrounding this incredibly strange and extraterrestrial mystery. The body of water can be found in the eastern part of Siberia, not too far from the Mongolian border. It's said to be the oldest existing freshwater lake, possibly why it's so encapsulated with mystery. It's also the deepest body of continental water. There are many myths and legends associated with it, but this one came from the 1980s, when the area was under the control of the Soviet Union. Studies have found over 4,000 different species living here, but some of them may be different from what we think. The legend circles around monsters and creatures that roam the lake's depths. Such studies were confirmed in July of 2009 when the Russian government declassified some top-secret files that described USO, or unidentified submersible object encounters with the Soviet Army. The astonishing first-hand accounts of extraterrestrial life forms shocked the Russian community. One of the more intriguing encounters of a non-human race was that of the Lake Baikal swimmers. In the summer of 1982, according to the declassified Soviet report, sailors were dispatched to the lake with their instructors to undergo a diver training program. The training for the first few days proved uneventful, and the drills all went according to plan. One day, though, the divers became distracted during a session by the emergence of three strange entities. The divers used their waterproof torches to illuminate the depths, and they were shocked to find that these humanoid beings possessed no breathing apparatus. The swimmers were silvery and reflective, and looked as though they were wearing open helmets. Even though they were humanoid in appearance, each of the three creatures stood at a staggering 3 meters in height. The trainees and their instructor stared in absolute bewilderment at the sudden arrival of these pale entities. Once they reached the surface, they quickly reported the incident to the commanding officer. Instructors were ordered to select their strongest divers who would be sent back into the water with the intention of capturing one of the aquatic aliens, which would ultimately lead to unfortunate circumstances. The troop of 7 divers went back into the lake with snares and wires in hand. Fellow army men watched from the shore. When the shapes began to emerge and make their way to the divers, one of them began to unspool their wire and triggered an immediate response. One of the swimmers produced a metallic device and pointed it at the divers. On shore, the whispers of conversation between the army were interrupted by a sudden bubbling in the lake that looked as though the waters had reached a boiling point. Soon, solitary objects began to materialize, one after the other. The soldiers on shore lunged in, while some others swung the decompression door chambers open. The divers were taken to shore by their rescuers, but there was a problem. One of the 2 chambers was no longer working, causing a surge of panic because only 4 of the 7 divers could be treated. Through groans of agony and confused utterances, the 4 remaining men began to relay their stories of strange creatures that they'd seen in the water. The Soviet government denied the story, but according to a ufologist and former Soviet naval officer, the declassified files did indicate an extraterrestrial encounter. Cold War-era records from the USSR are regularly redacted to the point of incoherence. Even so, a picture released by NASA may confirm that Lake Baikal is hiding some UFO technology. The Lake Baikal swimmers remain an enigmatic encounter, and it's uncertain if there have been any further expeditions to the lake's depths to confirm the story of the aquatic aliens. The anthrax epidemic, or the anthrax leak, occurred in a city located deep within the Soviet Union, Sverdlovsk, 850 miles east of Moscow in 1979, and was one of the first incidents that gave rise to the suspicion of the possible use of ongoing developments of biological weapons in violations of the 1972 Biological Weapons Convention in the USSR. A north wind brought cold temperatures with it, which is common at this time of year. The cold temperatures are accompanied by rain and snow, but this time a different cloud hangs overhead. It was a fog made of bacterial spores, responsible for the incredibly dangerous disease anthrax. The bacteria naturally occurs in soil, but a whole cloud of it appearing in the city was a bit more than just unusual. So why would such a cloud be hanging in Sverdlovsk? The incident involved fatalities and infections of those who lived or worked around the secret 19th Military Compound, a biological warfare facility that created and stored various bacteria and spores for biological weapons, including that of anthrax. The reason it was a secret is because of the 1972 convention that prevented the production and storage of biological weaponry, or the ingredients thereof. The first confrontation of the epidemic took place in 1980, when the United States addressed the Soviet Union. They were accused of violating the act, and publicized reports would follow, detailing the existence of the military base and the doubts that it had been testing an anthrax vaccine with fatal aerosols and was instead engaging in illegal manufacturing of biological weapons. At the time, 94 people had been affected by the outbreak, and the Soviets' response was that local meat was tainted with intestinal anthrax, which some American scientists believed was a plausible theory. The USSR wanted to prove its claim, which expanded in 1986. The Soviet Ministry of Health explained that the infection was due to the remains of anthrax-infected cattle in March of 1979, with the infection cases occurring between the 4th of April and 18th of May that same year. But the American authorities pushed back against such a denial, saying that the accidental release had come from inside the Microbiology and Virology Institute. During this conclusion, it was said that there had been an explosion of the system that contained the dry spores. Once the investigation was complete, it was determined that the spores had originated from the facility, but the team could not figure out exactly where it was coming from. Later, an interview was held with the former first deputy chief for Biopreparat, who revealed that the facility's workers had forgotten to replace a filter in the system, and realized their mistake shortly thereafter, but it was already too late. These conflicting conclusions, of which there were 3, have left the entire anthrax leak shrouded in mystery. It was either an explosion that released the spores, the mistake of not replacing the filter, or an inconclusive investigation that could not determine where the spore leak was originating from. All that could be determined with certainty was that the anthrax had come from an illegal biological warfare facility located in the Soviet Union city of Sverdlovsk. Bruno Pontecorvo was an Italian Soviet physicist. He was Italian-born and took an interest in nuclear physics, and would later defect to the Soviet Union. Strangely, in 1950, he vanished into thin air when on vacation in Italy, and everyone began to think that he'd fled to the USSR to evade the same fate of 2 colleagues, Klaus Fuchs in Britain and Alan Nunn May in Canada, who were both arrested and convicted for espionage and passing atomic secrets to the Soviet Union. His disappearance, which came amid Cold War spy hysteria, had sparked fears that he'd taken atomic secrets to the Soviets, just as Klaus and Alan had. In 1955, he suddenly resurfaced in Moscow and claimed that he and his family were living in Dubna and had been working at the Joint Institute for Nuclear Research. He also said that he moved to escape persecution for anti-war views. Upon his return, Bruno denied engaging in espionage activities and said that he'd not even worked on atomic or hydrogen weapons. He explained that he was a peaceful man and pointed back to his move being a political choice. When he did publicly turn up for the first time in the Soviet Union, he would sign an appeal to nuclear scientists to avoid working on military-related projects. Bruno explained that he feared persecution, but there was increased surveillance during that time that his colleagues were convicted, which would prevent him from passing along any information to the Soviets. Any proof that he'd spied for the Soviets remains elusive, but a physics professor from Oxford delivered a well-researched biography, revealing some suspicious behavior and some incriminating documents. The physics professor was Frank Close, who went on to write a book called Half-Life: The Divided Life of Bruno Pontecorvo, Physicist or Spy. Bruno may have denied being guilty of espionage, but Oleg Gordievsky had contradicted this. Oleg is described as the highest-ranking KGB officer ever to defect. For the past 65 years, no definitive answer could be given as to whether or not the physicist was a spy. He was never convicted of espionage or other activities involving the Soviet Union, and passed away quite some time later. His 5-year disappearance and his assumed involvement in Soviet spying remains a mystery and an unconfirmed conspiracy theory. When the USSR was facing foreign attacks on its economy in the 1980s, Ronald Reagan, the United States president at the time, isolated the Soviet economy from the rest of the world. Oil prices were driven to their lowest level, and they began to lose their hold on Eastern Europe. In 1985, Mikhail Gorbachev came into power, whose reforms were slow and did more to quicken the collapse of the USSR. This would encourage the independence movements in the satellites of Eastern Europe. By the late 1980s, more political revolutions were sparked, leading to the toppling of the Berlin Wall, and the Soviet Union met its demise in the early 1990s. This was not the only event that happened within the USSR at the time. While it was an important era for revolution, it was also one that involved an increase in alien activity. An alleged CIA report emerged sometime during the 1980s or early 90s, depicting an extraordinary claim. In a 250-page report, a rather strange mishap occurred involving a UFO, according to the Central Intelligence Agency. Initially, the reports had been collected by KGB agents, but were later covered by Ukrainian media, and were documented in a classified file in 1993. This file suggested that a spacecraft shaped like a disc had flown low above a Russian army who were in the process of a training exercise. One of the members quickly fired at it, and the missile made contact and dropped the UFO right out of the air. Not long after that, 5 creepy humanoids emerged. They were short with large heads and black eyes, the most common description of an alien. Slowly, they made their way out of their now wrecked spacecraft, and no one expected what came after that. The aliens would bizarrely merge into a singular object, which would then morph into a spherical shape and emit a humming noise. Then the orb disintegrated suddenly and released a white powder of unknown origins. Another strange and unexpected twist was that all 23 soldiers had been turned into stone pillars or poles, as the report states. These claims came from 2 of the surviving soldiers who were partially protected from the explosion. The remains of the UFO and now petrified soldiers were moved to a top-secret facility close to Moscow, and their fate has been left unclear. The report also explained that there had been sightings of several flying objects colored red, yellow, and green, making their way over Antarctic bases. Gorbachev, the last ever Soviet Union president, would order for such documentation to be destroyed, but luckily the CIA got their hands on it first before this could happen. There are also some recordings from the document that allegedly capture the president, affirming that the report is true, and that it also proves the existence of alien life forms. The file adds that experts and specialists suggest that the energy that the aliens had given off may have transformed the soldiers' organic structure. The substance, unknown to Earthlings, had changed the structure of living organisms. This would render their molecules to take the form of stone. Skeptics, though, are unconvinced by this claim and are questioning its authenticity. In 2023, the report was rehashed by Joe Rogan in his podcast and paired with a whistleblower who revealed the existence of UFOs, which only added fuel to the controversy surrounding the existence of these enigmatic life forms. Scientists were able to determine that the soldiers were turned into a substance similar to limestone. Mike Baker, a former CIA operations officer, explained that this would mean that the Russians had claimed the wreckage and would have reverse engineered it and possibly possess an otherworldly weapon. Lindsay Moran, another former CIA operative, explained that there may be another explanation other than the discovery of alien technology. She and geoscientist Sean Proctor suggested that it was even a cover story for some sort of weapon that the KGB had, but this is something that we may never know. Before the famous disappearances of Jimmy Hoffa and Amelia Earhart, another critical figure had vanished into thin air. This occurrence is one of New York City's oldest unsolved cases of missing persons. It was on the 6th of August in 1930, when the New York Supreme Court judge, Joseph Force Crater, had walked off the face of the planet on the streets of Manhattan, close to Times Square. In April of that year, Governor Franklin D. Roosevelt appointed the judge to the state bench, handing over the candidate put forth by the corrupt yet powerful Tammany Hall political machine. Crater already had a shady reputation, and rumors began to swirl that he'd paid off the Tammany bosses for a gainful new job. On the 3rd of August of that year, he would return to New York after a trip to Maine, where he and his wife Stella were vacationing. He would later leave her there after promising to return in just a week, but he was nowhere to be found 3 days later. The 41-year-old's sudden disappearance sparked a considerable investigation that captivated the nation, which earned him the title, the missingest man in New York. According to a law clerk, the morning of the incident, the judge had destroyed various documents and had even moved his portfolios to his Fifth Avenue apartment. It was later found that he'd withdrawn around $5,000 from his bank account, and that evening, he would leave the office with a briefcase full of money and buy a ticket to a Broadway comedy called Dancing Partner. Before this, he would sit down for a meal with his friend William Klein and a showgirl, Sally Lou Ritz. The two friends said that they'd seen Crater walking down the street and getting into a taxi, assuming he was on his way to attend the play that he'd just purchased a ticket for. He waved goodbye from the car's window and was never seen or heard from again. Naturally, Stella began to get worried when her husband still had not returned by the 9th of August. She called colleagues and friends in the city, but it had been several days since anyone had seen the judge. His seat sat empty when the Supreme Court reconvened on the 28th of August. Strangely, the news of the judge's disappearance did not break until the 3rd of September, which was when Crater's wife made the phone call to the New York Police Department, setting off the manhunt and investigation. It was there that missing person case number 13595 was opened. The story was featured on the front page of the newspapers, and soon the country was going crazy. Due to his strange behavior in the days leading up to the 6th of August, speculations began to fly that he'd fled the country along with his mistress, or that he'd been the victim of foul play. The department would offer a $5,000 reward for information on his whereabouts, and soon they would have their hands full as they served through 16,000 tips. One said that he was spotted panning for gold somewhere in California. Another spoke of him being detained in an asylum or herding sheep in the West. Others suggested that he was in Atlanta or running a bingo hall in North Africa, and none of these tips prevailed. His story had captured so much attention that pulling a crater found its way into the public vernacular as another word for going AWOL. Comedians had also seized the opportunity and used the case in their stand-up routines, often using the line, "Judge Crater, call your office." During the investigation, though, the police revealed something astonishing. A few weeks after he was appointed to the bench in April, he'd withdrawn a large sum of $20,000 from the bank, but no one learned where that money had gone. There's a Cuban phrase that translates to "flew away like Matias Perez." This saying came about when Perez, a Portuguese tailor, relocated to Cuba for the dream of flying. The saying, though, is not a positive one. Instead, it refers to someone disappearing and never being seen again. This is precisely what happened to him on the 28th of June in 1856. He was fascinated with the growing popularity of hot air balloons for a long time and would later become a pilot. He was recognized as a manufacturer of awnings in Havana, awarding him the name the King of Awnings. He was also noted in his association with the trade union. Like many, he had dreams and aspirations, one of which was flying, and quite frankly, he became obsessed with it. His first descent had been in May of 1856, along with Frenchman Eugene Goddard, a world pioneer, who arrived there with his famous balloon called the Via de Paris, the very balloon that Perez would acquire. He spoke of the experienced flyer with high regard and tremendous honor. He would also go on to imitate his fearlessness. Goddard was remembered as a famous French aeronaut who became Perez's trainer. He took flight again on the 12th of June that year, where he flew against magnificent conditions, several kilometers over Havana, and aboard were a group of businessmen. 10 days after the second flight, Perez announced his next one through a poem targeted at the audience of, quote, beautiful young women. This time, the audience had been much different. According to Cuban tradition, he would have wanted to avoid facing his wife between the time of the poem's publication, given its tone, and his trip. That would mark his third ascent out of 4, because on his 4th one, he disappeared along with the famous Via de Paris. The third ascent was another smashing success, which occurred on the 22nd of June. Not long after that, he announced what would become known as his final flight. On this day, he was ready to set sail on his new adventure. Atmospheric conditions were not as favorable this time. It had been warm but windy. Due to the poor weather conditions, Perez decided to wait out the gusty winds. Failing this, and paired with his determination, he ascended at 7 that evening after sunset, despite the inadequate forecasts. As he rose higher and higher, towering 2,000 meters, his spectators applauded until they could no longer see him. Warm winds propelled him up until he was lost on the horizon and could no longer see because of the poor visibility. The hot air balloon was heading north, sailing well past Havana and over the Atlantic Ocean. Several fishermen at the Tower La Chorrera had seen him and told him to get down, but due to his height, Perez couldn't hear them. The sighting by the fishermen had been the last confirmed sighting of him and of the Villa de Paris. A Spanish general, José Gutiérrez de la Sancha, had looked for the now missing pilot, and the craft he flew all over Cuba, but no traces were ever found. According to a historical researcher, Tatiana Hernandez, said rumors about Perez's fate began to circulate. They ranged from a lightning strike to landing in the ocean. The most absurd of these theories was that he was met with a hostile Native American tribe in the Caribbean that had abducted him. The aeronaut would go on to be an inspiration to others, and had cemented himself within Cuban imagination and folklore. He was also the subject of a playwright by Don Joaquin Rebreno. He was also artistically depicted by a Cuban cartoonist who made a picture of him flying off into space and being abducted by extraterrestrials. A likely scenario is that Perez became stranded in the middle of the ocean. Still, authorities during that time did not have the necessary means to search for him, as we do today. His story continued to capture the imaginations of many, even over 150 years later. Sebastiano DiGaetano was an Italian New York mafia boss of a group that would later become known as the Bonanno crime family, and had emerged as a significant figure within the Paolo-Orlando cluster. He's thought to have been the boss of a Williamsburg mafia as well during 1909. He'd briefly taken the title of Boss of Bosses of the Sicilian American crime group after the conviction of Giuseppe Morello in 1910. The appointment was selected during the absence of the previous boss of bosses, Morello, which suggests that he was not considered to be a threat to Morello or his interests and possibly possessed diplomatic skills. It was this same year that would mark the first time that he came to the attention of the local authorities, after he was arrested under suspicion of a kidnapping and random case. The charges were dropped because detectives could not come up with sufficient evidence. After this, he was confirmed as one of the heads of the New York Mafia. The Bonanno crime family is only one of several New York Italian mafias that make up the 5 families that operated there. Others included Colombo, Gambino, Genovese, and Lucchese. The Italian mafia is known as La Cosa Nostra, which means our thing, and Bonanno was one of the most influential of the 20th century. It was also instrumental in the development of the rest of the 5 families in New York City, which was established during the 1930s. Then in 1912, Morello lost his legal appeal, and the task was set to find a permanent replacement for the boss of bosses. But the remnants of the group began to pull away and became associated with other organizations. This caused the Sicilian American underworld to fracture, ultimately leading to DiGaetano stepping down as the crime family boss, who was then replaced by Niccolo Schiro. A Secret Service informant, Salvador Clemente, who was also a counterfeiter for the Morello gang, had been asked to attend a meeting with Sebastiano. He alleged that the man had stepped down because he'd lost his nerve and abandoned his leadership roles. Shortly after this, he would vanish into thin air. Researchers think that he had disappeared along with his wife back to Italy, but this theory remains unconfirmed. He's been missing for over 112 years, and no traces of him have ever been found. Joseph Ardizzone was referred to as Joe Iron Man. He was an Italian-born American mafia member and had become the first boss of the Los Angeles crime family. He'd also been directly involved in a lengthy feud with the Matranga family. The dispute had occurred with his distant cousins after an act which he called self-defense. Joseph had fatally wounded a Matranga ally before fleeing to California. He would ultimately be arrested when he returned, but charges against him were dropped. Later in life, Joseph became a ranch owner while still holding the position of mafia chief. On the morning of October 15, 1931, he would leave his Los Angeles house at 6:30 to visit some relatives who lived in Etiwanda. One day, his brother Frank opened a case of missing persons. Authorities were told that he was actually making a trip from Mount Gleason Avenue to Cucha Ranch in Etiwanda, where he would be picking up Nick Borgia, his cousin who just arrived from Italy. He was detailed as a 45-year-old man, 5 foot and 11 inches tall, 220 pounds with brown eyes and gray hair. He'd last been seen wearing a brown tie, hat, and suit. A search ensued on the 55-mile-long route for a week, but no clues turned up relating to his disappearance. A newspaper clipping was titled "Search Futile for Ardizzone," and no clues were found about the fate of the wealthy vineyardist. Relatives fear that they'll never see him again. Police believe a Sunland man was taken for a ride. Authorities had thought this and stressed that he possibly met an ill fate and was taken to a remote section of the desert, a theory that's not been confirmed nor ruled out. The New York Times described Joseph as a man who settled various differences that existed from time to time between the local residents. They also recalled that he'd been the target of an attempted assassination earlier that year. In that March, he and a friend, Jimmy Basile, were on their way to Los Angeles after having attended a dinner party at Rosario de Simone's house in Downey. A sedan had suddenly overtaken them on Downey-Verdon Road. Firearms were drawn and Basile was fatally wounded, with Joseph coming out of it with serious injuries. He managed to make it back to De Simone's house, where the son, Leon, who was also a doctor, had summoned an ambulance. A second attempt was made on his life at the hospital, and so his family would come to act as bodyguards. According to underworld sources, he would agree to retire from his position. The assassination was believed to have resulted from a previous event involving Dominique di Ciola, the king of Little Italy's underworld. Various Italian Americans were also disappearing around this time, presumably over liquor rackets war. Since this had occurred months before Joseph's disappearance, the authorities' theory may be a prevailing one. It was also suggested that he may have been kidnapped by rival mafia organizations. Interestingly, the opposing faction apparently did not believe that he was going to retire, and it was rumored that Joseph was last seen picking up a man who waved him down while on his way to Etiwanda. Joseph Ardizzone has since been missing for 93 years from Sunland, California, and despite an extensive search, he's never been found. First Lieutenant Luis Alejandro Bello Silva had been a Chilean aviator. To get his qualifying flight for certification as a pilot for the military, he would have to complete a test successfully. It was during the pre-dawn hours of the 9th of March in 1914 when he was in the Lo Espejo Aerodrome. It was here that he would be taking the examination and earning the designation military pilot. He and 2 companions were tasked to complete a course from Lo Espejo to Santiago, then to Cartagena, and then back to the start in central Chile. The entire flight distance of this circuit was 111 miles and would have taken about 2 hours to complete. The aviators had to return to base on the first attempt because of the near-zero visibility caused by the heavy fog. Unfortunately, Bello damaged his craft during the landing and shattered into the 80-horse Sanchez Besa biplane that was nicknamed Manuel Rodrigue for his next attempt. He took off along with one of the other companions and the instructor, who had to make an emergency landing for refuel. It appeared that the odds were not in Bello's favor. He continued on his route but became lost somewhere in the clouds. Luckily, he regained navigation, and 1 hour later, he and another had landed in Santiago. They waited there for conditions to improve so that they could continue their course to Cartagena before heading back to Lo Espejo. They were waiting for the south wind to cease and would soon take to the sky. The companion, Ponce, had explained that at 55 minutes past 4 that afternoon, he took a 10-minute test flight and then departed the area 5 minutes after Bello had. They were both en route to Cartagena at this point, but the strong winds from the coast had blown in a thick mist. Ponce had thought that the clouds were too high and did what he thought Bello would do and went to continue the route below the clouds. By this time, the lieutenant was out of sight, and Ponce was struggling to continue because of the wind. Back at the school, he claimed to have seen Bello traveling in front of him before losing sight of the plane. He thought that he must have landed somewhere along the course. Information was received at that time that Bello had landed in a camp and was not in any danger. But it would later be found that this information was wrong. The lieutenant had disappeared. Search efforts began that same day, with several people claiming they'd seen an aircraft land or crash, but these could never be confirmed and were without proof. Not long after, various theories began to pop up. One thought that he had plummeted into the sea, and another suggested that the plane could be found in a mountain pass. Expeditions were also launched in an attempt to find the missing crash site, one of which was as recent as 1988. No traces of Bello or the plane he was manning were ever found. In the early 1930s, a meeting was held, and a journalist and correspondent found that at the time that the pilot had become lost, an explosion was heard around the La Riconada Hill. A former deputy and a local resident would confirm these claims, but no trace of Bello was found. Then, in November of 2007, 2 metal fragments of an unspecified aircraft were found in the Kunkumen Hills, but it's not been confirmed if they were actually fragments from the craft that the lieutenant was flying. It was after this ordeal that the phrase "more lost than Lieutenant Bello" became used in Chile's linguistic heritage. It refers to someone who loses their way so badly that they're unable to return or be found. Various expeditions were launched to many crash sites, and it was theorized that his crash had either sunk into the ocean or become hidden in a remote area. Whatever the case may be, his disappearance remains one of the most mysterious missing person cases in aviation history. Arthur Rhys Davids suffered from asthma and other health conditions, but was an excellent student who won a place at Balliol College. Due to the outbreak of the First World War, his entry to Oxford University was delayed. On the 28th of August 1916, the almost 20-year-old joined the Royal Flying Corps as a second lieutenant. After undergoing his training at the Central Flying School at Uphaven, he moved with the squadron to France the following year, and here he flew a Royal Aircraft Factory SE-5. His plane was popular with Allied pilots and became the plane used by McManus and other aviators. The SE-5 was fast, easy to fly, and maneuverable at high altitudes. Upon arriving in France, he injured his back and wrecked his aircraft during a landing accident. Then, in May of 1917, he was attacked mid-flight and his craft was damaged, but he was able to get back behind British lines. He would go on to score 3 victories in a matter of an hour, and the following day he won his 5th, becoming a flying ace. He was awarded the Military Cross on the 18th of July of that year, and during his 6 months of service, he would amass 25 victories. It was after this that it was arranged that he be painted by William Orpin, who recalls him as a fine lad who hated flying and was anxious for the war to be over. He was again awarded the Military Cross in September of that year for his devotion to duty while on offensive patrols. Rhys Davids then joined up with other aviators as they took down Werner Voss, a leading Hermann ace. But things took an unexpected turn on the 27th of October in 1917, when he was last seen flying east of Rusalara. He'd been leading a patrol in the absence of a fellow aviator. The rest of the flight had become distracted by an attack from one side, and when they turned back, the lead was gone. He'd gone missing just 1 month after his 20th birthday, and his family hoped that he'd been caught and imprisoned rather than something far worse. It was guessed that he was overwhelmed by the enemy, but since there was no trace of his aircraft or the missing man himself, this couldn't be confirmed. He'd been a star of the RFC, and his disappearance was heartfelt by fellow aviators. At the time of his disappearance, he'd been credited with 27 victories, 23 of which he had carried out himself. With the absence of a crash site or debris, his mystery has remained unsolved. Charles Horvath Allen was a British backpacker who disappeared over 30 years ago. He'd last been seen in May of 1989 at a campsite located in Kelowna, British Columbia. He'd been staying here doing odd jobs. His disappearance had been left shrouded in mystery. During the spring of 1989, he was hitchhiking across British Columbia and had planned to fly to Hong Kong in just a few months to celebrate his 21st birthday with his mother, Denise. He last made contact with her in May when he sent a fax home to Sowerby Bridge, West Yorkshire, to figure out the travel plan. Before she could finalize the arrangements, Charles was gone. Once she learned that her son was missing, she repeatedly contacted the RCMP and begged them to look for her son. The mother was concerned that something was wrong. She had asked them for the name of their local newspaper so that she could place an ad and begin searching for Charles, and she began planning a trip to search for him herself. Denise flew from England to Kelowna and placed flyers all over town. She then heard from a woman named Joanne Zebroff. It was from her that she learned that her son had been staying in what she described as a campground on the rough side of town. So the hopeful mother headed to the campground, where the manager claimed that the missing man had left rather quickly, leaving his tent and personal possessions behind. Shortly after this, a twist would present itself. Denise had returned to her hotel, where she found a chilling letter. It was anonymously written, but the writer had allegedly seen Charles on the 26th of May. They'd been partying, and two individuals apparently got into a fight with him. The unknown alleged witness also wrote that they should look in the nearby lake. Local divers volunteered, but to no avail. Charles was not in the lake, and no further evidence of his fate was found there. Hope was restored once more when another person came forward with a tip. It was Gino Borden, who said he'd seen him right before he disappeared. Borden described him as a nice person and a good friend who would make friends with anybody. This made the chilling note appear to be false, paired with the lack of evidence around or in the lake. Borden had last seen Charles at the same all-night party, and when he woke, he was gone, and all of his belongings were left behind, including his cachet of personal images. This made his fate seem all the more troubling. That is, until another twist presented itself. When police made contact with the missing man's relatives in eastern Canada, Sergeant Tidsburg said, quote, "They relayed to us that during this time there with him, he advised both relatives that it was his intention when discussing family situations to disappear off the face of the earth, and that his mother would never find him. It was his goal to carry on with his own life, but Denise had found this difficult to accept, and it was way out of character." Many years have passed since his disappearance, and the police department continues to receive hundreds of tips and even alleged sightings of him. At the time of his disappearance, the man was a height of 6 feet, weighed around 165 pounds, and had dark brown hair. He has a skull tattoo with a Mohican haircut placed on his left arm. He would now be the age of 55 years old. Should anyone have any information on the whereabouts of him, you're urged to contact Sergeant Paul Gosling at the Kelowna Royal Canadian Mounted Police at 1-250-762-330. Burt Alvord, the Arizona deputy sheriff, lived a double life. While he'd been a lawman, he'd also taken to a life of crime as a gang leader and a train robber. His primary interests had been pool, poker, firearms, and practical jokes, and he also worked as a deputy sheriff in the late 1880s for the Cochise County Sheriff John Slaughter, who declared Alvord as fearless. Given his double life activities, Alvord would later be referred to as the Constable Outlaw. He was born in California, but would later relocate and settle in Arizona. In 1886, Alvord became a deputy and married sometime in the 1890s, before eventually becoming the sheriff's deputy. This later took a turn, and he left his wife and the life he'd built with his family for one centered around crime. He would soon become affiliated with a local gang of his own creation. Together, the outlaws would commit various armed and train robberies. In Mexico, though, things would become more mysterious and conflicting. In his deputy life, Alvord assisted the Arizona Rangers in capturing Agustin Chacon, a bandit. After this, he continued on with his criminal activity, and the Arizona Rangers were not pleased about this, and ended up arresting both Alvord and one of his outlaw friends in 1902. They would go on to spend the next 2 years in prison, following a 1903 sentencing. Still, they had escaped the jail and headed for Mexico, where they robbed a $7,000 gold bar on Magdalena Road. He was captured after that again and taken back to the Tombstone jail, and then to Yuma Territorial Prison. He was released early despite his earlier robbery and escape. In 1905, a warrant was issued for Alvord for that Mexico robbery, and they wanted him extradited, but he'd already flown the coop. A newspaper article said that Burt Alvord, the notorious southwestern outlaw, had disappeared and was nowhere to be found. The article detailed him as having terrorized the towns and ranches along the Arizona and Mexico border. Strangely, there are conflicting reports regarding Alvord's fate. According to the newspaper, he'd succumbed to yellow fever in 1909 in Barbados, but later reports stated that he was last seen in 1910, but had not been seen since. There was no telling what his life had been like after this, or if he pursued his career in crime. Only years later did relatives come forward, saying that he'd passed away on an island off of Panama in 1910, but this claim could never be proven as factual. According to one article, he'd also been seen working as a canal employee in Panama. None of the theories as to what became of the constable outlaw could be confirmed, and his disappearance is still regarded as a mystery. Commander Thomas Calloway Lattimore was promoted from ensign to lieutenant in 1917. He worked his way up to become an American naval officer, the captain of USS Dobbin, and a destroyer tender used for resupplying and supporting ships used in the war. Additionally, he was the 24th governor of American Samoa from the 10th of April to the 17th of March in 1934. This short term in office was unclarified, and 4 governors had taken up the position in a single year, causing contention for the people of American Samoa. Lattimore arrived in Oahu in April of 1941, where he took up his new command and embarked on some hiking trips. He was described as being a quiet and reserved man who would journey on solo hikes in the Aiea mountain range that overlooked the American naval base of Pearl Harbor. A junior who was aboard the USS Dobbin, which was docked at Pearl Harbor, remembered that after the commander returned from a hike, he had taken a fall which ultimately placed his arm in a cast for quite a bit of time. Once the cast was removed in 1941, Lattimore would hike the Aiea Mountains again. It was from this adventure that he would fail to return. He was wearing a khaki uniform and a hat, and he had a walking stick with him, and this was the last time he would ever be seen or heard from. The crew realized that their captain had not returned and embarked on a search along with the police. The mountains were scoured top to bottom, but to no avail. Hawaiian guides and tracker dogs were brought in, but still the efforts proved futile. No one knows what had become of the commander, but many have conjured up various theories. Not long after the disappearance, Lattimore would be overshadowed by the attack that was brought into the Second World War. Many have pointed to the closeness of these two events and believe it to be somewhat suspicious. One theory is that during his hike, the commander had accidentally stumbled upon a spy ring that was observing the harbor and kidnapped him to prevent him from alerting officials. Others suggested that he was on a spy mission for the naval intelligence, and that the command of the ship had been just a cover. At the same time, he investigated the illegal activities around Pearl Harbor. There of course exists no proof of such an allegation. Another theory is that Lattimore's own contacts in the Navy may have silenced him to stop him from warning anyone of the alleged Japanese spy activities that were taking place in the mountains. A few had advanced that there had been a cover-up, and that the commander had actually been found in the hills and was met with foul play. Again, there's no substantial evidence to prove such a claim, and the Hawaiian and US Navy authorities deny such a cover-up or a recovery taking place. The more accepted theory is that he was a careless and risky hiker, and his injured arm proves that. He was also alone on these adventures, which would have been even more dangerous. Unfortunately, we may never know what happened to Lattimore, and the theories remain only that. His disappearance remains a suspicious mystery that is yet to be solved. Richard Cox has been paired with the title the only West Point cadet to never be found. It was the 14th of January 1950 at the West Point Military Academy, where Richard had been attending, and he would become notable for unfortunate and unforeseen circumstances. Earlier that day, he'd gone to a basketball game, which was held between the Army and Rutgers University. It's believed that after that game, he'd gone to check on his exam results and spoke to his roommate about a night out. That afternoon, he allegedly spoke to what witnesses describe as a rough-looking, dark-haired man who would possibly become a crucial part of the story. When he returned to his barracks, Richard would announce that he would be having a meal with a mysterious friend, and at 4:45 that afternoon, he would sign out of the B-2 departure book. The academy did have some strict expectations for their trainees, and they were expected to be back before 11 p.m., but Richard didn't arrive back there that evening. His disappearance would spark one of the largest manhunts in American history, and he would go down as the only cadet to disappear, almost without a trace, from West Point. The only trace, which could have been an absolutely crucial one, was the mysterious friend named George. Rewinding just a few days prior to the disappearance, a phone call had come through to the barracks on the 7th of January of that year. Peter Haynes, the person in charge of the quarters, answered the phone. The call was for Richard. Haynes described the man's tone as rough and condescending. He said that he and Richard served together in Germany and stated that his name was George. The mystery man would show up at the Grant Hall at 5:30 that day, where the cadets could meet up in public. Witnesses said that the two seemed like old friends and that they were happy to see each other. They went for a meal that night, after which Richard returned and fell asleep at his writing desk. The roommates took a picture of him, which was likely to be the last picture of him. The following day, the nervous man opened up and told them about his friend. The man had been a U.S. Army Ranger. He committed various atrocities, and quite frankly, he scared the life out of Richard, and he hoped to never have to see him again. But he did on that fateful day of the 14th of January. Richard left his uniform and left his civilian clothes behind, as well as a prized gold watch worth the sum of $87, and an uncashed check. An alert was put out across the eastern seaboard, and the cadet was declared absent without leave. The campus consisted of 16,000 acres of trees and was covered in snow at the time of the search, which revealed nothing. The Hudson River was dragged, and so was the Lusk Reservoir. The pond situated on campus was drained completely, but to no avail. Somebody knows what happened to him, and there are two descriptions of him. One of them puts him at a height of 6 feet, with short blonde hair and a round face, with a weight of 90 kilograms. The other described him as a rough-looking, dark-haired man, but was seen from a further distance. One day, if researchers are ever able to figure out who the mystery man was, we will know the true fate of this missing cadet. But for now, it remains one of America's most obscure mysteries. The islands of Heard and McDonald are in one of the few areas on our planet that remain unspoiled by human activity. This means that it contains no foreign fauna or flora, and will likely remain so for a long time to come, since it's forbidden for anyone to visit the islands. Located just over 1,000 miles from Antarctica, the islands are the only volcanically active subantarctic islands in the world. The largest of the volcanoes, nicknamed Big Ben, lies on Heard Island and measures over 9,000 feet in height. The island was discovered by British sailors in 1833 and was then named after John J. Heard, an American master mariner who lived during the 19th century at a time when the penguin and elephant seal colonies on the island were decimated by hunters. Heard is thought to be the first person to see the island, as he did so on the 25th of November, 1853. While McDonald Island is so named since Captain William McDonald discovered it on the 4th of January, 1854. But since the island has remained virtually untouched since the latter part of the 1800s, it's returned to its former natural beauty and is now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a status that it acquired in 1997, 50 years after control of the island was transferred to Australia, which is situated about 2,500 miles away. In the past, Heard Island was visited by humans about 240 times in total, while McDonald Island has seen only 2 visits since its discovery. These were made in 1971 and again in 1980. While the first visits to Heard Island were to hunt for wildlife, subsequent trips to the area have been purely for scientific research purposes. These include insights into volcanology, geology, glaciology, oceanography, and geomorphology, to name but a few. But it's also given researchers keen insights into the impact that global warming is having on certain ecosystems. It's also provided scientists with valuable information on the activities of seabirds in the area, as well as the relationship between marine predators and the animals that they hunt, not to mention the impact that commercial fishing has on its surrounding area. Though the general population is forbidden from visiting these islands, exceptions are made for some research parties who are allowed to remain on the islands for a few weeks at a time, and in some cases months depending on the research that they're carrying out. During this time, they'll usually set up a camp in one of 2 areas called Spit Bay and Atlas Cove, where they'll stay in tents or huts. Since the islands have no electrical supply, researchers rely on diesel generators, solar panels, and wind generators while conducting their studies. Big Ben, the largest of the volcanoes, has been summited 3 times in the past, the first being in 1965 by members of the Southern Indian Ocean Expedition Team. The second was in 1983 by an expedition known as Anaconda, and the third took place in 1999 by the Australian Army Alpine Association. Heard and McDonald Islands are 2 of very few examples of areas that remain completely natural and unspoiled by humans. Despite the hunting activity that took place there in the past, and it's hoped that it will remain so for a very long time to come. Pravchitska Brana, considered to be Europe's most naturally formed arch, is located in the Bohemian Switzerland National Park in Bohemia, and today it's one of the most famous landmarks in all of Czechia, also known as the Czech Republic. Legend has it that a hermit called Prebisch once lived at the Ark, and so its name is derived lightly from his. The impressive arch is only about 3 feet thick at its narrowest point, and about 87 feet at its base, while its opening measures about 52 feet high. Thanks to the natural beauty that surrounds it, it was a very popular tourist attraction in the past, attracting as many as 200,000 sightseers each year. But in modern times, visitors are forbidden, since there's a real concern that it may soon collapse. It's considered to be somewhat of a natural conundrum, since scientists are unable to figure out why it's still standing. The arch, which is made up of sandstone, is thought to be too brittle to carry its own weight, and so by all accounts should have fallen a long time ago. It's also subject to a lot of stress from rising and falling ambient temperatures that cause it to expand and contract on a daily basis, and so it's believed that it will not remain upright for much longer. The arch was named as one of 77 semifinalists for the new Seven Wonders of the World campaign in 1999, but unfortunately it didn't make the final cut. It's been suggested that the arch is actually made up of 2 rocks that sit side by side, and hence it isn't subject to as much stress as originally thought. But since it's made up of brittle sandstone, it is still considered to be somewhat unstable. Special instruments are being used to constantly monitor the arch's movements, as well as the deterioration that it undergoes thanks to air pollution and acid rain, which gives scientists a good idea of how much longer it may remain intact. Since visitors to the arch were responsible for much of its erosion over the years, people have been prohibited from getting too close to it since 1982. Since its collapse is inevitable, visitors still travel to see the arch while they still can, though this is done from a safe distance. When visiting the arch, tourists can stay at the Falcon's Nest Hotel that's been built into the mountainside right next to it, a site that many people consider to be a thing of beauty in its own right. Remarkably, the arch still contains the names of people who visited it in the 19th century. It's said that while they were drinking at a pub, people would often ask the owner for a ladder so that they could add their inscriptions to the arch, and he was always happy to oblige. Only time will tell how long the arch will remain standing, but for now it's still considered to be one of the area's most beautiful natural formations. Niihau Island lies just 17 miles from Hawaii's Kauai Island, and unlike most forbidden areas in the world, it has 70 residents who still live there. But anyone else who wants to visit can only do so by special invitation from the family who's owned it since 1864. The island encompasses an area of 69 square miles and has no running water or electricity. Those who live there gather rainwater instead and rely on solar power for their electricity needs. It also doesn't have any modern conveniences that we're used to, as there are no grocery stores, hospitals, or schools on the island, and its inhabitants rely on hunting, fishing, and gathering to keep food on their tables. But the island isn't a barren wasteland, as it contains several endangered animals. Yet another reason why visitors aren't allowed, as it could be detrimental to the ecosystem if they were to interfere. The inhabitants of the island have dedicated themselves to preserving the native Hawaiian language as well as its culture, since they choose to live their lives the same way their ancestors did centuries ago. It's considered by many to be the most exclusive inhabited island on the planet, and those who do manage to visit it are expected to pay handsomely for the opportunity. And even then, they're only allowed access to small sections of the island. During this time, they're expected to attend church every Sunday. They're prohibited from bringing any alcoholic drinks or tobacco products onto the island, and firearms are also not allowed. According to Hawaiian legend, Niihau was first the home of Pele, a volcano goddess who decided to settle there at first before relocating to Hawaii Island. In 1864, the Sinclair family from New Zealand managed to purchase the island for just $10,000, and it remains in possession of their descendants today. One of the conditions of the sale was that the family had to make every effort to maintain the island's Hawaiian culture, and they continue to do so today. When the island was handed over to the family by the then chief, he's said to have asked the family to help the Hawaiian people if the day ever came that they needed it. Nihao wasn't always off limits to the public. When relatively new diseases such as measles and polio broke out from around the world in the 1930s, the family decided that visitors were no longer allowed, since these diseases would have wreaked havoc on its inhabitants if they were brought to the island. Residents are, however, allowed to travel between the island and the mainland to acquire supplies such as groceries. And since there are very few job opportunities on the island, many people work on the mainland instead. But the ban on visitors isn't just for the protection of the residents of the island. It also greatly benefits the plants and animals that live there, since they can live freely without being hunted by outsiders. The family is also responsible for maintaining the island's population of endangered Hawaiian monk seals, of which there are only about 1,400 remaining in the world, though it is hoped that these conservation efforts will see their numbers rise in the decades to come. It's been revealed in recent years, thanks to intelligence reports and Russian insiders, that the Moscow metro system isn't the only metro that exists under the city, since there is another, named Metro 2, that runs parallel to it, though very few people have ever laid their eyes on it. It's said that it was constructed under orders from Joseph Stalin, who was concerned about the safety of his high-ranking officers if a war was to ever break out in the country, though it's never been used. And it would have been no small project to complete. The metro system contains 4 lines that connect the Kremlin with the headquarters of the country's Federal Security Service, known locally as the FSB. The lines lie between 165 and 650 feet below the ground, and also connect to the Vnukovo government airport, as well as an underground town that lies beneath the city of Remenki. The town has a surprisingly strange history of its own. When the town, which was originally constructed as a bomb shelter during the Soviet era, was raided by Moscow police in 2013, it was found to contain a cinema, a sewing factory, and a chicken coop, as well as a Turkish-style cafe. To the surprise of many people who are unaware of its existence, much like the Metro 2. The 200 or so people who lived in the town were found to be making a living by manufacturing sewing needles for sewing machines, and they were mostly illegal immigrants who were hiding from the law. When the Metro 2 was discovered, Moscow residents found it hard to believe that such a massive project could be completed without any members of the public being aware of it, and it brought new insight into how much control the then government had over the city's residents. It also brought to light how very real the threat of a nuclear attack was, at least in the eyes of the country's leaders during the Cold War. Its existence was first brought to light in 1992 by author Vladimir Gonik, who obtained information on the Metro 2 from government officials over the course of 2 decades. He's also since stated that the system also contains a set of nearly 2,000 square foot apartments that were allocated to members of the country's Central Committee if they ever needed to flee underground. Though Russian officials have neither confirmed nor denied Metro 2's existence, it's now all but common knowledge that it is real. And in 1994, a group called Diggers of the Underground Planet revealed that they found the secret underground network's entrance. Mikhail Poltoranin, who served as a minister under Boris Yeltsin during the 1990s, has also confirmed that it exists, and that it would have served as an emergency command center from where nuclear forces could be controlled during wartime. Needless to say, entry to the Metro 2 system is strictly prohibited by the Russian government, though there are some explorers who claim to have accessed it, and hence confirmed its existence. Coca-Cola is still considered to be the most popular soft drink in the world today, as the company still enjoys a huge 43% market share, and most people are aware of the fact that its recipe is a closely guarded secret, known only to a select few. But not everyone knows that the recipe is kept in a vault known as the Chamber of the Secret Formula. The vault is understandably off limits to anyone without proper authorization, since it would be a catastrophe for the Coca-Cola company if its contents ever became common knowledge. The drink was invented in 1886 by a man named John S. Pemberton, and remarkably, the recipe was not written down at this time, but shared with just a few people verbally. The company has shifted hands a few times since then, being bought by Asa Candler in 1892 and by Ernest Woodruff and his investors in 1919. Quite remarkably, Woodruff had to take out a loan to purchase the company, and to do this, he had to offer some sort of collateral, the secret formula. To do so, the recipe had to be written down, and after this was done by Candler's son, it was placed in a vault in the Guarantee Bank, which is located in New York. He was finally able to pay off the loan in 1925, after which he took possession of the formula once more. It was then taken to Atlanta, where it was placed in a vault in Trust Company Bank and remained there for a further 68 years. The formula has since been moved to the World of Coca-Cola, a museum which is also based in Atlanta, and which outlines the history of the world's most famous drink. Though no one is allowed anywhere near the vault, visitors to the museum are challenged to try to recreate the recipe with the use of a virtual tastemaker, though no one has been successful so far. The company has stated that when the formula was eventually moved from Guarantee Bank to the World of Coca-Cola, it was a historic moment, since they were now able to display the vault where it's kept to members of the public, whereas its location had been a closely guarded secret up until then. The recipe has remained largely unchanged since the drink was discovered, but in 1985, New Coke was introduced to the world as the company's closest competitor at the time, Pepsi, was released. But the new recipe was considered to be an unmitigated failure, and Coca-Cola quickly reverted to its original recipe, amongst rumors that it only released the new recipe as a marketing ploy that would entice more people to buy Coca-Cola after the recipe was changed back. These rumors were quickly dispelled by company representatives, who stated that they would never take such a massive chance on a mere gamble. Still, the rumor persists among conspiracy theorists today. Many people believe that the drink's popularity doesn't only stem from its unique taste, but it's also in part thanks to its initial marketing campaigns. Soon after it was founded, the company advertised the drink via coupons for free drinks, on calendars, wall clocks, pencils, napkins, soda fountain urns, and large signs that were displayed outside of retailer premises. The company's initial advertising budget was $11,000, a paltry sum compared to the estimated $645 billion that was spent on advertising in 2022 alone. By 1895, the drink had become a household name and was being sold across the entire United States, and soon it would penetrate the international market with great success. One of its most famous and well-remembered ad campaigns was called the "I'd Like to Buy the World a Coke" television commercial that was immensely successful. This is closely followed by the Northern Lights campaign, which saw the company use the image of a polar bear for the first time. The Coca-Cola logo remains one of the most recognizable brand images on the planet today, and it's remained largely unchanged since its creation by Frank M. Robinson in 1886, with only a few adjustments being made over the years. Coca-Cola still remains one of the most successful brands in history, currently ranking 6th on the Forbes list of the world's most valuable brands, and it's unlikely this will change anytime soon. Fort Carroll Island is a man-made hexagonal island that was named after Charles Carroll, one of the men who added their signature to the Declaration of Independence. The fort was originally constructed as an added defense for Baltimore's harbor, as was the case with the Howard, Armstead, and McHenry forts. The plan was for the building to house a total of 225 cannons, but that idea was eventually abandoned when it became clear that it would not be able to withstand new military weapons that were being developed, and it was never completed. It served as a military base on several occasions until the outbreak of the Second World War, but since then it stood derelict and will now likely never be used again, since it's protected under Maryland's Chesapeake Bay Critical Areas environmental laws, since it's now a bird sanctuary and public access is prohibited. There have been many attempts at completing the fort's construction over the years, the first being when lawyer Benjamin Eisenberg managed to acquire it for a sum of $10,000, with the aim of turning it into a slots venue, since this was still allowed in the area at the time. But before he could start construction, the courts ruled that it was actually situated in Baltimore County, and hence gambling was prohibited. Undaunted by this failure, he came up with a backup plan to cast firearms out of concrete and to promote the fort as a tourist destination, but it seemed no one was interested, and he was forced to abandon his idea. Still, he persisted and suggested that the fort be turned into a 20-story hotel that would see an influx of tourists visiting the area. But again, there wasn't much interest, and he would eventually pass away in 1974, leaving the fort as it was when he bought it. These days, the fort is owned by Alan and Irvin Eisenberg, who are still hopeful that they will be able to do something with it someday. And they've hinted at the idea that it may become part of a resort chain in the future. But since it is a protected area, this seems unlikely to happen anytime soon. A developer named William Struver also proposed that the fort be transformed into a conference center, but this idea also never led anywhere. He has, however, also stated that he believes that the fort can be reused in the future, and that it will be possible to use the building without displacing the birds that live there. At one stage, the Isle of Capri Casinos Company, which is based in Mississippi, considered turning the fort into a casino, but this was never done since they immediately encountered problems such as public access to the site, construction concerns, and utility issues. They would also have to find a way around Maryland's gambling laws, which would be no easy feat and would likely have taken a very long time, not to mention the costs involved. There's also the fact that the fort was added to the National Register of Historic Places in 2015, and hence the chances of it ever being altered are very slim, since this would destroy a piece of American history. It's been suggested that the fort be left as it is and marketed as a historic tourist attraction, but there's no indication if this will ever be done, and for now it remains a protected bird sanctuary where members of the public are prohibited from entering. Morgan Island, also known as Monkey Island, lies about 80 miles off the coast of South Carolina and is completely off limits to members of the public, which isn't surprising since it's home to as many as 4,000 rhesus monkeys that have lived on the island since the 1970s. To make it clear that visitors aren't welcome, signs have been placed around the island shore stating that anyone who approaches, feeds, injures, or disturbs the monkeys will be prosecuted. And it's a warning that's not taken lightly. But these monkeys weren't always present on the island. They were relocated to the area after the herpes B virus started affecting the monkeys in Puerto Rico in 1979, and the decision was made by the Caribbean Primate Research Center to relocate about 1,400 of the monkeys to the much safer and unaffected island. Since then, the monkeys have multiplied in numbers many times over, and are clearly thriving in their new environment. They breed at a rate of about 750 per year, greatly adding to their population annually, and their numbers are kept this high since there's no interference from humans. The monkeys are currently the property of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, and the island was owned by the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources, who also managed the land until it was handed over to new management, a company called Alpha Genesis. The company is responsible for feeding the monkeys and providing them with any veterinary aid that they may need, as well as any other needs that may arise. While it is highly illegal to attempt to get onto the island, it is still possible to see the huge colony of monkeys via boat trips that take visitors as close to the island as is allowed by law, since this won't disturb them. Quite unbelievably, the plan to keep the monkeys isolated on the island wasn't entirely effective. Since they were brought there, a total of 7 monkeys have managed to escape between 1980 and 1996. Luckily, all of the escaped monkeys were located and returned to the island, with one being found about 6 miles away on Ladies Island. To prevent overpopulation on the island, around 600 monkeys are removed each year, while the remaining animals are housed in specially built enclosures. In recent times, TikTok users have uploaded photos of their trips to the waters surrounding the island, and many have described seeing them in this environment as surreal and a once-in-a-lifetime experience. It's also possible to get a bird's-eye view of the island and the monkeys, as several helicopter operators offer tours, during which visitors are flown over the island, giving them a unique perspective of this forbidden sanctuary. Members of the public have also warned that they not only face prosecution if they were to attempt to access the island, but that they would face great danger if they were to do so, since the monkeys are incredibly territorial and will attack anyone and anything that they consider to be a threat. Many people are unaware of just how dangerous even small monkeys can be, since they have large fangs, are very strong for their size, and could easily cause a physical harm to anyone who ventures too close to their enclosures or their offspring. Hence, it's easy to see why it's better to keep your distance from Morgan Island and its inhabitants, and why no one other than researchers is allowed anywhere near it. Plutonian at Hierapolis, a cave known as Pluto's Gate and the Gate to Hell, is a very strange place indeed, and many people still consider it to be sacred. But it isn't just for this reason that members of the public are prohibited from going anywhere near it, as it's also extremely dangerous. Located in Turkey, the gate was uncovered by Italian archaeologists in 2013, after a team reconstructed the path of a thermal spring, and it was found that they flowed from the cave. During Greco-Roman times, the cave was thought to be a portal to the underworld, and local residents used to conduct many rituals at the site, usually when praying to Pluto, who was considered to be the god of those who'd passed away. Before it was rediscovered, the cave was merely rumored to be situated at Hierapolis, a city that dates back to 190 BC. Even back then, the thermal springs were thought to contain healing properties, and physicians would often refer their patients to its waters. During the 1st century CE, a temple was erected in honor of Pluto. It contained a surrounding arena and a gateway that led to the Plutonian cave, though even back then no one was allowed to enter. Instead, worshippers sat on raised benches surrounding the monument and watched as priests conducted different rituals, though they were allowed to join in on occasion. But it's always been a very dangerous place, and remains one today. In one account written by a philosopher and geographer named Strabo, he explained that he noticed the cave was filled with some kind of vapor, which was so dense that it was only just possible to see the ground beneath his feet. He added that he saw several animals walk or fly into the forbidden area, and that they passed away very quickly, an event that very likely added to the belief that the cave was a portal to the underworld. This has not changed in the many centuries since he wrote his account. People still report seeing birds falling from the sky after flying overhead, no doubt after being overwhelmed by the vapors emanating from the cave. While these vapors are the cause for many superstitions, we now know that they're actually gas vapors that seep out of a fissure in the cave's walls, and it's since been studied extensively in a bid to understand what's going on here. In 2018, a study found that the gas was volcanic carbon dioxide, which can easily be fatal to most living creatures, and it's most concentrated near the cave's entrance, but it quickly dissipates at higher altitudes. The study found that the gas acts like a kind of vapor stream, and that the concentrations of CO2 are so high that a human would only last a few minutes if they were exposed to it. It's believed that the priests who conducted the rituals at the cave were unaffected because their mouths and noses were always above the most concentrated areas of vapor, and hence were thought to be immune, but they still would have felt some of its effects, likely hallucinating and becoming lightheaded while conducting their ceremonies. They would likely have seen this as a type of spiritual enlightenment rather than CO2 poisoning. Most of the plutonian has fallen into ruin thanks to earthquakes and sieges over the centuries, but a digital reconstruction is currently being developed, and soon we will be able to see exactly what it looked like during its heyday. There aren't any chapels around the world where parishioners are forbidden from entering, since they usually have a congregation of worshippers and a sense of community that's cemented by their faith. But there is one chapel that is the exception to the rule, since it was rumored to be the storage location of one of the most important Christian artifacts of all time, the Ark of the Covenant. The chapel is situated in the holy Ethiopian city of Axum, though there is some debate as to whether it houses the original Ark of the Covenant or a reproduction. But whatever the case may be, it's completely off limits to all except one guardian. It's said that the relic was first kept in the Church of Mary of Zion, and that it's since been relocated to an adjacent building called the Chapel of the Tablet. The guardian of the Ark is a monk who's entrusted with keeping it out of the wrong hands, and they dedicate the remainder of their lives to doing so, only handing over the burden of their task to a new monk who's selected by the Guardian once he nears the end of his life. There are many who believe that the actual Ark of the Covenant can be found inside the chapel. In 1691, the Emperor Ieyasu stated that he saw the Ark with his own eyes and that he spoke to it while he was there. Another person who claims to have seen it is a British officer named Ullendorf. He stated that he encountered no resistance when asked to see the Ark in 1941, and that he was able to do so since he could speak the language fluently. He described it as a middle to late medieval period wooden box that was empty when he looked inside, though many people doubt whether the box that he saw was the genuine article, since it was a closely guarded secret at the time. There are also many who doubt that the Ark is really being kept at this temple, since scholars have been speculating not only about its location, but its existence for a very long time, and they find it unlikely that such an important relic would be guarded by just one person. Many other scholars stand fast in their belief that it is indeed in the chapel, and that it was brought there secretly from Israel sometime between 697 BC and 642 BC, while King Manasseh of Judah was in power. The Ark is considered holy since it's said to have the power to end the life of anyone who dares to even touch it. It's also said to have been constructed by the Israelites after they fled from Egypt, and that it subsequently disappeared in 587 BC during the Babylonian conquest. Other rumors state that it isn't even possible to look at the relic without losing one's life, bringing into question the claims by those who say that they've been lucky enough to not only see it, but to interact with it. But there are many theories as to where the Ark is being kept, and since no one is allowed to enter the Ethiopian temple, where most people believe it to be stored, there's no way of verifying or discounting that this is its current location. Cartier Island Marine Park is located in the Timor Sea, about 370 miles from Broome in Western Australia, and encompasses a total area of around 66 square miles. But visitors are no longer allowed on the island, as it's now been named a wildlife sanctuary. The marine park is circular in shape, and at its center lays Cartier Island, which is home to protected species that include certain sea snakes, sea fans, sponges, turtles, whale sharks, and coral reefs. The area is also known to be incredibly rich in marine life, along with Ashmore Reef Marine Park, which is situated close by. Here, scientists are able to not only study individual animals, but entire species that live in the waters, and hence they need to be protected. Cartier Island was first visited by Indonesian fishermen in about 1700, and it eventually got its name from a vessel aboard which a sea captain named Nash was sailing when he first discovered it in 1800. Since the area has been declared a sanctuary zone, it's illegal for any member of the public to travel there, and the only people who are allowed to venture anywhere near the island are researchers who study these endangered species, as well as the other abundant marine life that can be found swimming and living all the way to the Australian coast. Boats and ships are also not allowed to enter this zone unless they've been authorized to do so by the Director of National Parks. But this has not always been the case. Up until 2011, the island and the surrounding area were used as a defense practice area, effectively serving as a range for aerial military weapons. This means that access to the island is not only prohibited to protect the animals that live there and in the surrounding waters, but to ensure that passing ships don't accidentally stumble across an unexploded weapon that could cause a substantial risk not only to the vessel, but to the lives on board. This has also led to certain precautions being put into place in case a passing vessel finds itself in trouble and needs to drop its anchor in the area. For example, if it encounters unusually high or rough seas or other dangerous weather conditions. These ships have been told to drop their anchors on sandy areas only, and that when they do so, to ensure that the anchors stay in place and aren't dragged across the sea floor. Crew members are also told that if they were to encounter any strange or unidentifiable metal objects, they were to be left where they are and reported to the police or Parks Australia's Work Health and Safety Advisor for further investigation. But there is an ongoing concern, as not all the fishing done in the surrounding waters is done with the required permits, and efforts are ongoing to curb this from happening, as it's been noted that the culprits mostly hail from nearby Indonesia. To date, as many as 547 different species of fish have been identified in the area, though these numbers could drop drastically if the illegal fishing trade isn't stopped. The area is also known for a wrecked ship, the Anne Millicent, that sank after it ran aground on one of the island's reefs in 1888, and today it still becomes visible when the tide recedes and likely provides shelter for many of the protected animals in the area. Cartier Island is undoubtedly a beautiful place, abundant with all kinds of marine life, but don't venture too close, or you'll face severe consequences. The Yellowstone National Park serves as one of the oldest, largest, and possibly one of the most well-known national parks in the United States. It can be found in the northwestern region of Wyoming, creeping onto southern Montana. This park has the greatest concentration of hydrothermal features and has been volcanically active for many years. Within the 2.2 million acre wilderness, visitors are able to observe many different types of wildlife and explore geothermal regions. But it's also on these 2.2 million acres that these visitors can become enigmatically lost and never seen again. This is precisely what happened to Bruce Parker Pike. On August 2nd, 2006, Bruce was last spotted at a campground that's said to have a history of bear activity, including grizzlies and black bears. Such activity led to sporadic closures of the park, such as one incident in 1986, when a hiker was injured following an encounter with a grizzly and her cub. The presence of such wildlife increases the chances of dangers that one may come across when venturing into the homes of wildlife. But it's uncertain if Bruce had met such a fate. But if he had, surely the searches would have uncovered a trace of evidence that would lead to the man's remains. Instead, there was absolutely nothing. At the time that he went missing, the man was 47 years old, but very little about the case is in circulation. His car had been found outside of the reserve, with little detail being released regarding its condition, or whether or not his belongings had been left within. Bruce is a Texas man, born in the year of 1959. He's said to be a height of 5 feet and 11 inches, and weighed around 185 pounds. He's described as a Caucasian male who has brown hair and eyes. No new evidence of this man's whereabouts has since come about, and he's never been heard or seen again. What's odd about this case, though, is that hardly any information regarding the missing man has been released. The media never publicized the circumstances surrounding his disappearance, and it wasn't recorded in the park's news releases. Reports of black bear-related incidents in the park have come as early as 2019. One of these occurrences involved a woman being bitten by one of these creatures inside of her tent, and another where a bear had caused some damage after campers had left food unattended. The circumstances surrounding this missing person's disappearance remain unclear, but many believe that this activity may have had a hand in it. According to the DCI missing person database, Bruce's unspecified vehicle had been impounded. The clothing he was wearing at the time remains unknown. He's now 65 years old if still alive. There's a Facebook page dedicated to Bruce and his enigmatic disappearance, where posters and descriptions of him are shared. He can be seen in the images as sporting a pair of rounded eyeglasses, and the words "unknown circumstances" accompany many of them. Should anyone have any information regarding this missing man, you're encouraged to contact the U.S. National Park Service at 307-344-2607, or the Texas Department of Public Safety at 800-346-3243. Ebony Spears was born in 1985, the youngest of 4 siblings. She resided in New Hanover County, North Carolina, and lived with her daughter at The Point at Taylor Estates, an apartment complex located on the corner of North 4th and Nixon Streets in Wilmington. In 2015, Ebony was diagnosed with lupus, which is an autoimmune disease where the immune system is said to attack healthy tissues. She was on medication for the disease, and to assist with the symptoms she began to experience. It's also this 30-year-old woman that would suspiciously disappear in 2016. On the 14th of January that year, she met up with her boyfriend and her parents at the Wilmington Police Department parking lot, located in the 600 block of Bess Street, just a few blocks away from the apartment. Paramedics were also on the scene, and it said that Ebony was acting erratic and distraught. After speaking with the psychiatrist, the paramedics left without taking the woman to the hospital, as they believed it wasn't necessary. But an hour later, she seemed to be acting lucid again, and ended up spending the night at her parents' house, with her daughter located on Price's Lane. The following day, Ebony seemed better. She had breakfast with her parents and was later dropped off at the apartment by her father. That evening, she was due to meet up with her parents again for dinner, but phoned them around 7 p.m. to cancel. She was seen again at the Community Boys and Girls Club located on Nixon Street, where she reportedly told the staff that someone was following her. She then headed to the Wilmington Police Department again and asked to use the phone. She was directed to one that was in the lobby, but was too disoriented to use it. She paced back and forth between the payphone and the department's front desk, which lasted around 10 minutes before she eventually left. Ebony didn't accept any help from the officers that were present, and would later be spotted on surveillance camera heading towards her complex. The last recorded sighting of her came at 10:45 p.m., when she requested a cigarette from a neighbor. He didn't have any, so Ebony indicated that she would be heading to a nearby store to get some. She never returned that evening and has never been seen or heard from again. The next day, after not hearing from her, the woman's parents reported her as missing. Ebony left her purse and other belongings behind, but her cell phone had disappeared. It's uncertain as to whether or not she had it with her when she vanished. During the investigation, officers found no evidence of foul play, and a $5,000 reward is on the table for any information that leads to the missing woman's whereabouts. The circumstances surrounding Ebony's disappearance are suspicious and mysterious. There are no suspects listed, despite the woman's statement that she was being followed. She's described as an African-American woman with black hair and brown eyes. She's said to have a tattoo of a rose on her right shoulder and a butterfly on the top of her right foot, and at the time that she went missing, she had her hair dyed blonde. She's said to be 5 foot 4 inches tall and weighs around 140 pounds. If anyone has any information regarding the whereabouts of this missing woman, you're asked to contact the Wilmington Police Department at 910-343-3600, with the agency case number 2016-001-807. Alejandro Vasquez was known by many names, such as Alex and Tank. The nickname Tank came from one of the man's brothers because he was built like a tank and would drink like a tank as well. This full-of-life gentle man was born in 1991, and unfortunately, this beloved community member vanished in October of 2015. Alejandro was living with his father, Mario Vasquez, in Dodge City, Kansas. He'd been visiting his brother in Kyle, South Dakota, and was last seen leaving the vicinity of his brother's trailer near American Horse Creek. He'd been staying with him until 3 a.m. on the 29th of October, when he abruptly left the area and walked off into the darkness. His brother stated that Alejandro never indicated where he would be going that evening. Later, some would come forward saying that they'd seen him on the 31st of October, the morning of Halloween. He reportedly knocked on the trailer door, but no one answered. This was the last time that Alejandro would be seen. At the time of his disappearance, he didn't have a cell phone or a debit card with him. Mario was on his way back to Kansas when he got word that his son had disappeared. Initially, he hadn't been too concerned because Alejandro was an adult and was likely somewhere in the area. But this was short-lived when rumors started to circulate stating that the missing man had been a victim of homicide. But this isn't true, and he remains a missing person despite extensive investigation. An investigation that included both air and land searches using ATVs, cadaver dogs, and a plane. No evidence as to the man's whereabouts was ever found. The family never ceased with their search, but claimed that the authorities had stopped responding to them. They've also been critical of the BIA investigators, who believe they haven't followed up on apparent leads. This also has been discussed in a 2016 article, in which the family expressed their discontentment. Mario also revealed that he believes his son was met with foul play, and indicated that he may know who's involved, but it's uncertain if he'd shared this information with the police. Alejandro's tribe is offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to his whereabouts. Mario describes his son as not the particularly ambitious type, but says that he does have a good heart. Alejandro stepped off of his brother's property that Halloween day and disappeared from the hearts of the community, his tribe, and his family. He's said to be of Lakota and Mexican descent. At the time he went missing, his hair was shoulder length and black in color. He has brown eyes, stands at a height of 5 feet and 7 inches, and weighs around 200 pounds. Alejandro was last seen wearing a dark-colored shirt with black or plaid shorts that are said to have blue stripes. He was also wearing Nike shoes with a black stripe. Should anyone have any information regarding Alejandro Vasquez's whereabouts, you're urged to contact the Pine Ridge Police Department at 605-867-2931 or the tip line at 605-867-3289. Age 49 years old, 5 feet 7 inches tall, 200 pounds, short brown hair, blue eyes, and a goatee. This was the description given for the man Daniel Wayne Belitzo, who disappeared from Arizona after being seen last by his father near 53rd Avenue and West Bell Road at 4 a.m. on the morning of the 3rd of September 2018. He was said to be leaving home to head to work, but he never showed up there. The Glendale police officers and Maricopa County Sheriff's deputies are still on the lookout for this individual, who disappeared enigmatically. 5 days later, a 2006 red Dodge Ram truck belonging to Daniel was discovered near milepost 14.5 on Seven Springs Road. It had been abandoned north of Cave Creek, located in the Tonto National Forest. Despite a search and investigation, no evidence as to the man's whereabouts has been unearthed. Not a whole lot of information has been released regarding the man's disappearance. All that's known is that he didn't arrive at his job and that he hasn't been seen or heard from since. The concerned family has appealed to anyone who has any information to contact the Glendale police at 623-930-3000. The police have also shared information and posters of the missing man on their Facebook page, but no tips have been mentioned as of yet. Daniel's suspicious and mysterious case remains unsolved for the time being. When Michael Patrick Shaw was working in Indonesia as a teacher, he met Atene Shaw in December of 2011, who would soon become his wife. The couple ended up having 4 children together, and they lived with them in Indonesia before the family relocated to Myanmar in 2019. The following year, they moved to the United States and settled down in Washburn, Maine. The family lived in a house on Washburn Road, where all seemed good and well until the 8th of September 2021. 33-year-old Atene had a condition that would cause her to have angry outbursts. She didn't want this to affect the children, so she often left the home to protect them. During one such episode, she posted pictures of herself relaxing in Bali and was always active on social media. According to her husband and family, she would never leave for more than a month and would constantly post things on her account. But this episode was different because she never returned home. A few weeks before she disappeared, there'd been no activity on any of her social media accounts or on her bank account. It was found that in August of that year, she'd spoken with her sister, explaining that she was looking for work. Atene had worked in a few places before, such as a pizzeria and cleaning houses, but she was looking for a better job. That same month, she engaged in a casual chat with her mother and sister before suspiciously going silent. In October, the missing woman's father made contact with her husband and inquired about his daughter's whereabouts. Michael detailed that Atene had left the house in September to go shopping, but failed to return. She'd also packed up a suitcase the night before after a discussion that the couple had had about her going back to work. But the scene had calmed down after Atene and her husband watched some movies and headed off to bed. Michael then told his wife's father that she would likely pop up and get her things before departing again. Unfortunately, this never happened, and when November rolled around, Michael's concern grew, and he ended up filing a missing person report at the Washburn Police Department. The two had an agreement that if she was ever gone for over a month, Michael should contact the authorities. During the investigation, it was revealed that Atene didn't have a driver's license or even a mode of transportation when she vanished. No records showed that she'd gone to Indonesia, and there was no other activity on her passport. No evidence came forth that the missing mother had resided at an alternate location either. The next time Atene's father contacted the husband was in 2023. Michael explained that his wife was still missing and believed that she must be missing the children. She'd also told him prior to vanishing that she wished they were old enough to understand why she acts out the way she does. He also had an odd theory in which he suspects Atene was seeing another man from whom she had hidden her identity. After no new evidence had come about, the woman's family attempted to make a missing person report in Indonesia, but were unsuccessful because the case belonged to the United States Attorney General's office. The family was told to hire a private detective, but this never happened. Additionally, they can no longer reach Michael. Evidence response technicians and detectives with the Major Crimes Unit sparked a renewed interest in the case this year. This renewed interest led them to search the Shaw residence. It's uncertain what prompted this or if anything had been found at the time, but one thing is for certain: Atene remains missing. The missing woman is described as an Asian individual with black hair and brown eyes. She stands at 4 foot 9 inches tall and weighs around 110 pounds. She's said to have a rather noticeable birthmark located on the top of her nose, and if anyone has any information regarding her whereabouts, you're asked to contact the Maine State Police at 207-743-8282. Derek Henan was born in August of 1972 and grew up in Hartford, Michigan. There, he would graduate from Hartford High School and later found himself in a relationship with Diana Maddox. The two lived together in a residence that was located off North Manistique Lake Road in Newberry, a village in the Upper Peninsula. When Derek moved to this area, he would be leaving a son and daughter behind to live with their mother in Kalamazoo, but he kept in contact with them. It would also be in Newberry that this man would enigmatically disappear. At the time, he was working as a car salesman who traveled around. In August of 2008, Derek was said to have had a misdemeanor warrant out for his arrest, but according to his family, he was cooperative with law enforcement and would never flee from them. On the 1st of August of that year, 3 days prior to vanishing, he'd been involved in a tiff with his girlfriend, which subsequently led to the man staying with a neighbor named Denny Murdoch. At 4:30 p.m. on the 4th of August, Derek would be seen walking away from said neighbor's house into the woods located directly across from him. Some sources say that he was going to be meeting up with a female friend at a deer blind in the woods. Other sources indicate that it was Diana whom he was planning to meet. According to the report, Derek never arrived at the meetup, and he hasn't been seen or heard from since. His disappearance was both mysterious and suspicious. During the investigation, it was revealed that Derek had made quite a few phone calls to Hartford and had been asking friends for a ride back home. His father later sent him a bus ticket so that he could get home, but he never did. Initially, it was thought that the man had been evading the authorities, but 9 months later, a retired state police investigator took his search team to the home where Diana and Derek were living. One of the cadaver dogs reportedly hit an area of drywall and carpet. A sample of the carpet was bagged and sent to a crime lab, but no further information regarding the results has been released. The Free Press was able to obtain various documents regarding the ongoing investigation through the Freedom of Information Act. In these documents, they discovered that the couple had a stormy relationship and were constantly fighting. The fights would often swell to the point where officers would have to intervene. But the girlfriend had not been named a suspect in the disappearance, and no further evidence regarding the whereabouts of the missing man has since come about. Free Press also uncovered more noteworthy information, including the fact that Diana's brother had been at the home the day Derek disappeared, and 3 days prior, firearms that the couple owned had been stolen. There are no named suspects involved in the disappearance, but authorities do suspect that foul play was involved here. Derek is described as a Caucasian male with brown hair and brown eyes. He stands at a height of 6 feet 1 inches tall and weighs around 170 pounds. At the time, his hair had been short and spiky, and he was sporting a goatee. Distinguishing features are plentiful, including a scar on the lower right side of his torso as a result of appendix surgery. His right thumb is scarred, and he has 3 fingers on his right hand, which are the index, middle, and ring fingers. There's also a scar on one of his tribal tattoos located on his left arm and a scar on his chin. The investigating agency responsible for this case is the Michigan State Police Newbury Post, which can be reached at 905 293-5152. Should you have any information regarding the whereabouts of this missing individual. On the 6th of January, back in 2010, Catherine Ann Truitt, also known as Kat, disappeared from Alameda, California. The last person to see her was her roommate at their residence. Kat, an avid hiker, would often go on day hikes to Point Reyes and was quite familiar with the area. She's said to have graduated from the California Culinary Academy and had worked as a pastry chef in many restaurants before sustaining a neck injury, leaving her disabled. These walks had been a way for Kat to manage her chronic pain. She was also taking classes in computer graphics and taught art to the youth. 3 days after being seen by her roommate, a tan 2003 Ford Ranger pickup truck with a bedliner and California license plate number 7C23799 belonging to Kat was found at Point Reyes National Seashore in Marin County. The vehicle had been parked at McClure's Beach, with 2 of her dogs inside and another tethered to a nearby rock. The discovery was made by federal park rangers, who started searching for the vehicle's owner. It was noted that this beach in particular was known for its rough waters, and only certain parts could be accessed safely during low tide. Cadaver dogs were brought in to track Kat's scent. They picked up on it and led investigators down a trail that stopped at the beach but didn't go any further. No further evidence as to where the missing woman could have ended up has come about, but authorities believe that she got into a mishap while on this adventurous hike, and foul play is not suspected. Strangely though, after searching along the national seashore, not even a footprint was discovered. Forensics had also been run on her truck, but it didn't lead to any more clues. At the time of her disappearance, Kat was 37 years old. She's said to be 5 feet 10 inches tall and weighs between 145 and 190 pounds. At the time of her disappearance, she was wearing a windbreaker jacket, an olive green sweater, a white undershirt, size 16 black or blue jeans, and men's size 8 black Keen shoes. It's thought that she may have been carrying a green or black backpack at the time, but this hasn't been confirmed, and no backpack has been found on the trail or in the truck. Kat has brown hair and hazel eyes and is said to wear contact lenses. She also has both of her ears pierced. The Alameda Police Department is the investigating agency for this case, and can be reached at 510-337-8311. Catherine's case was also later intertwined with that of another missing individual, Sylvia Lang. On the 16th of January, Kat left her residence to go on a hike, and just a few weeks later, so did Sylvia in the same area. Neither of the women returned from their trips, and they haven't been seen or heard from since. 23-year-old Nicholas David Max Smyer, often referred to as Nick, was living on Kelly Drive in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, with his family in 2021. He'd been working at Michael's craft store and was a fan of Dungeons & Dragons as well as online games. His family described him as quiet and reserved, and that his disappearance was way out of character. The hunt for him began on the 29th of September in 2021, when he left his premises with an unknown male who's believed to be in his early 20s with dark hair and olive skin. The man had been driving an early 2000 silver or gray Honda Civic. Ever since his family saw him get into that vehicle, Nick hasn't been seen or heard from since. During an investigation, it was found that his cell phone last pinged in the Carlisle, Pennsylvania region a few days later, on the 1st of October in 2021. Nick failed to show up for work on the 30th of September and the 1st of October, which is said to be incredibly unusual. The next thing that investigators found was also quite peculiar. The last message that the missing man sent to anyone was sent to a close friend on Discord. The message was every single one of his passwords that are used on his computer and some sites. Not many clues as to the man's whereabouts have been discovered, and his family just want to know that he's safe and well. The circumstances surrounding his disappearance are suspicious, and his case has remained unsolved. Nicholas is a Caucasian male who was born in 1998. He has brown hair and green eyes. He's said to stand at a height of 5 feet and 11 inches, and weighs between 125 and 135 pounds. When he went missing, Nick's hair was shoulder length and parted to the left. He also has a beard and mustache. He previously had braces, which may have made his teeth perfectly straight, and he wears contacts, although it's noted that he'd been wearing glasses. At the time that he went missing, Nick was wearing blue jeans and either a long or short-sleeved shirt. He's also known to wear a black or gray zip-up hoodie and tan work boots with gray laces. The man's disappearance has been featured on the Missing Persons of Pennsylvania and neighboring states Facebook group, where details of him and his disappearance can be found. It's asked that should anyone have any information regarding the whereabouts or circumstances of this missing man, that they make contact with the Pennsylvania State Police Harrisburg Barracks at 717-671-7500. It was just 3 years ago when 63-year-old Southbury, Connecticut resident Mark Gaso mysteriously disappeared. There was nothing out of the ordinary on the days leading up to the 16th of April in 2021. Mark had been at his Berkshire Road home that day, but when he failed to show up for work, things began to make a turn. On the 19th of April, a concerned coworker headed over to the house after being contacted by the man's family. There, he found that the truck was still in the driveway. Upon approaching the front door, the coworker soon realized that it was unlocked, so he headed inside. Inside, he would find a cell phone and wallet belonging to Mark. The television was on, and mysteriously so was the shower, but Mark was nowhere to be seen. Acting quickly, the man reported this to the Southbury Police Department, and a silver alert was issued at 8 p.m. that evening. The investigation revealed that the coworker had been a friend of Mark's since high school, and the two had been texting on the 16th of April. The exchange of messages ceased on the 18th, and the following day he didn't go to work. The investigation revealed something else as well, something a bit creepy. On the 16th, Mark contacted the police, stating that there was a woman inside his residence, but when first responders headed over to the house, the man was all by himself. He was oriented at the time, but allegedly took some muscle relaxers and had been somewhat intoxicated. According to the concerned friend, the man couldn't move around well due to some previous injuries. He was not known to be an opioid abuser, or one that would abuse other kinds of medications. While searching the house, investigators uncovered a tiny bit of dried red stains on the mattress, but there were no signs of a struggle. Canine units were brought in during the search as well, and other investigators searched Lake Zoar nearby, but no new evidence ever came about. The wooded property was searched for days, but this proved futile. Police later spoke with a woman who said to visit Mark on occasion, and she revealed that she'd attended a dinner with him on the 15th of April, but he never answered her calls the next 2 days. She would then head to his house but found that he wasn't home. A few days later, it was announced that the house was considered a crime scene, but no indications of any leads had been publicized. On the 6th of December that same year, a search for Mark was scheduled. The wooded area that was searched initially was searched again. This time it uncovered skeletal remains. The scene was processed and the remains were sent off to the Office of the Chief Medical Examination in Farmington. These remains would never be identified. To this day, it's not been revealed as to who the remains belong to. The location of this missing individual remains a mystery. Mark is described as a Caucasian male with a bald head and hazel eyes. He's supposed to be 5 foot 11 inches tall and weighs around 185 pounds. One distinguishing feature is that the missing man walks with a limp. Family, friends, and the police department request that should anyone have any information regarding the whereabouts of this missing man, that they contact the Southbury Police Department at 203-264-5912. What happened to Amos Mortier? This is the question that has bothered family, friends, researchers, investigators, and true crime enthusiasts alike ever since the 8th of November back in 2004. 2 days prior, the 27-year-old went hiking with 2 friends and his beloved dog, a husky mix named Gnosis, who he lived with in a rented house located on Lacey Road in Fitchburg, Wisconsin. Amos was working as an electrician. He also made jewelry that he sold and did some part-time DJing. He was a pure outdoorsman who loved camping, hiking, and taking lengthy walks with Gnosis. After the hike that took place on the 6th of November, he and the hound returned home and had some dinner. None of the friends noticed anything unusual about the way the man was behaving. And on the 8th of November, he attended classes at the Madison Area Technical College, where he was studying botany and ecology in the hopes of becoming an organic farmer. This would also be the last place that Amos would be seen. He returned home that day and made a phone call at 20 minutes past 1 that afternoon. This was the last known contact that anybody would have with him. The worrying began the following day when friends and family were unable to make contact with Amos, and so friends resorted to breaking into the property. Once inside, they discovered that the dog's food bowl was full, and a Jurassic 5 album was spinning on the turntable. They also found a check sitting on the counter that was from the man's grandfather, but he and Gnosis were nowhere to be seen. While searching the rest of the house, the friends also found a step stool in the hallway, which was accompanied by a level and hammer. It appeared that Amos had been hanging some pictures when he mysteriously disappeared. On the 14th of November, the friends made contact with the missing man's mother, who would report the disappearance to the Fitchburg Police Department. An investigation was carried out, revealing that all of Amos's personal belongings, such as his cell phone, keys, wallet, and 2 vehicles had all been left behind. His backpack was found in one of the cars, along with the notes he made during his call on the day that he vanished. Cadaver dogs were released in the area, but they never picked up on either of the missing individuals since. 5 days later, the dog was found oddly at a neighbor's house without his collar. This discovery initially sparked joy and renewed hope, but that soon dwindled when family and friends realized that Amos would never willingly leave Gnosis behind. No information as to how the dog ended up there was revealed. On the 13th of April in 2005, the police department updated the case, listing it as a homicide investigation. According to them, Amos had friends who were affiliated with trading narcotics, and they believed that his disappearance was somehow linked to this, and possibly a debt owed to such friends. A few days after this announcement, the home, office, and car belonging to a Madison music businessman was searched. He was believed to be a suspect in the disappearance. The suspect, Jacob Stadfeld, had made some inconsistent statements to investigators. Paired with this was the allegation that he owed money to the missing man. The following month, the investigators then searched the land that was owned by Stadfeld's parents, but found no evidence that would lead to an arrest or the whereabouts of the missing man. In May of 2005, a sighting came about from a woman in Tennessee. She claimed to have seen Amos at a music festival, but this could never be confirmed. 2 years later, another suspect was implicated. He allegedly confessed to feeding the man to pigs, but again, this could not be verified, and still no arrests have been made. This missing man is said to have been an old soul, the earthy type who was environmentally aware. Margie, Amos's mother, has been working tirelessly to figure out what happened to her son. Amos is a Caucasian male with brown hair. He's said to have blue or hazel-colored eyes. He stands at a height of 5 feet and 6 inches tall and weighs around 130 pounds. One distinguishing characteristic is that he has a scar above his right eye and is known to wear eyeglasses with a brown frame. At the time of his disappearance, he was wearing a hooded Carhartt jacket, a collared shirt, blue jeans, and a black baseball hat. Should anyone have any information regarding the whereabouts of Amos Mortier, they're asked to make contact with the Fitchburg Police Department at 608-270-4300. Additionally, a $25,000 reward is being offered for any information leading to the discovery of this missing man. Friends of the victim believe that the police department was sidetracked by the addition of narcotics in the case and didn't focus on possible evidence that may have come up otherwise. Learning about the life cycle of stars can be extremely difficult. Stars will live for hundreds of millions of years, making it impossible to monitor one from the beginning to the end of its life. The distances between them and our observations and the sheer number of different types of stars only adds to the difficulties. Even so, scientists have a good understanding of the basics of the life cycle. So when a star seemed to blink out of existence without anyone noticing, sometime between 2011 and 2016, it raised a lot of questions. The star in question existed in the Kinman's Dwarf galaxy, a galaxy some 74 million light-years away from Earth. It was first detected in 1962, and since then it's become periodically observed by astronomers. It became a focus of studies between 2001 and 2011, adding to our knowledge about the stars within the galaxy. The distance to Kinmans means it's impossible for individual stars to be seen from Earth, but scientists can detect different spectrums of light coming from the galaxy which corresponds to individual stars. One of these stars was identified as a luminous blue variable star, roughly 2.5 million times brighter than our own Sun. It was massive, and astronomers were able to determine it was in the late stages of its life. It was also undergoing eruptions when mass was shed from the star. Considering just how much there is to observe in space, it's impossible for every inch of the universe to be continuously monitored. Focus turned away from Kinman's dwarf until 2019. A PhD student at Trinity College Dublin was looking for stars to look at in a study on the end of stellar lives and considered the Kinman's dwarf galaxy star to be a perfect candidate. Astronomers tried to use the European Southern Observatory's Very Large Telescope to detect the star, but its signature was missing from the light detected from Kinman's dwarf galaxy. Using other tools and devices, the researchers were able to confirm that the luminous blue variable star was missing. It wasn't possible to determine exactly when the star disappeared, but it's believed to have vanished sometime between 2011 and 2016. Normally, with a star of this size, the end of the star's life would have caused a spectacular light show in the form of a supernova. Even with the distance between Earth and the star, the supernova would have been bright enough for astronomers to spot. It also would have lasted anywhere between weeks and months, making it even less likely that this was just something that was missed. Astronomers had to conclude that the star hadn't gone into a supernova, but figuring out what had happened was much more difficult. Two theories have been put forward. The first is that the star is still there, but it's far less bright now. It's possible that the star ejected so much material that it lost luminosity. The ejected material may have created a dust cloud that makes it even harder to detect. Alternatively, the star may have turned into a black hole without going into supernova. Detecting black holes is especially difficult. It's normally only through their interactions with other objects in space that these mysterious objects can be observed. If the star became a black hole without first going supernova, this would change our understanding of how these massive stars act in the final throes of their lives. It's possible that the mystery of this star may never be solved, but scientists are continuing to study the galaxy to see if there are any more clues as to what had happened. The city of San Francisco train was 26 minutes behind schedule when it left Carlin, Nevada on August 12, 1939. The train's engineer was determined to make it to its destination on time, but they would never reach the next station. A horrifying derailment occurred 1.5 miles away from the rail sidings of Harney. An act of sabotage is believed to be the cause, but the perpetrators have never been found. The city of San Francisco was the height of passenger rail travel at the time. It cut the time needed to travel from Chicago to Oakland, California to less than 40 hours, an improvement of 19 hours. A ferry then connected Oakland to the train's namesake city. The train itself was almost a quarter of a mile long and could transport 171 passengers and a crew of around 50 people. It cost millions of dollars to produce, and no expense had been spared in terms of both luxury and speed. When the train left Carlin on the evening of August 12th, it was near capacity. At the helm was engineer Edward Hecox. Hecox was 65 years old and lived in Sparks, Nevada. According to a newspaper report at the time, he'd started driving passenger stagecoaches when he was 14, and had worked for Southern Pacific Railroad for almost 36 years at the time of the incident. 3 different rail companies operated the city of San Francisco route, but it was on Southern Pacific rails that the incident occurred. Hecox knew the route well and believed it was safe for him to pick up speed in the Nevada desert. The train reached a speed of 90 miles per hour, which caused some disturbances in the passenger carriages. As they went around curves, objects were thrown from tables in the restaurant carriages, and one woman fell from her seat. The passengers laughed. Nobody realized just how dangerous the situation was. At 9:33 p.m., the train was approaching bridge number 4 when Hecox spotted tumbleweed beside the track up ahead. He tried to slow down, but the train was still going at high speed when he suddenly jumped the tracks. The engine car continued for almost 900 feet before finally stopping, bringing the rest of the carriages onto the bridge. 5 cars dropped into the Humboldt River, and another 3 went off the tracks onto the embankment. In those carriages, there was chaos. Over 100 people suffered wounds, some of which were especially severe. Somehow, Hecox was able to escape unharmed. There was no way to get help from the train itself, so he ran the 1.5 miles to Harney, where he could telephone for help. People came from the surrounding towns to try to help the wounded, but it wasn't until the following morning that the first rescue train came. In the end, 24 people lost their lives, and 121 people were wounded. An investigation quickly began, led by the railroad company. At first, many suspected that the speed of the train was to blame for the derailment, along with potential neglect. But an investigation found that a 30-foot section of track had been deliberately moved. The spikes had been pulled out and the track forced inwards. The tumbleweed Hecox had spotted had been tied to the rails. Along with brown paint, it had been used to try to disguise the sabotage. The sabotage would have taken considerable effort, and it was believed that multiple people had to have been involved. The investigation was hindered by the contamination of the accident site, as the pieces of the train and rails had been removed by people looking for souvenirs. The police did find tools dumped in the river, but this didn't lead to any specific suspects. A number of homeless individuals were arrested and later released without charge. It was later speculated that the crime must have been committed by someone either with a grudge against the railway company or someone aboard the train, but nobody matching that description was ever identified. Despite a significant reward for information being put forward, nobody was ever held responsible for the crime, and it remains a mystery to this day. Nick Leonard left behind 3 children when he vanished without a trace in 1990. His daughter Shannon is still holding on to the hope that he might still be out there, and that there may be a positive end to this mystery. Nick was last seen on September 1st, 1990, in the Loon Lake area of Wabash, Canada. A few days earlier, he dropped off the children with his wife for the Labor Day weekend. Nick and his wife were in the process of getting a divorce, and Nick had custody of their children, but they still had a positive enough relationship. He said he was going out to a cabin that he owned on Loon Lake, and his wife expected that he would return to pick the children up in a few days. That didn't happen, and by September 3rd, she was concerned enough to contact the authorities. Investigators went to the cabin where Nick was supposed to be staying, and found it in a state of disarray. It looked as if the place had been deliberately torn apart, and a bladed weapon used for hunting was found sticking hilt first out of the ground. Nick was nowhere to be found. Also missing was the handmade kayak that was usually stored in the cabin. That was found floating upside down in the lake. Nick's brother-in-law, Craig, was part of the search and rescue team that set about trying to find him. He found the scene at the lake very strange. According to Craig, it was unlikely that the kayak would have ended up in that position, even in strong winds. An accident out on the lake also wouldn't account for the state of the cabin. The last people to see Nick were acquaintances who lived in the vicinity of the cabin. They reported that he seemed to be acting strangely, with eyes glassed over. They tried to get him to stay with them, but he insisted he needed to get back to relieve the babysitter. Of course, there was no babysitter, and the reason why Nick wanted to get away from them is a mystery. A few different theories have been put forward for what happened to Nick. He'd been showing signs of depression in the weeks before his disappearance, and there was speculation that this might have been the cause. Eerily, the last thing he said to his wife was that if he couldn't get over her, he wouldn't be back. Alternatively, he may have intentionally disappeared for whatever reason. Until Nick is found, there's a chance he decided to get a fresh start away from his old life. It's an outcome that his daughter Shannon still hopes to be true. A third theory is that foul play was involved. Nick doesn't appear to have had any enemies, and it seems unlikely that he would be the victim of a random attack while at the cabin. But like with the other theories, there's a chance this could be the answer to the mystery. Anyone with information in the case should contact the Royal Newfoundland Constabulary at 709-729-8073. At around 11 p.m. on May 28, 1993, truckers and prospectors in a remote region of Western Australia witnessed strange lights in the sky. It had been a clear and moonlit night like any other, when a light like a fireball was seen in the distance. The light was accompanied by shaking that knocked cans off of tables, but even 30 years later, the cause of this strange event remains a mystery. Western Australia isn't known for its earthquakes, so when one that measured 3.6 on the Richter scale was picked up, it stayed in the minds of geologists monitoring devices in the region. Even so, it wasn't until years later that anybody decided to investigate the strange phenomena. Scientists were able to pinpoint a region that the shaking likely originated from, but the distance of the equipment and the remoteness of the region meant that the epicenter could have been anywhere within a region of 485 square miles. Within that area was the Bonjawarn Station, a remote cattle and sheep station 500 miles north of Perth. In 1995, the station's owners were regular herders, but they purchased the property from the notorious Shinrikyo cult. The cult's connection to the region made investigators look at the mysterious blast again. In March of 1995, Shinrikyo reached worldwide fame after releasing chemical weapons on crowded trains in Japan. It was later discovered that they'd been experimenting with using diseases as weapons too, and had made inquiries about purchasing nuclear weapons from Russia. When they hadn't been able to make progress there was evidence that they'd tried to make the weapons themselves. In April of 1993, members of the cult had arrived in Australia and were searching for a property to buy. Bonjawarn Station was chosen, possibly due to its remoteness, but also due to the uranium deposits in the region. Scientists from the cult moved in months later. By the time the attack in Japan took place, Shinrikyo had moved out of Bonjawarn Station, but investigators there discovered a makeshift lab and signs that they'd been experimenting with the same chemicals that they would use in their attacks. What really worried investigators was the possibility that these weren't the only experiments that were going on. There were a few possible explanations for the May 1993 blast, but most had already been ruled out. It was more than 900 times larger than any mining-related incident in the region, so it was unlikely that this was the source of the shaking. That also wouldn't explain the bright lights seen in the sky. A meteor impact would have resulted in a significant crater, which hadn't occurred. This explanation was also ruled out. The possibility that the light and the shaking could have been the result of a nuclear blast was investigated thoroughly, but records from seismographs that had captured the event showed that the shaking wasn't like what had been recorded from other nuclear events. It's possible that a very small weapon might look different to the ones that had been tested by the US and USSR, but investigators believe the shock waves more closely resembled an earthquake. Even so, the waves didn't line up with what an earthquake would look like. That also wouldn't explain the strange lights, unless the mysterious phenomenon of earthquake lights were to blame. If it was an earthquake, that wouldn't necessarily rule out a test from Shinrikyo either. The group had allegedly been looking at research by Nikola Tesla about creating artificial earthquakes. But the most damning piece of evidence for the cult's involvement was the fact that they hadn't purchased Bonjawarn Station until after the mysterious blast. More recently, the possibility that the blast was caused by an airburst has been put forward. If an asteroid broke up in the atmosphere, it could cause both the lights and the shock waves without leaving any lasting impact on the ground. This event would be something similar to one that was seen over Russia in 1993. In the 1860s, a mysterious gang of highwaymen made it almost impossible for people to transport gold and goods between the frontier town of Bannack in the Idaho Territory and Virginia City. The gang was eventually captured, and Sheriff Henry Plummer was revealed to be the ringleader. The gold that Plummer allegedly stole and hid away has never been located. Plummer already had a criminal record when he arrived in Bannack. He had traveled out west as part of the California gold rush and was very successful. He was elected sheriff and city marshal to Nevada City and seemed to be making an honest living for himself. But there were a few blemishes on Plummer's record. In 1857, he took the life of another man while protecting the man's wife. Even though he claimed he was acting in self-defense, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison. His supporters convinced the governor to pardon him, and Plummer was released. He then took the life of another man while trying to carry out a citizen's arrest. This time, he was allowed to leave the state. Plummer moved around the West Coast for a few years. He was easily able to make friends and convince others that he was a person of good standing. He eventually ended up in the small town of Banag, where gold had recently been discovered. Even when he took the life of a third man, there didn't seem to be any consequences for him. Months later, in May of 1863, he was elected sheriff. It was only a few months into Plummer's time as sheriff that crime in the region began to increase. It had always been dangerous to travel with any amount of wealth in the frontier region. A lot of the more wild aspects of the so-called Wild West were exaggerated for entertainment purposes, but there was some truth to them. Law enforcement was very limited, especially in areas between towns, but a new gang of highwaymen or road agents made things even more dangerous. By some accounts, the gang called the Innocents almost wiped out the prospectors in the region. That was likely an exaggeration, but they definitely made it harder for traders going between Bannack and Virginia City. Hundreds of pounds of gold coins and dust were taken from traders. Some lost their lives at the hands of the criminals, but it seems like most survived to warn others. In one instance, a young man was attacked by two road agents. He didn't have anything of value on him, and he was allowed to go as long as he swore not to tell anybody who they were. The young man revealed that Henry Plummer was one of the men who attacked him, but nobody believed him. The attacks became so frequent that a vigilante group was formed. Based out of Virginia City, they called themselves the Vigilance Committee of Alder Gulch. In December of 1963, they captured two suspected road agents, Erastus Red Yeager and George Brown. Yeager gave the Vigilance Committee a list of names and claimed that Plummer was the ringleader. It's possible that he hoped this would save his life, but that wasn't the case. The rest of the gang, including Plummer, were quickly captured. At first, Plummer claimed to have had no involvement in the crimes. When that didn't work, he confessed. He told the mob that if he was given 2 hours and a horse, he would return with his weight in gold. Unfortunately for him, he was not released, and he lost his life at the hands of the committee. Most of the gold that the Innocents stole has never been recovered. It's believed to still be buried somewhere in Montana, just waiting to be discovered. Missing person cases are always shrouded in mystery, but sometimes finding the missing individuals only adds to the unexplained. It was around 7 a.m. on December 12, 1992, when Arnold Archambault and Ruby Berhugier went missing from the scene of a car accident in the Yankton Sioux Indian Reservation in Lake Andes, South Dakota. The young couple had been out drinking the night before, taking with them Ruby's younger cousin, Tracy. At the end of the night, they'd returned to Tracy's home, where Ruby's uncle was taking care of the couple's infant daughter. He told them to go elsewhere to sober up, and he would look after the child for them. For unknown reasons, Tracy had decided to continue hanging out with the couple rather than staying home. They were in Arnold's car, with Arnold driving and Ruby in the passenger seat. Shortly before 7 a.m., they came to an intersection. According to Tracy, they came to a stop, and Arnold noted that no cars were coming in either direction. When he set off again, he hit a black patch of ice, and the car was sent spinning into a ditch at the side of the road. When Tracy came to again, the car was upside down. Arnold was no longer inside, and Ruby was screaming. Ruby managed to get the car door open and slipped out, but the door closed again before Tracy could escape the vehicle. Arnold and Ruby disappeared, leaving Tracy behind. By the time help arrived, Tracy was the only one at the scene. A search of the surrounding area took place. The ditch at the side of the road was filled with water that had been iced over. Investigators suspected that the couple might have fallen through the ice, but there was no sign of broken ice anywhere in the vicinity. Multiple searches up and down the ditch offered no clues, and there was no explanation about what happened to the couple. It was assumed that they'd fled the scene of the crash because Arnold had been drinking, and they didn't want him to be punished for driving under the influence. Arnold and Ruby's family were less certain, as they believed the couple would have gotten in touch with them if that were the case. Months later, in March of 1993, a motorist made a disturbing discovery just 75 yards from the scene of the crash. Ruby's body was found in the ditch, still wearing the clothes that she'd been in when she was last seen. Her shoes and glasses were missing. The body was in such a bad state that investigators could only identify her due to a distinctive tattoo. Arnold's body was found a few feet away, under 4 feet of water. His body wasn't in as bad of a state and could be identified. The cause of their passing was determined to be exposure, but investigators didn't believe that they'd been there the entire time. There had been sightings of Arnold in the month after his disappearance, including one at a New Year's Eve party. The person who reported the sighting took and passed a polygraph test. There were a few other discrepancies at the crime scene. A clump of Ruby's hair was found at the side of the road that didn't seem to have been exposed to the elements for 3 months. Investigators also found 3 keys in Arnold's pockets, but the locks these were associated with could never be identified. Over 30 years later, the mystery has never been solved, and few new clues have emerged since Ruby and Arnold were discovered. Most of the English-speaking world will know the stretch of open water between the southernmost tip of South America and the South Shetland Islands of Antarctica as the Drake Passage. But in some Spanish-speaking countries, the strait bears the name of Francisco de Hoces, who's believed to have discovered it more than 50 years before Francis Drake. But de Hoces never made it home, and the fate of him and his ship remains a mystery. Francisco de Hoces wasn't a name that would have been well known when he set sail in 1526 as part of the Loisaw expedition. The plan was to travel west, passing through the Strait of Magellan, to get through to the Pacific Ocean. But as the ships neared the entrance to the strait, they were hit by a heavy storm. Most of the ships were able to reach shelter in time, but de Hoces was forced to sail further south to try to get out of the gale. Once the storm had passed, the San Lesmes rejoined the other ships from the expedition, sharing stories of the new discovery, but they decided not to investigate it further, instead taking the Magellan Strait through to the Pacific Ocean. Even today, the Drake Passage is notoriously difficult to navigate, with fierce winds that can easily blow sailors off course. If the Loisaw expedition had attempted to go this more southerly route, it's possible that none of the ships would have returned to Spain to tell of the discovery. Unfortunately for the San Lesmes and her crew, they wouldn't make it that far. While the expedition was in the Pacific Ocean, they were hit by another storm. This time, de Hoces and his sailors became separated from the rest of the expedition for good. For centuries, the fate of de Hoces has remained a mystery. The most likely explanation is that the ship was wrecked and de Hoces was lost at sea with his men. But some have put forward an alternative hypothesis. When James Cook arrived at certain Pacific islands in the late 1700s, he noted that many of the locals seemed to have European features. Some have suggested that that may have been because they were actually the descendants of de Hoces and his crew. Evidence includes cannons and strange stones located on the Amanu Atoll, an atoll in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The island was first discovered by Europeans in 1606, but in 1925, Spanish cannons from the 16th century were found on the island. It's theorized that the San Lesmes made landfall here, and de Hoces ordered the heavy cannons and ballast stones to be left behind to make the ship lighter. Where the ship went from there is a mystery. It's possible that de Hoces and his men reached a populated Polynesian island and spent the rest of their lives there, while others believe they may have hopped between various islands and even reached New Zealand and Australia. March 20th, 1980 was a seemingly ordinary day for Jeffrey Keith Hedgewood, but it would be the last time that any of his friends or family ever heard from him. What happened to the student after that remains a mystery over 40 years later. Jeffrey was 23 years old at the time of his disappearance, and from the outside appeared to be in a good place. He was studying business at the University of Southern Mississippi, where he was a senior with above-average grades. He also owned a bar, the Townhouse Lounge in Hattiesburg, which seemed to be fairly successful. His family didn't know of anybody who had any problems with him, and there was no known reason why Jeffrey's life would suddenly change in the way that it did that March evening. The day of Jeffrey's disappearance started like any other. He attended classes at the university and went to the bank to take out some money. Online sources say he purchased flowers for a date that he'd arranged for that evening and got a haircut. At about 3 p.m., he opened the bar. It was a Thursday, and the bar was fairly busy, as Jeffrey was running a 2-for-1 deal on drinks. Jeffrey wouldn't stay for the whole night though. He'd arranged for someone else to cover him later in the evening, and left the bar sometime between 9:30 and 10 p.m. According to a family member, he purchased a bottle of alcohol from a liquor store that would have closed at 10 p.m. Jeffrey was supposed to meet his date at the apartment that he shared with his roommates, but he wasn't there when the date arrived. His roommates returned home later that evening, and they found the front door of the apartment open, but there was no sign of Jeffrey inside. According to the family member, the bottle that he'd bought and his wallet were found there, indicating that he'd arrived at some point before leaving again and vanishing into the night. As well as Jeffrey, his car and keys were also missing. Jeffrey drove a 1974 Oldsmobile. A vehicle matching that description was spotted on the night of the disappearance, apparently being driven erratically. It was involved in a minor road traffic accident with another vehicle, but the driver didn't stop. It couldn't be confirmed whether it was Jeffrey driving the car. The day after the disappearance, Jeffrey's car was found abandoned on a dead-end road behind an old Methodist hospital. Unfortunately, the discovery only left investigators with more questions than answers in this mystery. Nothing seemed out of place in the vehicle. There was no sign that there'd been more than one occupant in the car before it was abandoned, and no indication there'd been a struggle or any foul play. The only thing that seemed strange was a muddy handprint on the vehicle. As Jeffrey's parents appealed for information, a strange twist in the case came. Jeffrey had a half-brother who he had apparently never met. 6 months after the mysterious disappearance, that half-brother was involved in a police standoff that led to him passing away, and Jeffrey's ID was found on his body. The police believed that the half-brother wasn't involved in Jeffrey's disappearance, but had stolen some belongings before Jeffrey vanished. Anyone with information on this case is asked to contact the Hattiesburg Police Department at 601-545-4900. During and shortly after the Second World War, many important pieces of art disappeared from the public eye, never to be seen again. Some of these have become more famous in the decades after their disappearance, but others are less well known to the general public. La Voiture Noire, or the Black Car, falls into the latter category. The Black Car was a car built by the Bugatti Company in 1936. It was one of only 4 Bugatti Type 57SC Atlantic cars to ever be produced. The cars were designed by Jean Bugatti, son of the company founder. They were based on a previous design that used an extremely lightweight but flammable material for the bodywork panels, which meant traditional welding couldn't take place. Instead, the panels were riveted together, creating an iconic seam. Even though the Atlantic cars were made from traditional aluminum, they kept the dorsal fin seam that ran from the front to the back of the car. The speed of the cars, put together with the look, meant they were highly valuable when they were produced. Bugatti considered them one of his most innovative and valuable creations. He kept one, the Black Car, for himself. The other 3 were sold to wealthy Europeans. In the early years of World War II, there was a rush across Europe to hide away valuables so they didn't fall into the hands of the German army, and luxury cars were no exception. This was especially the case in France, where many race cars were hidden away in barns to stop them from falling into enemy hands. Some owners took further precautions, shipping them out of the country to the UK or US. In 1938, the Black Car was put on a train, heading for Bordeaux, along with a cargo of other cars. Whether it ever ended up in Bordeaux is a mystery. Unfortunately, Jean Bugatti wouldn't survive the war. He passed away in a car accident in 1939, so never made any efforts to recover his car. It would be a while before anybody realized it was missing, by which point the hopes of recovering the car were slim. There's no record of the car ever arriving in Bordeaux, and all that remains are theories about what might have happened to it. Some have suggested that it was never on the train to begin with, and remained in the hands of Bugatti engineers. Other sources claim that it was given to 2 of Bugatti's racing drivers, and then disappeared from view when the last owner returned to England. More disappointing theories suggest that it was simply destroyed during an air raid in the war, and now it can never be recovered. If it were found today, it would be worth around $100 million, and would be one of the most valuable cars on the planet. In 1949, socialite Mimi Boomhauer disappeared without a trace, leaving behind a wealthy estate and confused friends and family. Her case was eerily similar to that of the much more famous disappearance of Jean Spangler, who went missing months later. Like Jean, no trace of Mimi was ever found, and the mystery remains unsolved. Mimi was described as the merry widow by her friends. She was only 48 years old, but had been widowed for 6 years after the passing of her husband, a wealthy linoleum businessman. Mimi had continued to live her luxurious lifestyle, attending social events with friends and generally having a good time. But there were signs that the money was running out. She'd begun to sell her late husband's trophy collection, and had put her house up for sale at below market value. She had also previously taken out a loan to start a business, but that hadn't worked out. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary in the days leading up to her disappearance, but in hindsight, friends noticed some strange incidents. A few days before her disappearance, Mimi went to buy coats. While there, she said she couldn't purchase anything that day as she needed to talk to her husband. She quickly corrected herself, saying that she meant her family. That was still strange, as she never asked them for permission to buy anything. This could just have been Mimi looking for a way to politely exit the store, or it could have been a slip-up that revealed an important clue in the mystery. Mimi had been due to have dinner with a friend on August 17th but called to cancel, saying that something else had come up. It was very unusual for her to cancel plans, and her excuse was weak, but at the time her friends didn't think much of it. The following day, Mimi met with her business manager. She said she had a meeting with a gentleman at her home and would call him at 8:30 p.m. Later that day, she chatted with a friend on the phone until around 8. The call to her business manager never came through, and she was never heard from again. It was a few days before anybody realized Mimi was missing. When police went to the house, they found the lights were all on and the door locked. Inside, they discovered a salad on the table and a dress on Mimi's bed, but there was no sign of her. On August 24th, her purse was found in a phone booth with a note addressed to the police, saying that it had been discovered on a beach on the day of Mimi's disappearance. There was no sign that the purse had ever been on the beach, and the person who left it there has never come forward. Foul play couldn't be ruled out. There was no sign of a disturbance at the house, but there was a chance that the mysterious gentleman Mimi was supposed to meet with had caused her disappearance. More than 70 years later, it's unlikely Mimi herself is still alive, but there's a possibility that someone knows what happened to her, and the mystery can be solved. Delisha Waddy, a 24-year-old woman from Richmond, Virginia, mysteriously vanished on the 9th of March 2017, and ever since, her missing person case has baffled the authorities as she's still not been found. What is known about her case is that on the day that she went missing, she made a post on her Facebook account stating it's never too late to do the right thing. Don't get discouraged, speaking to myself also. Later on that morning, at around 9:30 a.m., surveillance footage showed Delisha at an apartment complex on Newbridge Road, where she got into her car, an SUV, and drove away. In that footage, nothing seems out of place. Staff members at Camp Wilderness in Doswell would later tell the authorities that Delisha arrived there later that day, and that she wanted to book a cabin, and at around 11:30 a.m., she spoke to someone about their rates. She seemingly couldn't afford the full rate, and so started haggling with one of the staff members over the price. But they were unable to settle on a mutually agreed amount, and Delisha had no choice but to leave. But instead of leaving the camp, she walked a short distance away and sat down. At first, the camp staff debated whether they should call the police to check on her, but they thought that she was probably just having a bad day and left it at that. She was next seen walking from the camp towards Route 30, and to do so, she crossed into Caroline County. This was the last time that anyone had any contact with her, and when her SUV was found abandoned but with the engine still running in Hanover, concern grew over her safety. The vehicle was checked and found to be in perfect working order with a full tank of gas. When a search was conducted, investigators found some of Delisha's belongings, including her purse, wallet, driver's license, cell phone, clothing, and shoes in an area close to Meadow Event Park. That area was also thoroughly searched, but with no result, and no further trace of her was found. The search was then called off when someone called the police to report that they'd seen her in a field close to Route 30. Cadaver dogs were sent to track Delicia's scent, and they followed her to a nearby house, but then lost the trail. One of her friends would later state that they saw her walking on Findall Avenue in Richmond, but again, this led nowhere. Since her disappearance that day, Delicia hasn't made contact with any of her family members or friends, and her case remains under investigation. Despite the strange circumstances surrounding her disappearance, and the fact that so many of her belongings were later found abandoned, the police do not think that any foul play is involved, and they're hopeful that Delicia will still be found. She's described as having black hair and brown eyes. She stands around 5 foot 1 inches tall and weighs around 145 pounds. She can also be recognized by her tattoos, 2 of which are hearts located on the sides of her collarbone. She also has leopard spots on one of her arms, the name Brian on her chest, an anchor also on her chest, the words Metria on her wrist, and several other tattoos that are positioned around the rest of her body. When she was last seen, she was wearing black pants with a black and white tank top and a colorful baseball hat. If you have any information on Delicia's case, you're asked to contact either the Caroline County Sheriff's Office at 804-633-1120 or the Hanover County Sheriff's Office at 804-365-6140. Delicia's NamUs case number is MP60450. Every year, the authorities are inundated with calls from people reporting a loved one missing while they were on vacation, and thankfully, most of these cases are usually quickly solved. But the disappearance of Willis Edwin Darendoff while he was on holiday remains a mystery. 34-year-old Willis is a native to Alaska, and at the time lived in Huslia with his family. He was working for a mining company on occasion, and is described by his family as a man with a passion for music, since he was known to be a good singer and guitarist who also enjoyed various other instruments. Since Willis only worked at the mine on a seasonal basis, he had some time in October of 2020 to do some traveling since the season had ended. He decided to go to Fairbanks, where he planned on doing some fishing, and while there he stayed at an extended stay America Hotel. But while he was there, he started feeling ill, and he called his mother at around 6 a.m. on the 9th of November 2020 to tell her that he was considering going for a COVID-19 test. He lost his ID as well as his bank card and told his mother that he would be replacing those before returning to Huslia. He said he also needed to get a new phone. His sister Josephine and his father were also visiting Fairbanks at the time, and at one point they decided to visit him at the hotel. But when they arrived there that same day, he was nowhere to be seen. They asked staff members if they knew what Willis's travel plans were, and they tried getting in contact with him, but found that they couldn't access his room. But they did state that they'd seen him in the building that morning, and so his father and sister left and returned home. When no one had any contact with him by the following day, his family became concerned and filed a missing person report. One of Willis's friends would later state that he dropped by his room on the 10th, but Willis told him that he was with a woman, and so the friend left. He was then seen again later that day at Wright's Air Service and on Airport Way, where he was spotted in a Fred Meyer grocery store. His family has not heard from him since, and his current whereabouts remain unknown. Few more witnesses reported seeing Willis in the days that followed. On the 11th of October, he was seen at a Stone Soup Cafe in Gaffney Road, and the next day he was seen near his hotel in the company of a man who was described as Native American, tall with a thick mustache, and who had a black Carhartt jacket on. Willis was wearing the same clothes that he wore on the 10th, a black leather jacket, red fleece pants, and a beanie. No further clues were found, and Willis's mother would spend the next 8 months looking for him in Fairbanks, but to no avail. A private investigator employed by the family could find no new information, and almost 4 years have now passed without any new leads being received. Willis's family says he has black hair, brown eyes, stands 5 foot 9 inches tall, and weighs 160 pounds. He also has several tattoos, including the word Tracy on one hand, the letters RJW on the other, and the phrase "sometimes quiet is violent" on one of his forearms. If you know where Willis is or have any information on what happened to him, you're asked to contact the Alaska State Troopers at 907-269-5511 or the Fairbanks Police at 450-6500, quoting agency case number AK-200-86592. Willis's NamUs case number is MP75666. A reward of up to $30,000 is being offered to anyone who comes forward with information leading to the capture of those responsible for the killing of Juan Leon Laureles, known to his friends and family as Leon, that occurred on the 10th of May, 1996. The circumstances surrounding Leon's case are strange and complicated to say the least, and today investigators are still trying to figure out exactly what happened. But investigators are certain that foul play was involved, and have speculated that he may have been killed because he was a homosexual. At the time, Leon lived in Bangs, Texas with his brother, and on the 9th of May, he set out in his 1988 Ford Thunderbird for his overnight shift at a Kroger grocery store, which is located in Brownwood. No one is certain what happened next, but what is known is that he was afraid since he told his sister 2 days earlier that he was worried someone was trying to hurt him, though he couldn't give a reason. Staff at the store reported seeing Leon's car in the parking lot at around 11:45, but by midnight, they realized that it was no longer there. They found this strange since he was supposed to start his shift at 12. They also noticed that another car that was parked next to his had also left. That's when the case got even stranger. Just in half an hour after his car was seen at the store, the police received reports of a car that was burning on Farm to Market Road, which is situated next to a shooting range. Here, they found Leon and noticed that his life had been ended with the use of a firearm. Since another car was seen in the store parking lot, it was immediately speculated that someone got into Leon's car and forced him to drive to the area while being followed by someone in the other car. But no one saw who was in the other car, whether Leon had spoken to anyone in the parking lot, or what happened at the scene. The case went cold until 2008, when it was announced that a person of interest had been identified, but they were never taken into custody and no further information was made available. Almost 30 years later, investigators are still baffled by the case, and it seems that this may be one of those true crime mysteries that will never be solved unless new information comes to light in the future. Leon's family has been left devastated by the case and has repeatedly appealed to the public for information, but no one has ever come forward with a new lead. But the case does remain open, and investigators will follow up on any new information that comes in, so that justice can be served. In August of 2022, 38-year-old Chelsea Woods was living in Clinton, Arkansas with her 12-year-old son. She'd been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, and on the 26th of that month, she called her mother, Sherry Lawrence, and said something disconcerting. She told her mother that if anything were to happen to her, that she loves her. She then hung up the phone without giving any explanation, and naturally this caused her mother some concern, since it sounded very ominous. Then the case got even stranger. 2 days later, at around 7:03 a.m., Chelsea made a call to 911, stating that she was afraid of someone who was in her house with her. The resulting police report noted that she had made the call in reference to a domestic disturbance that had taken place. Witnesses would later tell investigators that Chelsea was in a bad state of mind, that she wasn't making any sense, and that she suddenly ran out the door and was seen running into the nearby woods. Police officers responded to the 911 call and were told that she was in the woods. They managed to track her down, but she told them that she would only speak to one specific officer, but he wasn't present. They noticed that she was carrying a large sharpened blade, and upon being told that the officer she requested wasn't available, she took off again and ran deeper into the wooded area. For the next hour, they tried to convince her that everything was fine and that she could return to her house, but she refused to believe them, and she managed to evade them. This was the last time that anyone saw Chelsea. When she still hadn't made contact with any of her friends or family members 3 days later, her aunt called the police and requested that they perform a welfare check at her house. They were happy to oblige and traveled to her home, but when they got there, they were alarmed to find the front door standing open, with the rest of the house empty, save for the cat that was found inside. When a search was conducted, her driver's license, purse, and a few other items were found in an area near her house, and further searches were carried out in the woods near her house, but nothing further was ever found. Investigators stated that a reward of $5,000 is being offered to anyone who has information that leads to Chelsea's case being solved. But to this day, no further clues have ever been found, and no one has come forward with any leads. Chelsea's family describes her as having brown hair and brown eyes, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall and weighing 180 pounds at the time that she went missing. She's known to wear eyeglasses, but unfortunately no one was able to tell investigators what she was wearing the last time that she was seen before disappearing. This case has left investigators baffled for nearly 2 years, since Chelsea seems to have just vanished into thin air, and since she stated that she was afraid of someone inside her house, though such an individual was never identified. One can only wonder what she would have told the specific officer that she requested, had she been able to speak to him. Chelsea's family is desperate for answers in her case, and is hopeful that she will still be found one day. They've asked anyone who learns of her whereabouts or who has any information on her case, no matter how seemingly insignificant, to come forward by contacting the Van Buren County Sheriff's Office at 501-745-2112. In October of 2018, 40-year-old Marco Cluas was a resident of the 4200 block of Copeland Street in South Dallas. His brother, 51-year-old Earl, lived close by, and people in the area described them as well-liked by the community. Marco was working as an operator for Nesquik and was engaged to a woman named Amina Muhammad. The couple had planned to get married in about 6 months, but in the meantime, they enjoyed going to the movies, visiting different restaurants, and spending time with their families. Marco had a son, and on the 23rd of March, he called his fiancée, Amina, and told her that he was looking after him. She found this strange since she was under the impression that the child would be spending time with his grandmother that day. She asked why these arrangements had changed, to which Marco replied that he missed him and that he just wanted to spend some time with him. But eventually, the time came for his son to go home, and those who were with Marco stated that he found this very hard, and he started crying while saying goodbye. Then at 12:30 a.m. the following morning, witnesses saw Earl running out of his house after hearing a commotion at Marco's house. He was horrified to discover that Marco had been attacked with a firearm and that his life had been ended, but he managed to catch sight of the perpetrators and he jumped in his car and gave chase. The same witnesses saw the occupants of the other vehicle firing at him, but he gave chase nonetheless, which ended up costing him his life too, as he crashed a short while later after losing control of his vehicle. Marco's mother, Erlene, learned that Marco's life had been ended, and she immediately called Earl, not knowing that both brothers were deceased. She couldn't understand why Earl wasn't answering his phone, and it would only be later that she received the devastating news that 2 of her sons had passed away. She would later tell media outlets that Marco and Earl helped look after her 3rd son, who had a history of seizures, and when he found out about the tragic events that unfolded that night, he found it very hard to come to terms with. Understandably, he became depressed, and on the 16th of January the following year, he suffered from another seizure, from which he would never recover. Attempts were made to resuscitate him, but to no avail, and since his heart had stopped, he too passed away. Erlene is certain that someone in the area knows what happened that night, and has repeatedly asked anyone with information to come forward, but to date, no one has, and Marco's case remains unsolved. In an effort to find more information, a $5,000 reward is being offered to anyone who comes forward with information leading to the capture of Marco's attackers, but the reward remains unclaimed at present. Strangely, not much further information is available in this case. Witnesses have not described the car that Earl chased after. They haven't given descriptions of any suspects, and no one knows of anyone with the motive to end Marco's life. The Dallas Police Department has urged anyone with information on Marco's case to come forward, and has reminded the public that they can remain anonymous by calling Crime Stoppers at 214-373-8477. Alternatively, they can contact the Dallas Police Department at 214-671-3584. In February of 2023, 37-year-old Nicholas Downey from Gulfport in Mississippi decided to take some time off of work so that he could visit his wife, Holly, who was spending time in a rehabilitation center in Mississippi, while he worked in Bradenton, Florida. He was also father to 2 teenage children, a son and a daughter, who normally lived with their mother in Kentucky. To make the trip to see Holly, he would have to have spent about 4 days on the road, and to do so, he decided to rent a car, a Tesla. He made the trip to the rehab center, spent some time with Holly, and then started the long drive back to Florida. Along the way, he noticed that the Tesla's battery was getting low, and so he decided to pull over behind a McDonald's restaurant in Marianna, Florida. CCTV footage from an area near the electric car charging station showed someone arriving in a Tesla, a car that's easily identifiable, and getting out to put it on to charge. They then get back in the car and drive away. The driver then turned onto State Road 71 instead of getting onto the interstate as Nicholas had planned. The owner of the rental car was aware of Nicholas's intended route, and while following his progress via a mobile app, he realized that the car had been driven in a different direction. This prompted him to send a text message that read, "Hello, are you making your way here? I see you driving the opposite direction with no chargers nearby. I hope everything is okay." The message would have appeared on the car's dashboard, and he expected to learn Nicholas's new route, but he never received a reply, and he immediately became concerned. Nicholas was scheduled to work a shift on the 27th of February, but he never arrived, and he's not been in contact with any of his friends and family since he left Mississippi. When he still remained missing on the 3rd of March, a missing person report was opened in Gulfport. The following day, the police received reports of a Tesla that was found abandoned between Turkey Creek Road and Prison Road in Liberty County. It had damage to the windshield that had occurred when the car was driven under a cable that was suspended over an access road. The car was found about 1.5 miles from the cable. The battery was almost empty, but could have continued on for a short while, and no one could understand why it had been abandoned. The owner of the car was able to unlock it remotely, and when it was searched, Nicholas's extra clothes, a drone that he used for work, a McDonald's receipt, and 2 cell phones were found inside. One of the phones belonged to Holly and was in Nicholas's possession, since patients at the rehab center were not allowed to keep their phones with them. Holly would only learn of her husband's disappearance when she was allowed to call him on Monday morning, and a deputy answered the call. Investigators found it strange that they couldn't find any footprints around the abandoned car, and when a search of the surrounding area was conducted, no trace of Nicholas was found. The search was carried out on the ground and in the air with the use of helicopters, but to no avail. This case has many aspects that just don't seem to make any sense, and investigators have asked anyone with information that could point them in the right direction to contact them. There has been some speculation that Nicholas wasn't the only one driving the car when it left the McDonald's restaurant, but this remains speculation. He's described as having brown hair and hazel eyes. He can also be identified by a tattoo of an anatomically correct heart on his chest. Unfortunately, no one is certain what he was wearing when he was last seen. Anyone who has seen Nicholas or who knows where he is urged to call the Liberty County Sheriff's Department at 850-643-2235. Any leads that are received will be followed up on. 70-year-old David Moffett from Center Township, Michigan, inexplicably disappeared on the 29th of September 2023. But this wasn't the first time that he went missing. David suffers from Alzheimer's disease and hence is prone to becoming disoriented. 2 weeks earlier, his whereabouts were unknown for about 13 hours when he wandered away from his residence in Center Township. And when he was eventually tracked down, investigators learned that he'd been asking people for a ride to Rogers City, which his family found strange since he didn't know anyone there. He also told a few people that he lived in Petoskey, which they found equally as baffling since he had never lived there. It was later determined that he'd likely forgotten to take his Alzheimer's medication, and as a result had become bewildered. The case of his second disappearance would play out very differently though, as he still has not been found. What is known is that on the 29th of October, he left his residence at around 10 a.m. to take his dog Stella for a walk. He neglected to take his phone with him, which is unfortunate, since it could have been used to track his movements after he disappeared. He also didn't have any money with him since his wallet was found at his house, and he also left without his ID. When he still hadn't come home by 3:30 p.m., he was reported as missing, and an investigation ensued. Everyone involved feared for his safety, since he would have been vulnerable thanks to his condition, and since he didn't have his medication with him. One of David's friends later reported that he saw him walking along Levering and Larks Lake roads at around 4:30 a.m. that day, but no further sightings were ever reported. Stella, the dog, would eventually arrive at the house almost a week later, but she was alone. After being fed and allowed to rest, Stella led investigators to an area where they found her footprints, and they then had some idea of David's movements before he vanished. The prints were found beneath a set of power transmission lines, and the area was thoroughly searched with the help of over 100 volunteers and a team of search dogs. The search was officially called off, and the investigation became a clue-based one, but no further clues were ever found, and David's whereabouts remain unknown to this day. He's described as having white hair and brown eyes. He stands 5 foot 9 inches tall, and at the time weighed 135 pounds. The last time that he was spotted, he was wearing a green sweater, brown pants, a checkered shirt, and a baseball hat. Those close to David are increasingly anxious to learn what happened to him, and they've asked any member of the public who's seen him or knows which direction he walked into to contact the Emmett County Sheriff's Office at 231-439-8900. David's nameless case number is MP109915. At the time that she went missing, 41-year-old Jamie Allen had been living in St. Charles Parish in Louisiana for a long time. But in the wake of the destruction caused by Hurricane Ida, she was forced to move to Harahan in April of 2002, since she was unable to find a new place. On the 28th of May, Jamie spoke to her daughter, Callie, via text messages, but this would be the last time that Callie had any contact with her mother. That same day, Jamie was involved in a car crash that didn't involve any other vehicles, in the 5700 block of River Road. She was then seen by witnesses as she walked away from the scene at around 9:30, and later some of her belongings, including her cell phone and purse, were found on a bicycle path near Williams Boulevard, which is located in Kenner. It isn't known why Jamie's phone was abandoned there, since she could have been tracked had she still had it in her possession. But the area where it was found was subsequently searched, but with no positive result. One of Jamie's friends later stated that she had a close bond with her family, especially her children, and that she would never willingly abandon them. At times, she had to work multiple jobs to support her family. This makes it all the more strange that she's not been in contact with any of her family members or friends, which has caused them a great deal of concern. Since Jamie's purse was found with cash still inside, it isn't believed that she was robbed or that foul play is involved in her disappearance. After her phone was found, it was sent to a lab to be analyzed in case it held some information that could be useful to the police. But the results of this analysis remain unknown, since no further information was ever released. It should be noted that Jamie was taking medication that was later found at her residence, though it's not been specified what the medication was for, or whether this is another cause for further concern. Since no one has spotted Jamie and no further clues were ever found during the investigation, authorities have reached out to members of the public to appeal to anyone with information to come forward, in hopes that Jamie will eventually be found. It's now been 2 years since Jamie went missing, and her family is desperate to learn what happened that day, since the fact she walked away from the crash is very out of character for her, and the items found following her disappearance should have remained in her possession. Some people have speculated that she may have suffered a head injury during the crash, and that she became disoriented, but she never checked into a hospital and hasn't contacted anyone for help, including the police. But her case does remain an open investigation, and any new leads are welcomed. Jamie is described by her family as having brown hair and brown eyes. She stands between 5'8" and 5'10", and at the time that she disappeared weighed around 120 pounds. Anyone who spots Jamie or has any information on where she may have gone after the car crash is asked to contact the Harahan Police Department at 504-737-6380. You can also contact Sergeant Drew Deacon at 504-737-9763. Any leads that are received will be pursued. Jamie's nameless case number is MP96129. The case of the disappearance of 42-year-old Krista Daniel from Detroit, Michigan, is one that remains unsolved 4 years after the fact, and it's made all the more distressing by the fact that investigators believe there was some kind of foul play involved. Krista was a mother to 5 children, and her family had experienced a tragedy just a month before she went missing, as her husband unfortunately passed away. They described her as an intelligent person who always showed compassion toward others. There are a few definite details in Krista's case, but it's certain that she was at Olar's party store on the 22nd of April, 2020, at around 7:30 p.m., since she was spotted by CCTV security cameras there. She then left the store and walked across 8 Mile Road, which wasn't strange since this is the route she would have taken to get back to her Hawthorne home. But she never made it back to her house, and when her family didn't hear from her, they contacted the Detroit Police Department to file a missing person case. During the resulting investigation, it came to light that Krista had gone to the party store to collect some money from a friend of the family. She told her family that she would only be going to the store and then come right back home. Investigators have not revealed why, but they believe she may no longer be alive. They've stated that it's likely that she was accosted by someone while she was walking home, after which they speculate that she was placed in a vehicle's trunk and driven to an unknown location. Her mother has echoed these sentiments and has stated that she believes Krista fell victim to someone who took her life and then disposed of her body. She also believes that someone in the surrounding community has information about what happened to her, but they're too scared to come forward to the police. On one occasion, she stated that she had a phone conversation with someone who knew Krista, and she did her best to get as much information from them as possible. But they stated that they were too afraid to speak out, and it isn't known what information they may have. While foul play is expected, investigators haven't released any information that can confirm this suspicion, and for now they're hoping that someone will be brave enough to contact them anonymously, so that Krista's family can be given some form of closure. Krista is described as having graying hair and green eyes. She's 6 foot 4 inches tall, and in 2002 weighed 130 pounds. She also has a tattoo of the name Charlie on her right ankle, next to another of a cross with roses. She's known to have a mole above her left eye, a scar on her left arm, and another on her abdomen. The last time Krista was seen, she was wearing a teal-colored coat with a brown hoodie, blue jeans, and brown boots. At the time, she had her hair tied in a ponytail. She also had a blue bag with her, according to witnesses. This is where Krista's case goes cold, as no further information has been received, and no further clues in her disappearance have ever been found. If you have any information on where Krista can be found, or about the person or people responsible for her disappearance, you're asked to contact the 11th Precinct of the Detroit Police Department at 313-596-1140. Since it's believed that members of the community are worried about their own safety if they come forward, investigators have reminded them that they can submit a tip anonymously by contacting Crime Stoppers at 800-773-2587. Alternatively, they can submit a tip by visiting 1-800-SPEAKUP.org. And it should be noted that a reward of $2,500 is on offer for any useful information. Krista's nameless case number is MP71568. Christmas is supposed to be a time when families come together to celebrate the festive season and to spend some quality time together. But the days following Christmas of 2017 turned out very differently for the family of 29-year-old Shannon Cheryl Steele. The family had spent some time together on Christmas Day and had exchanged gifts. Shannon's mother remembers the day well since her daughter's gift to her had been misplaced, which caused Shannon no small amount of confusion. They described her as a strict mom who loved her 4 children more than anything else. She always made sure that they did their chores and that they showed respect to the rest of the family, who she and her children were very close with. She stayed active by playing basketball and running. She was also known to be an active member of her church and her children's school. By all accounts, she was a strong woman who was loved by those who got to know her. On the 28th of December of that year, police officers arrived at Shannon's house in Demopolis, Alabama, at 3:10 p.m. with the intention of serving civil papers to someone who was living in the house, but instead they found themselves in the middle of a homicide investigation. Upon reaching the house, the officers knocked on the door, and instead of being greeted by Shannon, her 4-year-old son opened the door. They asked if he knew where his mother was, and he led them inside into Krista's bedroom, where they found her deceased. They realized that foul play was involved when they noticed that she'd been attacked by someone with a firearm. And since she lived in a small town, they were confident that someone would eventually come forward with information, but unfortunately this never happened. Shannon's aunt found out about the attack while she was working her shift as a 911 dispatcher, and the news left her devastated. At Shannon's house, investigators did all they could to find information on what happened by talking to her neighbors and looking for any possible clues, but they found nothing useful. Strangely, no one had heard a firearm being discharged. No suspicious person was seen in the area, and hence it wasn't known exactly when the attack had been carried out. Hence, no suspects were ever identified, and no one was charged with the heinous crime. Shannon's 4 children have since been living with their grandmother, who's pleaded with members of her community to talk to the police if they have any information that can help bring justice to her daughter's attacker. But so far, no one has come forward. It isn't known whether Shannon lost her life during a robbery attempt, or whether this was a targeted attack, though no one could find any reason why someone would want to end her life, since she was well liked in the community and didn't have any known enemies. The reward for useful information that leads to an arrest being made currently stands at $20,000, and investigators in the case have asked anyone with such information to contact them by visiting or calling the Demopolis Police Department at 334-289-3073. Alternatively, you can contact the department's tip line at 334-216-4077 and may remain anonymous if you wish to do so. In February of 2024, 51-year-old Samantha Murphy was living in Victoria, Australia when she suddenly disappeared. She and her husband Mick were the owners of a small business that provided income for the couple to take care of their 3 children. The night before she vanished, she and Mick hosted a dinner for some of their friends, and during the course of the evening, she told them she was planning on going for a jog the following morning, and she was planning to run about 14 kilometers or about 9 miles. Her intended route would have taken her through the Wuwu Karung Regional Park. The following morning, she set out on her run and was captured on a security camera from a house on Eureka Street as she passed by the front gate at around 7 a.m. The footage shows her jogging alone, and by all appearances, she doesn't seem to be in distress or any kind of danger. She was expected to accompany her family for a brunch outing at 11 a.m. that morning, but when she failed to arrive, Mick filed a missing person report with the Victoria State Police. An investigation was immediately launched, during which the security footage was obtained. When her cell phone records were checked, it was found to have last pinged off a tower almost 9 miles from the family's house, which is just a short distance from the house where she was seen on camera. It was also discovered that she jogged from Wuwu Karung Regional Park to Mount Clear, a distance of about 4.3 miles. The next step was to conduct a search of the forest in hopes that some trace of Samantha would be found, but no additional evidence was uncovered. A week after Samantha went missing, another woman was attacked in the forest by a man who was armed with a rock that had been attached to a stick, and the authorities speculated that the attack and Samantha's disappearance may be connected. Then, on the 6th of March, police took a 22-year-old man named Patrick Orrin Stevenson, the son of a former AFL player named Orrin Stevenson, into custody as they believed he was responsible for Samantha's disappearance. He and his girlfriend Meg Harbor had been living in the house, which is located on Yinden No. 2 Road, and investigators believe he'd been hiding out there after ending Samantha's life. Stevenson had been uncooperative with investigators and has refused to divulge any further information on the case. It would later be discovered that Stevenson was attending St. Francis Xavier Primary School during the time that Samantha was working there as a volunteer. Stevenson remains in custody while the investigation and the search for Samantha continues, and his next court appearance has been scheduled for the 8th of August. Victoria Police have asked members of the public to come forward with any video evidence from their homes or any other information on the case, and they can be contacted by dialing 000. The last time that Samantha was seen, she was wearing black leggings and a purple running singlet. In some missing person cases, investigators believe that a crucial piece of video evidence will be enough to convict the person responsible for the disappearance. And while this is often the case, it's not what occurred during the investigation into the vanishing of 30-year-old Latvian woman, Agnese Klavina. At the time, Agnese was living in London after having moved there from Latvia in hopes that she could make a better life for herself there. She then got an opportunity to work as a receptionist in Costa del Sol in Spain, and so relocated to that country. Then, one night, she went for a night out at a well-known club in Puerto Baños, where her family attempted to contact her, but they got no response, and they started to become concerned. They contacted the Spanish authorities and reported her missing. During the investigation, police officers obtained CCTV security footage from outside the club, which showed Agnès leaving the building in the company of a British man named Wesley Clapper, who's the son of a billionaire property developer. He can be seen putting his arm around her and pointing to a Mercedes that's parked nearby, but Agnès seems to be wary about going to the car, and she can be seen pushing Clapper away from her. He then takes her arm and starts leading her to the car, but again she pulls away. She then starts to back away, but Clapper follows her, despite the fact that she clearly has no interest in going anywhere with him. He then points to the car and leads her to it. Despite still seeming hesitant, she gets in the back seat of the car. Clapper can then be seen shaking a bouncer's hand, and alarmingly, Agnès then opens the door to get out, but it's quickly shut by the bouncer before she can do so. Clapper then gets in the front seat of the car before it can be seen driving off. It would later be revealed that Clapper's friend, Craig Porter, was seated in the car and, thanks to its tinted windows, could not be seen in the footage. He would later claim that he was asleep during the entire incident, though some people have speculated that he may have pulled Agnès back in when she attempted to leave the car. Phone records show that Agnès used her phone for about 14 minutes after leaving the party, and a few hours later, it was either turned off or the battery died. Clapper and Porter were identified and questioned, but they stated that Agnès got into the car willingly and that they dropped her off near the apartment. Further CCTV footage, which has not been released to the public, shows Clapper, Porter, and two other men getting onto a boat belonging to Clapper while carrying a heavy suitcase and a carpet. When Porter's car was searched, investigators found a blonde hair in the trunk, but it isn't known whether it belonged to Agnès. Clapper, Porter, and the club's bouncer were all arrested and brought to trial over the case, and all three men pleaded not guilty. They claimed that the suitcase they were seen carrying only had clothing in it, and that the carpet was used for insulation for the boat. The defense team argued that there was evidence to implicate the three men of any wrongdoing, and ultimately they were found not guilty. Porter would later pass away from COVID after spending some time in the hospital. Agnès' family was devastated to hear the outcome of the trial, and to date, no one knows what happened to her or who's responsible for her suspicious disappearance that night, though many people feel that Clapper and Porter got away with a heinous crime that will now likely never be solved. On the 17th of June, 2024, 19-year-old Jay Slater, who hails from Lancashire in England, disappeared while he was holidaying in Spain, and his case currently remains unsolved. Slater was in Tenerife with a few of his friends, and on the night of his disappearance had attended a rave party. At around 8:35 that night, he posted a video to Snapchat showing himself having a good time. The last of his friends to see him was Lucy Law, who told investigators that Jay had met two other British people while at the party, and when she left, he was still in their company. He then left the party with his new companions. At 7:30 the following morning, he posted another video from one of his friends' Airbnbs, and then left to catch a bus back to his own accommodation in Los Cristiantos. The owner of the Airbnb would later be identified as the last person to see Jay. He stated he was walking alone and didn't seem inebriated, though he was walking very fast. Strangely, Jay decided not to get on a bus, but decided to walk back to his accommodation, unaware that this would have taken him nearly 10 hours to do so. After walking for about 30 minutes, he phoned Lucy at around 8:30 a.m. and informed her that he was lost in the middle of nowhere and was very thirsty as he had no water with him. Lucy later stated that the call ended abruptly, and she contacted the police to file a missing person report. A search was immediately organized with the use of drones, search dogs, and a search helicopter, but no sign of Jay was found. Jay's mother, Debbie Duncan, flew out to Tenerife upon hearing that her son was missing, and with her she brought Jay's older brother, Zach. Bizarrely, she since received calls from people who claim to have taken Jay, though these are believed to be prank calls. When this hotel room was searched, investigators found his passport, clothing, and money, but no further signs of the missing man. More footage of Jay was uncovered after someone who'd shot a cell phone video brought it to the police, and on the 22nd of June, the Masca ravine was searched but to no avail. One witness claimed to have seen Jay in Lancashire while he was sitting on a bench outside of a church with two unknown men, but it was never confirmed whether this was him or not. Several witnesses then came forward to report that they'd seen Jay watching a Euro 2024 football match in Tenerife a few hours after he'd spoken to Lucy for the last time. But again, it could not be determined whether it was him or a case of mistaken identity. Most people feel that this wasn't him, since he would have made contact with Lucy and his family, since he would have known that they were worried about him. The investigation into Jay's case is still ongoing, and his family is hopeful that he'll be found alive and brought back home. Investigators have urged anyone who's seen Jay or who knows what happened to him that night to come forward, no matter how small the detail may be. The case of the disappearance of 21-year-old Nadia Cole is one that's left many people baffled, since the details in the investigation are very strange. At the time of her disappearance in May of 2024, Nadia was engaged to a man named Aaron Ung, who hails from Idaho, though she was living in Port Angeles, Washington. Following her graduation from Washington State University in 2024, she was set to go on holiday to Italy with her mother, Bito. The trip had been in the works for more than 12 months, and so they were excited to take off from the Seattle-Tacoma International Airport, which is located in Washington. The pair made it to the airport, but this is where the details of the case get strange. Nadia told her mother that she needed to use the restroom, and asked her to keep her carry-on bag with her while she was gone. CCTV footage from the airport that was later obtained by the police showed Nadia inexplicably leaving the airport at 3:08 p.m., and it was noted that she seemed to have an anxious expression on her face. Later that afternoon, at around 4 p.m., she was seen again in security footage from 3rd Avenue and University Street in downtown Seattle as she exited a streetcar. She then headed towards the waterfront and seemed to vanish into thin air. When her family couldn't make contact with her, they filed a missing person report, and the Port of Seattle Police Department started investigating. This is when further strange details started to emerge. Investigators discovered that Ung had also left for a holiday that same day. He and his young daughter were supposed to go on a fishing trip to Montana and were set to return home after 5 days. He and his daughter also didn't return home, and so his family reported them as missing at the Pullman Police Department. When he failed to exchange custody of his daughter with her mother on the 3rd of June, a warrant for his arrest was issued since he was committing custodial interference. Investigators have stated that they believe Ung has absconded with his daughter and never had any intention of returning her to her mother as ordered. They believe his disappearance and Nadia's are linked, and a $1,000 reward is being offered to anyone who comes forward with information leading to her current whereabouts. Investigators received a tip from a member of the public who claimed to have seen Nadia in the area of Fife, Washington in late May, but this could not be confirmed. Nadia is described as having blonde hair, green eyes, standing 5 foot 9 inches tall and weighing 130 pounds. She was last seen on security footage and was wearing a green hooded top, black yoga pants, a black jacket, white shoes, and a tan-colored shoulder bag. Ung is described as having black hair and brown eyes. He stands around 5 foot 9 inches tall and weighs 135 pounds. While investigators are fairly certain that the couple is traveling together, this remains mere speculation, since no proof of this has been found. If you or anyone you know has information on Nadia's case, you're asked to contact the Port of Seattle Police Department at 206-787-5401. Anyone who spots Ung or who knows where he might be currently located is asked to contact the Pullman Police Department at 509-334-0802. As an alternative, you can contact the Shepherd Shield Security Group at 877-220-8129 with any helpful information you may have. No matter how inconsequential it may seem, every lead will be followed up on. Investigators from Childers in Queensland, Australia, have released CCTV security footage of 82-year-old Peter Hodgkins, who's gone missing from that area since they've been unable to locate him. Peter went missing on the 19th of May, 2024, and has not been seen or heard from since. The police have made an urgent appeal for members of the public to keep a lookout for him in case he's spotted. The last time that he was seen, Peter was captured on CCTV security footage from an aged care facility on Morgan Street when he left the building at around 6:46 p.m. It was reported that he then started walking south towards Broadhurst Street, but it isn't known what happened to him after that, as he's not made contact with anyone who knows him. In the footage, Peter and another man can be seen exiting the building. He then points off into the distance while talking to the other man, but the footage doesn't seem to show which direction he walked in after that. When he was reported missing, a search of the area where he was last seen was conducted with the aid of drones, trail bikes, and on foot, but no sign of him or his belongings was found. The search for Peter is still ongoing, and investigators have asked people residing in the area to check their own security footage in case their cameras spot him after he was last seen. If such footage is found, it might help ascertain a timeline of his disappearance, as well as offer clues to his last known movements. This will give searchers a better idea of where to search and give them a better chance of locating Peter. It's also been suggested that he may be in the Townsville area, and so people living in that area have been asked to stay vigilant. Emergency services staff have stated that they're increasingly worried about Peter since he's known to suffer from dementia, and since temperatures in the area are set to fall with the onset of winter in the southern hemisphere. Peter is said to be a frail individual, and so he would have a tough time surviving while exposed to the elements for too long. Investigators have used every resource available to them in an effort to help find Peter, but to date, they've been unable to locate him. Searches of the bushland near the aged care home where Peter stayed have been carried out, but these have failed to provide any further clues. It's also been suggested that Peter was picked up by a well-meaning motorist and driven somewhere else, since they may not have known that he was a missing person who was being searched for. At one point, the police received a tip that the missing man was seen on Thompson Road, but when the area was searched, he was nowhere to be found, and it remains unclear whether this was Peter who was seen. Houses in that area are being searched, and a search and rescue headquarters has been set up at the Childers Police Station, so that any incoming information can be processed as quickly as possible. Investigators have also stated that anyone who wants to volunteer in the search can do so by contacting the Childers Police Station. In the CCTV footage, Peter can be seen wearing blue jeans, a blue polo shirt, brown shoes, and a dark coat. If you've seen Peter or know where he may be, you're asked to contact Crime Stoppers at 1-800-333-000. Tips can be submitted online by using the police link Suspicious Activity form. The search for 37-year-old Tom Phillips, who vanished with his 3 young children from Maricopa in New Zealand in September of 2021, has failed to turn up any clues as to his whereabouts, and the investigation into his case is still open today. The 3 children's mother told investigators that she realized Tom was missing with their children on the 13th of September that year, and a missing person report was filed. Following this, a search was carried out for a total of 12 days, but no clues were found. But on the 30th of September, Tom and the 3 children were found alive and well, and he claimed that they'd merely gone on a camping trip and that he needed to clear his head. But he was still charged with wasteful deployment of police resources, since he didn't inform anyone of his plans, and hence caused people to believe that he'd gone missing. It seemed like a case that had been easily solved with a favorable outcome. But then, in December of that year, Phillips and the 3 children went missing once again after he got into an argument with their mother. This time, investigators confirmed they couldn't find anyone at the family's house. But due to his previous disappearance, they decided not to conduct a search, since this would likely have resulted in further waste of resources that could not be used elsewhere. Phillips has been ordered to attend court on the 12th of January 2022 in relation to the charges that he was facing in the first disappearance, but he failed to appear and a warrant for his arrest was issued. Strangely, he then returned home at one point to pick up supplies, and while there, he told his family that he and the children were doing well, but he then left again shortly after. He didn't disclose where he and the children were staying and didn't state when he would be returning. Several people have contacted the police to report that they'd seen Phillips, and all these sightings were investigated, but none brought investigators any closer to locating him or the 3 children. The case has sparked a lot of debate in the country, since people are wondering how Phillips has been able to stay hidden for so long in a tight-knit community that's home to just 69 people and about 2 hours from the nearest city. It's believed that Phillips is hiding out in the wilderness and that he's struggling to find supplies. This is evidenced by the fact that he was charged with aggravated robbery in May of 2023, after he and an unknown person entered a bank and demanded cash before fleeing on a black motorcycle, which was caught by CCTV security cameras. Cameras also captured him and one of his children as they were in the process of stealing a red 4-wheeler that they acquired after breaking the front window of a store where it was being displayed. Investigators have grown increasingly frustrated with the investigation, since they believe some members of the community know where Phillips and his children are, but have elected to keep quiet rather than provide them with these details. They've since announced that an $80,000 reward is being offered to anyone who comes forward with information that leads to them being found. In August of 2023, a witness reported seeing Phillips as he was driving a Toyota Hilux truck and added that he didn't have the children with him. It was later determined that the truck had been stolen. Members of the community have gone as far as to set up roadblocks in an effort to detain Phillips, but their efforts have proven fruitless. Investigators believe he's camping with the children, given the purchases that he's been making, and another warrant for his arrest has been issued. It's possible that he may be hiding out somewhere near his family's farm, but he's not been located, and the search for him and the children continues. In November of 2021, 84-year-old Elena Roy and Chris Cataldo from Fallbrook in California have been a couple for 14 years. On the 3rd of November, they got into an argument, after which Elena left their house at around 1:30 p.m. to go for a walk to clear her head. Chris expected her to be gone for a short while, but when she failed to return, he became concerned and contacted the police to file a missing person report. He told investigators that she would be turning 84 in a few days, and her family confirmed she wasn't in the habit of just disappearing. But she was known to enjoy walking, but always returned home after about an hour. Worryingly, she also showed signs of dementia over the previous few years, adding further concerns for her safety. During their inquiries, investigators found surveillance footage from a grocery outlet store that showed Elena in the building, but added that the footage was taken on the day before she disappeared. As soon as news of Elena's disappearance became public, hundreds of volunteers aided in the search for her, in and around Fallbrook, but no sign of her was found. As many as 60 search and rescue crews combed the area with the help of a helicopter, but this also didn't provide any further clues, despite the search lasting 2 full days. Elena's bank accounts were monitored, but showed no activity. But this was later discovered to be normal, since only Chris ever used the account to withdraw funds from time to time. Elena hadn't used the account for about 2 years. Her family has stated that Elena was very close with them, and that she wouldn't stay out of touch for so long without reason. They've expressed their frustration with Chris, since he only contacted them about the disappearance at 8:45 that evening, telling them they shouldn't panic. When asked why he waited so long, he could give no good explanation, other than he was driving around looking for Elena and finally decided to contact them when it started to get dark that evening. They also found it strange that Chris let her walk away on her own, since he'd recently started accompanying her on her walks due to her worsening condition. He also stated that he didn't contact anyone in the neighborhood while searching for her, since he didn't want to wake anyone up. It then came to light that Elena had been picked up by the side of the road by a fireman once in the past. He noticed her walking alone and took her to the sheriff's station, but when Chris came to collect her, he acted as if he didn't really care, which the fireman found suspicious. Chris has since stated that Elena had started distancing herself from the rest of the family, but they've denied these claims and stated that they were as close as they'd always been. 3 months later, Chris asked one of the family members to get her belongings, but when she did so, she realized that he was having a garage sale and had put many of Elena's belongings up for sale. The family also took exception to the fact that he kept referring to Elena in the past tense, and that he stated during an interview that he was thinking of relocating somewhere else, since there was now nothing keeping him in Fallbrook. A $10,000 reward is being offered to anyone who provides investigators with information leading to Elena being found. Anyone with such information can contact the San Diego Sheriff's Department Homicide Unit at 858-285-6286. Or alternatively, you can contact their anonymous tip line at 888-580-8477. Security footage from a bus in Taiwan has emerged, showing Australian-Singaporean couple Neo Soo Chu and Sim Hui Kok before they suddenly disappeared while on their way to undertake a hiking trip on the 3rd of April 2024. Searchers in the case are becoming increasingly concerned for the couple's safety, since they disappeared following a massive 7.4 earthquake that hit the area, and they've not been seen or heard from since. It's the largest earthquake to hit the country in a quarter of a century, and along with the couple, a further 4 people have not been located. The quake's epicenter was later determined to be Hualien, which is located about 16 miles from Taroko National Park, where they'd planned to start their hike. It's been reported that the quake triggered a series of landslides in the park, causing search crews to become increasingly concerned for their safety. During the investigation, a 14-second piece of footage was recovered from a bus, and it showed the couple getting off at 7:20 a.m. at Shakadang Trail, which is situated inside the park. It is certain that the pair made it into the forest before the quake hit, since a German tourist came forward with a video that he recorded. It showed the two hiking on that same trail just less than a half an hour before the quake hit, and by that point they'd walked about 550 yards into the forest. Search and rescue efforts were hampered when it was discovered that sections of the trail had been covered by rocks and other debris following the quake, and hence progress has since been slow, since those areas needed to be cleared and searched. Some of the couple's clothing has been handed over to search teams so that sniffer dogs can aid in the search, but at present they remain missing. Hundreds of people were left stranded in the park in the hours following the quake, and roads had to be cleared before they could return home. To make matters worse, the earthquake was followed by as many as 779 aftershocks, with at least 2 of those measuring above 6 on the Richter scale. Search efforts included tracking missing people's cell phones, but these efforts were also hampered by fallen debris, resulting in many precious hours being lost. Search teams are hopeful that they'll be able to use the CCTV footage from the bus and the tourist footage to gauge where the couple may have been when the quake hit, but they've been unable to zero in on their location so far. It isn't certain what supplies that couple had with them when they disappeared, and concerns were growing that they would run out of food and water before they were found, but search efforts are still ongoing. In 2014, police from the Isle of Wight in the UK made an appeal to members of the public in that area to be on the lookout for a 53-year-old woman who inexplicably went missing, but she's not been found more than a decade later. On the 7th of June 2014, Victoria Bailey was known to have boarded the number 12 bus and traveled to an area called Freshwater, where she then got off. This was evidenced by CCTV security footage that was obtained from the bus after it became apparent that she'd gone missing. In the clip, Victoria can be seen getting on the bus and paying her fare, along with a queue of other passengers. Later, she can be seen leaving the bus and walking away on her own. She doesn't seem to be in any distress, making her disappearance all the more baffling. As soon as the police were made aware that Victoria had gone missing, a search was organized of the immediate area and the nearby ocean, but they were unsuccessful in locating her, despite continuing the search for several days. Investigators have also released a photo of the model of cell phone she was carrying with her, which is a silver or black Samsung GT E2550. But despite these efforts, her phone has also never been found. At 9:15 a.m. on the 19th of June, a witness contacted the police to report that they believed they'd spotted Victoria walking on New Barn Road and that she was heading towards York Avenue, which is situated in East Coast. The witness stated that the woman in question was wearing a purple blouse and black capri pants. This prompted another search of that area, but once again, no sign of Victoria was found, and it remains unknown whether she was the woman who was seen. People in the area were interviewed, but no one had seen the woman who was spotted. Following this, Victoria's family made an urgent appeal to the public to be on the lookout for her, and for anyone who had any information on where she could be to come forward. It's been speculated that she walked a Tennyson Trail, which is seen as a challenging 14-mile hike that stretches from Carisbrook to the Needles, though no evidence has ever been found that she actually entered the trail. Her sister, Lisa Lawrenson, also made a public appeal directly to Victoria, in which she asked her to make contact with her family so that they could rest assured that she was doing fine. She added that Victoria didn't have to disclose her location, but they desperately wanted to hear from her. With no further leads coming in, the police asked other passengers who were on the number 12 bus that day to come forward with any information they had, such as where Victoria went after getting off the bus. They speculate that she may have spoken to one of her fellow passengers and may have mentioned what her plans were for the day, but to date, no one has come forward with any additional information. Victoria was last seen wearing a beige-colored jacket, a dark top, a scarf, blue jeans, and sunglasses. She was also carrying a backpack, and hence it was believed she may have changed her outfit since she was last seen. If you've spotted Victoria or have any additional information on her case, you're urged to contact the Newport Police Station by dialing 101 and quoting case number 441-402-00577. Alternatively, you can contact Crime Stoppers and remain anonymous by calling 0800-555-111. 22-year-old Talis Offit has been missing since the early hours of the 16th of December 2022, and his case continues to frustrate investigators, as they've been unable to find any trace of him for nearly 2 years. Talis, who comes from Queensland, Australia, was last seen by his family when he headed out from their house that morning, and they've not heard from him since that day, causing them to believe that he may have become the victim of foul play. They added that he was a student at Spinifex State School, where he was a keen rugby player, and often worked at a nearby cattle station. He was also a musician who loved playing the didgeridoo. At around 3:45 a.m. that morning, Talis left the house, which is located on Carbonate Street, and then walked along Alma Street, where CCTV footage showed him crossing a bridge at about 3:51 a.m., just a few minutes after he set out. When his friends and family realized they were unable to get in touch with him by the 19th, 3 days after he vanished, he was reported as missing and a land and air search was conducted, but searchers were unable to find Talis or any of the belongings that he'd taken with him. A Mount Isa police spokesperson has stated that it's very unusual for a missing person investigation in that area to go on for so long, without any clues being found or anyone coming forward with information. Talis's phone records were mentioned but showed no signs of activity, and his bank accounts have also remained completely silent since his disappearance, which led many people to believe that he didn't disappear of his own free will. His family stated that Talis needed medication that he took on a daily basis for a condition that they didn't disclose, and so they were worried not only about his safety but also his medical well-being. His family took to social media to ask the surrounding community for their assistance by reporting any sightings of Talis, and they added that they believed he disappeared under suspicious circumstances. But these claims have been refuted by investigators, who responded that they hadn't found any evidence that foul play was involved, though they had been unable to decipher the circumstances that led up to his disappearance. They also revealed that the investigation would be brought to a close if no further leads were received, since the case had come to a standstill and nothing more could be done without any additional information. Despite suspecting that he disappeared under suspicious circumstances, his family posted to his Facebook account, asking him to contact them to let them know that he was safe. One post stated that he nearly had to make a phone call to put his family's mind at ease, but there's been no further progress in Talis's case, and with each passing year it becomes ever more unlikely that the case will be solved. Talis is described as having dark curly hair that he wears short at the back and on the sides. At the time of his disappearance, he was an average build, standing 5'5" tall. He can also be identified by a tattoo of a star under his left eye, and an indigenous flag that's tattooed on his left forearm. The last time that he was seen, he was wearing an orange, black, and white shirt, black shorts, black shoes, and a maroon bucket hat. Anyone with information on Talis's case is asked to make immediate contact with their nearest police station. It was the 7th of May in 2022 when Kai Higby visited his mother in Maui, Hawaii. It was the day before Mother's Day, and he was there to celebrate with his mother. According to his wife, Samantha Higby, Kai gave his phone to his mother and left. That was the last time that he'd been seen. A few days later, on the 12th of May, the wife contacted the police and reported her husband missing. That same day, his truck, a white Toyota Tacoma, was found at a local restaurant, Sunset Cafe, but the missing man was nowhere to be found. The restaurant is located on Front Street, close to Lahaina Harbor. The vehicle had been unlocked and his wallet containing his driver's license, debit and credit cards was in the back seat. This caused further concern since Kai was known to love his truck and worked really hard for it. He wouldn't just leave it there. It was admitted, though, that he would sometimes leave for a few days but never for that long. The two had 3 children together with whom he was extremely close. Kai couldn't wait to see his oldest son graduate high school on the 19th of May, and he would never have missed it, but he did. That day came and went with still no sign of the missing man. The Maui Police Department took over the investigation into the disappearance and posted on their Facebook page stating that he was last seen at around 11:30 p.m. Samantha revealed that she was not impressed with how the investigation had been progressing and believed it was being disregarded. She explained that her husband had a few run-ins with the law. She also said that he had substance abuse problems, but he'd been on the road to recovery, having been clean for quite a few months. He was a good person who made a few mistakes in his life, but was bettering himself. The disappearance came unexpectedly. The family had taken efforts into their own hands by pursuing their search and putting up posters about the missing person around Maui. They were also trying to hire a private investigator to aid in finding the missing man, but it's undetermined if they ever were able to do that. It was noted that Kai is often confused with his brother, who looks just like him. He would never leave his family behind, miss his son's graduation, or leave his beloved truck unlocked in the parking lot. No one at the cafe recalled seeing him, and it's unknown which direction he may have wandered off to. The investigating officers have found no evidence of foul play in his disappearance, and the circumstances surrounding his disappearance remain unclear. Kai is described as having brunette hair and brown eyes. He weighs around 185 pounds and is a height of 6 feet. He has a variety of traditional Hawaiian tattoos all over his body, including his chest, arms, back, and legs. The name Sammy is tattooed on his stomach. He was last seen wearing dark-board shorts and a white shirt. He was 41 years old at the time of his disappearance. Should anyone have any information regarding this missing man, you're urged to contact the Maui Police Department at 808-244-6400. David Owen Moffett was 70 years old when he disappeared on the 29th of September in 2023. He was last seen that day in Levering, Michigan, when he headed out with his dog Stella for a walk. David suffers from Alzheimer's disease, and this wasn't the first time he had vanished. Just 2 weeks prior to this, he'd gone for a walkabout but was found 13 hours later. He'd been asking for a ride to Rogers City, which he has no affiliation with. This event came after he failed to take his medication and couldn't remember where he lived. It was around 10 in the morning when David headed out with Stella, leaving his phone, wallet, and any other form of identification behind. Hours later, around 3:30 that afternoon, the Emmett County Sheriff's Office was contacted and the man was reported missing. One of his friends had seen David that day at 4:30 p.m. after he was reported missing. He was at Levering and Larks Lake Road, but that was the last sighting of him. A whole 6 days later, on the 4th of October, Stella returned home all by herself. After resting, the dog was taken back outside for another walk. She led searchers to power line easements, where they found some of her paw prints. This allowed investigators to narrow down the search area. 28,000 hours were put into the search for the missing 70-year-old. There were 100 to 150 volunteers assisting along with canine units, but no clues were unearthed during this effort. A few days later, on the 9th of October, the active search ceased, and the investigation switched to a clue-based one. The Sheriff's Department expressed gratitude to the community for its proactive involvement and tireless efforts. With the transition, the investigators would follow any evidence and leads and explore any avenues that may shed light on David's whereabouts, or what may have happened to him. Missing person flyers were made, and some were put up in sporting stores, alerting hunters to the case to keep a lookout for him while out in the wilderness or remote areas. David was placed on the National Missing Persons database, but no new information has been submitted. A Facebook page has been dedicated to the search for the missing man, called David Moffett Search and Rescue Updates. Pictures of him can be found, as well as one that's been used on the flyers with him and Stella, in case anyone recognizes the dog and can lead the authorities to the area where they may have seen them. On the page, they also detailed that he makes metallic sculptures and have posted some images of his metalsmithing skills. David is described as having white hair and brown eyes. He's 5 feet 9 inches tall and weighs around 135 pounds. On the day of his disappearance, he was wearing a green sweater vest, brown carpenter pants, a checkered shirt, and a baseball cap. Stella is a white dog with gray markings who'd been wearing a pink collar when she was on her walk with a black lead attached, but returned without both of those items. Anyone who has any information on the missing man is asked to make contact with the Emmett County Sheriff's Office at 231-439-8900. The disappearance also sparked a lawmaker, State Representative Neil Frisk, to propose new legislation changing the way that Michigan handles cases concerning missing adults with medical problems. The change proposed a silver alert system, similar to the Amber Alerts that were operated by the Michigan State Police. It would send out a message alert to the citizens regarding the missing person who has medical concerns. Alania Lenore was born in Chicago, Illinois, to Janet Jackson and Abraham Lenore. In 2008, the family relocated to Atlanta and lived in the Sugar Hill area of Georgia. They then moved to Douglasville, where the 24-year-old would suddenly go missing. She's said to love the outdoors and expressed an interest in cooking. Her family describes her as a happy and talented woman. She's fluent in Spanish and is a great caregiver. According to Janet, Alania is very close with her family and wouldn't just disappear randomly. It began on the 30th of July, 2022, when the mother and daughter spoke on the phone that morning. It was a normal day. They had a long conversation and even shared TikTok videos with one another. Around 8 that evening, Alania was seen on surveillance footage heading into the 1660 Peachtree Midtown apartments along with a female friend. The friend explained that they were heading inside to hang out and were meeting up with 2 men inside. The friend was seen in the footage leaving the complex around midnight, but Alania didn't show up on camera again. The next day, Janet received a phone call asking if the missing woman had returned. She hadn't. Initially, the mother wasn't concerned and thought that she'd gone to sleep or even met up with a relative or her boyfriend. That unconcerned feeling soon faded when she received various texts from some of her daughter's friends. They were asking where she was and that they'd made plans. This was uncharacteristic of her to miss these plans without notifying anyone. She began messaging her daughter, but they weren't going through, and the location was still set on the Peachtree Midtown apartments. On the 1st of August, 2022, Alania was reported missing to the Atlanta Police Department. Abraham hired a private investigator, TJ Ward, to aid in the investigation, leading detectives, forensics, and search dogs. The search efforts proved futile, and Alania's location remained a mystery. The authorities suspected that she might have met with foul play in the apartment, and they soon began arresting their suspects. 2 of the suspects were the men that she and a friend had met up with at the apartment. The first was Stephen Abois, and the second was Deontay Reynolds. Later, though, a 3rd man was also brought in as a suspect named Nicholas Hendrickson. The evidence connecting these men to the disappearance, though, was argued against by an attorney who questioned the credibility of it. The circumstances surrounding Alania's disappearance remain unclear, and her whereabouts are unknown. But efforts to locate her have not yet ceased. The missing woman is said to have had black hair and brown eyes. She's 5'4" and weighs around 120 pounds. She was last seen wearing a blue shirt, blue shorts, and cream-colored shoes. If anyone has any information regarding this missing woman, you're asked to contact the Atlanta Police Department Homicide or Adult Missing Person Unit at 404-546-4235. In 1971, Sabrina Leigh Long was born in Memphis, Tennessee. She was raised in Georgia, where she lived with Charles Daniel Corley, her stepfather. They resided in Ashland Drive after she'd moved out of her mother Sue's house in Bibb County, And in 1990, she graduated from the Southwest High School. After this, she worked at a bib manufacturing company where she cut packaging labels for linen products. At the time, she was also in a relationship with Scott Bradford. It appeared that her life was running smoothly until the night of the 13th of February, 1991. It was 11 p.m. when she completed her late work shift at the company and drove off in Scott's Chevrolet Camaro. Her own car had not been working at the time, and so she used his. At 11:30, she arrived at the place where her boyfriend was staying, who then dropped her off at Ashland Drive just before midnight. He was the last person to have seen her before she mysteriously disappeared. Charles wasn't home at the time, and later, a 3-page letter addressed to Sabrina's boyfriend was found. In the letter, she detailed that she was looking forward to cooking for him and had made mention of the Arsenio Hall show, which usually aired between 11:20 and 12:30. Between 12:30 and 1:30 that evening, she spoke to her mother, stating that she would be crossing the street to visit her friend Keith Daniel Lloyd to help him with a gift for his mother. She asked her mother to phone her back later, but she stated that she'd already be asleep by that time. At 3 that morning, Charles arrived home and found his stepdaughter wasn't there. He wasn't initially concerned because he knew that she often stayed over at Scott's house, but she would never return home or report to work the following day. Sabrina never retrieved her paycheck either. During the investigation, it was found that the missing woman had left her makeup, purse, and money behind. Her vehicle was parked in the driveway, the door was locked, and the lights inside were on. Later, a neighbor would claim that they heard some strange muffled thump, like a slamming door or a pounding on a wooden wall around 1:30. Authorities found no signs of a struggle, but found foul play was suspected. Police turned to Keith, who lived at the south end of Ashland Drive with his parents. He was 21 at the time and had been a friend of Sabrina's, with whom he attended high school. Mysteriously, he explained that the woman never came over that night, and his mother's birthday was a whole month away. He'd been with his girlfriend that evening and only got back home around 1:30. Over the years, he was subjected to various polygraph tests and was soon cleared as a suspect. But upon his passing, he left a note behind in which he alleged that a woman named Melinda McSwain was involved in Sabrina's disappearance somehow. In 1991, Melinda was 19 years old and a former classmate of both Keith and Sabrina. She resided on Bloomfield Drive. In 2018, she was arrested on suspicion of kidnapping. Through multiple statements, she admitted to the kidnapping and also implicated other people, but the statements were proven to be untrue. Still, she remained a suspect. In 2021, she was released from prison after a judge pointed out holes in the case and inaccuracies in her confession. Sabrina is said to have brown hair, blue eyes, and pierced ears. At the time of her disappearance, she was between 5 feet 4 inches and 5 feet 6 inches tall. She weighed 127 pounds. When she disappeared, the missing woman was wearing a dark blue flower print dress and a gold necklace. The investigating agency is the Georgia Bureau of Investigation, which can be reached at 800-597-8477. Harry Dennis Milligan was born in 1962 and grew up in Avery, Iowa with 5 siblings. He'd been born with 2 club feet and needed surgery to correct them. He was said to excel at both football and basketball when in school. Milligan was a Marine Corps reservist when the 21-year-old was last seen on the 1st of July in 1984. He'd been attending the Northeast Missouri State University, which has now been renamed the Truman State University. It all began on the evening of the 30th of June that year, when he'd gone out with 3 friends to Albia, Iowa. It hasn't been established what he'd been doing that night, but his last sighting came around 3:30 or 4:30 the next morning, on the 1st of July, in the Albia Business District. According to Mark, his brother, Milligan's friend had dropped him off at his vehicle around 4:30. He was last seen heading north on Main Street, and witnesses believe that he was heading home, 7 miles away. He had a softball game later that day. Milligan was driving his 1977 2-door Pontiac Grand Prix with plate number EIJ244. While friends thought that he was on his way home, he never arrived there and was subsequently reported missing to the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. In many missing person cases, the victim's car is discovered abandoned if they'd been driving one, but that's not what happened. Milligan disappeared along with his maroon car. The family began handing out flyers and posted a $500 reward for any information that brought the man back home. His parents would pass away without ever knowing what happened to him. Authorities say that the investigation is ongoing when asked if foul play has been suspected. Since the disappearance, no suspects have been named. The investigative efforts have continued, with the most recent update being from June 2022. It was then that Chaos Divers, a private dive team, had gone to Iowa from Illinois to search for Milligan. They focused on Lake Miami and the ponds that could be found along Avery Highway, but no signs of the missing man or the vehicle were found. The whereabouts of Harry Milligan remain unknown, along with the circumstances surrounding his disappearance. At the time, he was said to be 6 feet tall and weighed around 160 pounds. He had scars on his feet from the corrective surgery. He'd last been seen wearing a blue plaid short-sleeved shirt with tennis shoes and blue jeans. Should anyone have any information regarding this missing person, you're urged to contact the investigating authorities, the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, at 641-932-5507, or get a hold of the Missing Person Information Clearinghouse at 800-346-5507. Mark suggested that his brother was at a bar called Waterworks, which was operated by Mike Stockner and was located at North Main Street. He'd been playing poker that evening, winning against Stocker. According to him, another individual named Raymond Ostermeyer had seen the car heading south instead of north as initially reported. On the 17th of April in 2023, the Marathon County deputies responded to a call regarding an Apple iPhone that had been discovered at the cul-de-sac of Ringel Avenue. When officers investigated, they found that the phone's owner was Tara Jane Sullivan, who was living in the village of Weston, Wisconsin, and working as a realtor at Realty One Group Haven. The following day, the authorities would head on to her residence to return the lost item, but Tara wasn't there and was nowhere to be found. The officer noticed that the garage door had sustained some substantial damage, as though a car had backed through it when exiting. Other than the garage door, the house appeared normal, but Tara was gone. The scattered locations of her belongings also added some complexity to the ordeal. Neighboring law enforcement agencies were promptly notified to keep an eye out for the now missing 47-year-old. That afternoon, a white 2017 Buick Enclave with a custom number plate MAT63 belonging to Tara was found. It had been left on the roadside close to Highway 29 in Shawano County, 30 miles from her residence. There were no signs of a struggle, and the keys were left in the cup holder. She'd vanished without her purse, which held her identification, credit cards, and cash. Ground searches quickly ensued in an effort to locate the missing woman. Canine units were brought in along with drones, but no more clues were ever found. It was later discovered that she had ties to the Fox Valley area, although nothing suggested that she'd traveled all the way there. The sudden disappearance was referred to as suspicious because of the damage to the garage. No one is certain if she left of her own will or was abducted, and her case remains unsolved. But it gets stranger. When the authorities had a look at her phone for any messages that may have indicated where she could have gone, oddly, there were no messages that were story-like. There would be one or two messages back and forth with a few contacts, but nothing that could be used as a crucial clue. Tara was also not close to her family, and attempts to contact them proved futile. According to her boss, she also had an ex-partner at the time, but he was ruled out as a suspect. According to her Zillow page, Tara had been a realtor for 10 years and would specialize in vacation homes. Her bio detailed that she enjoyed outdoor activities, including snowshoeing, biking, and hiking. Upon further investigation, it was found that she had not renewed her realtor license and hadn't been shown any houses at the time. Her social media pages also revealed that she was religious, but wasn't affiliated with any of the churches nearby. Something happened at the house, and whatever it happened quickly, according to investigative members. But the strangeness doesn't end there. According to a police captain, the state crime lab never swabbed her car for DNA. They stated that swabbing a car would be difficult since they didn't know who had been in it within the past year. Swabbing would just mix the DNA together and no good results would come from it. But the detectives had already indicated that Tara was a private person who had no current partners, pets, family, or friends at the time. At the time of her disappearance, the missing woman had strawberry blonde or red hair, although her current hair color is unknown. Tara has green eyes, She weighed around 128 pounds and had a height of 5'7". If anyone has any information regarding the missing person or their whereabouts, you're asked to contact the Marathon County Sheriff's Office at 715-261-1200 and dial option 5 to speak with an investigator. Her agency case number is 2300-1228. Age of incident, 61 years old, 90 to 115 pounds, a height of 5 feet and 4 inches. Hair color, brown. Eye color, brown. These were the details listed on the NamUs website for missing person number 26418, Christy Lynn Richardson. She was born in 1952 and married her high school sweetheart, Ronald. Together, they had 2 children who they raised in Casper, Wyoming. Ronald passed away in 2013, and the following year, on the 6th of October, his wife disappeared without a trace. At the time, she'd been running Richardson Trucking, a respected oil trucking company that's located in the 6800 block of West Yellowstone Highway. Christy was last seen at her residence on East 24th Street in Casper, Wyoming, at around 7:45 that evening. The next morning, she didn't show up for work. Her family and coworkers immediately knew something was wrong. Her daughter Amber and her husband Pete headed to 24th Street and found the car still parked in the garage. But Amber's mother was nowhere in the house, which was also found locked up. Concerned, she called the authorities, and a case of missing persons was opened. During the investigation, a purse belonging to Christy was found on the kitchen counter, containing $700 and her identification. Her cell phone was found underneath the bed. While the cash was still in her purse, something was missing: the garage door opener. The bed sheets had been stained with something that was unidentified at the time and was thought to be vital fluid. Phone records indicate that the missing woman had taken a routine phone call around 7:45, but didn't answer another call that came at 11 p.m. Detectives placed her time of disappearance somewhere between 7:45 and 11:30 that evening. When authorities had a look into the trucking company's financial records, things began to take a turn. They found love letters from an employee named Bud Boyles. Upon receiving the first notes, she informed her husband, who confronted Boyles, but the letters never stopped, and she never reported the persisting letters to the police. But she had saved them all inside the man's employee file. Apparently, he had also quit his job just a few days before the woman went missing. Her children also added that their mother was becoming increasingly afraid of the ex-employee. He was interviewed many times and stated that he wasn't in the neighborhood that evening. Phone records have shown that he hadn't been in the area before 8 p.m., but his whereabouts after that are unaccounted for. He'd never been connected to the disappearance, but it's agreed that the letters indicate obsession and an escalating anger. Authorities state that she certainly went missing under some suspicious circumstances and may have been met with foul play. At the time, the family was offering a $250,000 reward for any information regarding the disappearance of Christy. She was last seen wearing denim capri pants with a solid-colored shirt and flat shoes. She may have been wearing the Brown University Wyoming Cowboys sweatshirt, which had a bucking horse logo on the back. The Casper Police Department can be reached at 307-235-8202 should anyone have any information regarding the whereabouts of this missing person, or any information leading them to the person responsible. Jance Wesley Varela moved from Montana to Colorado back in 2018. He was staying with some friends in the Fort Collins area after he lost his apartment. He had undergone surgery, after which he struggled with homelessness. He had a rather rare disorder that caused tumors to grow on vital organs, which is why his case is so incredibly urgent. He was last seen on the 1st of June in 2022 in Loveland, Colorado. Just before completely disappearing, he told his mother, Linda Varela Adams, that he was diagnosed with a brain tumor. The tumor was reportedly already affecting his hands and may have been impairing his judgment. Jance stayed in contact with his family, and it was uncharacteristic of him to leave without informing them. The last confirmed sighting of him was at a bowling alley 50 miles north of Denver. His mother's birthday was on the 1st of July, and she would be 60. When Jance failed to phone her, she knew that something was wrong and quickly filed a missing person report with the Larimer County Sheriff's Department. He'd not been seen for a whole month. Unfortunately, the authorities were slow to react, stating that there was no foul play suspected and that he was not at imminent risk. An active search didn't ensue. The authorities interviewed some of his friends and followed up with some tips, but no clues as to his whereabouts were revealed. It wasn't until the following year that the investigation confirmed that there was a concern for the missing man's well-being. A Searching for Jance Varela Facebook page was created by Linda to initiate some more action. Volunteers embarked on ground searches, and flyers were distributed, but to no avail. Linda was able to build a network of people who were just as invested in finding the missing man, including a local group called Justice Takes Flight. One of the Facebook followers had even paid for several billboards detailing Jance's disappearance. While a spokesperson indicated that the authorities did not dismiss the missing person case, the family stated that they simply deemed that Jance had run away and cut ties with the family, even though there was nothing to indicate that this had been the case. Jance is detailed to have partially gray or salt and pepper colored hair and brown eyes. He stands at a height of 6 feet and 4 inches, weighing around 140 pounds. At the time, he had a beard and may be wearing glasses. An identifiable feature would be the scar on his abdomen and the pi symbol tattoo, which can be found on his left hand. A cash reward is being offered for any information that leads to the whereabouts of this missing man. Anyone with information is asked to get in contact with the Larimer County Sheriff's Office at 970-498-5100. His agency case number is SO22-000-5611. Frederick Joseph Boehm, or Little Joe, was last seen on the 25th of January in 2001 in Marshall, Texas, his hometown. He was an outdoorsman, a hunter, and a fisherman. He was living with his best friend Coley Briggs on Victory Drive temporarily when he went missing. The house was inhabited by Coley's family, including his girlfriend and their children. Frederick wasn't married and had no children, but he did have a girlfriend as well at the time. The 23-year-old was dressed and ready to get some sleep that evening when he received an unsuspected and unidentified phone call on the house phone sometime between 11 p.m. and midnight. After the call, he changed his clothes and headed out on foot. He was last seen walking west down Victory Drive toward the downtown area. Coley's girlfriend had been on the porch, and he told her that he would return in the morning, but that didn't happen. He never returned to the house and hasn't been heard from since. On the 3rd of February that year, his sister Jolene Oni contacted the Marshall Police Department and filed a missing person report. Her brother had already been missing for a week by this time. It was found that he didn't have any transportation because his truck had been involved in an accident not long before his disappearance. 2 unconfirmed sightings were reported by 2 people who'd seen a man matching the description of Frederick walking around Marshall. Authorities suspect foul play may have been involved in the event, but the circumstances remain unclear. Even though investigative efforts were carried out, the caller was never identified. It was also determined that he'd not disappeared intentionally, as he was supposed to dog sit for his friend who was leaving town. Frederick leaving unexpectedly like he did was said to be uncharacteristic of him. The officers thought that the case may have been narcotics related, theorizing that he owed some people money, but he had left thousands of dollars behind in his account when he disappeared. The missing man is said to have had brown hair and hazel eyes. He stood at a height of 6 feet and weighed around 130 pounds when he vanished. He has a scar in the middle of his forehead and a tattoo of a Confederate flag on his right arm. He possibly had a mustache, beard, or goatee. Frederick was wearing a gray shirt, a green Realtree camouflage jacket, boots, and blue jeans when he went missing. He may have had a .357 Magnum with him upon his departure. The man would now be 47 years old and is alleged to have been on medication for anger at the time. If anyone has any information regarding this missing person, they're encouraged to contact the Marshall Police Department at 903-935-4546 or the Texas Attorney General Cold Case and Missing Person Unit at 512-936-0752. Marcia Ellen Brantley was born in Illinois. In 2000, she married Donnie Brantley, and they moved to a house that her parents had built in Cleveland, Tennessee. That same year, both her parents succumbed to cancer, and she received a large inheritance. She helped her husband start up a handyman business and quit her own job as a housing director to pursue her passion for young adult novel writing. During this time, she had a blog titled The Magpie's Nest, where she would recount stories of her day-to-day life. She enjoyed writing, gardening, and embarking on some outdoor activities. In 2007, she and her friends started a writers group called Thunder Rock Writers Group. In 2009, the 50-year-old woman mysteriously disappeared. It was either in June or July that she'd gone missing, and she wasn't reported missing initially because Donnie claimed that she left voluntarily. They've been living with 3 foster dogs in the Benwood subdivision. They have no children together, and Marcia had no siblings. It was this same year that she told her friends she couldn't get off the couch. In April, she went to see her hairdresser and told her that her husband's business was starting to fail. Another hair appointment was set up 6 weeks later, but Marcia never showed up. On the 2nd of June, her last social media post was made. After this, she was never seen or heard from again. What drew attention to her sudden disappearance was that she had not been out walking the dogs, and the flowers in the yard were brown and shriveling. Conflicting sources state that in July or August, Donnie had told a neighbor that he and Marcia were in the process of divorce. The woman's disappearance wasn't reported until that November. It was filed by her hairdresser, who made contact with the Cleveland Police Department. An investigation into the disappearance began in November. It was found that she'd left behind most of her belongings, including her cell phone and car. Cell phone records indicated that she had disappeared between the 2nd of June and July of that year. Her husband became a prime suspect in the investigation, since they were experiencing a troubled time because of their failing business that was draining Marcia's inheritance. In 2013, Donnie was arrested, but the charges were dismissed because there was no evidence tying him to her disappearance. The authorities suspect that foul play may have been involved here, but there's no physical evidence of this or even a crime scene to analyze. Marcia has brown hair and blue eyes. She's said to be a height of 5'8" and weighs 125 pounds. Her maiden name is Rader, and she may be referred to as Marcia Rader Brantley. The investigating agency is the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, which can be reached at 800-824-3463. It's also encouraged that should anyone have any information regarding this missing woman, that you contact the Bradley County Sheriff's Office at 423-728-7330. Her NamUs case number is MP8786. The disappearance of Roest Kan is a strange and sad case that unfortunately remains unsolved more than 35 years later. Roest was born in Mississippi in 1924. He worked hard and strived to give his 7 children every opportunity he could. That meant moving across the country to Los Angeles in 1958, where he remained until his disappearance 18 years later. At 61 years old, Roest was still employed at the Parks and Recreation Department and seemed to be in relatively good health. By the time he disappeared in 1986, his wife had passed away, but Roest still had a close relationship with his sister, who was the last person who knew Roest to see him. She was at his home when he left on February 18th, after telling her that he needed to go to the hardware store. He took his car with him, as well as a collection of personal documents and his phone card. It's not clear if these personal documents were things he always kept in his vehicle, or if he'd specifically taken them with him for his trip. The following day, one of Roest's neighbors received a call from him. He said he wasn't feeling well and that he wouldn't be going to work. On February 20th, Roest's sister received a call from private security guards in an affluent Los Angeles neighborhood. They had come across a man matching Roest's description wandering around. He seemed confused and gave them the phone number of someone to call, and that led them to Roest's sister. She was already concerned about his disappearance by this point and rushed to the scene, but unfortunately he had already left. The police were soon called, and Roest was filed as a missing person. Looking at the description given by the private security firm, it seemed possible that Roest had suffered some kind of medical emergency, such as a stroke, and may have been suffering from some kind of amnesia. His family contacted local hospitals, hoping he might have been brought in for treatment, but there was nobody matching Roest's description to be found. A month after Roest was last seen, his car was found on a busy street beside a gas station, 22 miles from his home. Almost everything Roest had brought with him was found in the car, laid out on the front seat. That included important personal documents that normally wouldn't be left out in the open. as well as Rajest's glasses and false teeth. Workers at the gas station reported that Rajest had come in not long after he vanished. He paid a mechanic in cash to make some minor repairs on his vehicle. The mechanic also reported that he was disoriented and slurred his speech. He was last seen walking away from the gas station, and this was the last confirmed sighting of Rajest. It was discovered that he still had his phone card with him and made multiple calls after he disappeared. These were all numbers listed in the help wanted ads in local newspapers. Unfortunately, this lead also didn't take the family to Rajest. His case was featured on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries in November of 1988. A viewer phoned the show soon after, reporting a man who matched Rajest's description living in Topeka, Kansas. The man called himself Elmer Jackson, and had apparently arrived in Topeka a year earlier after hitching a ride with a truck driver. Again, by the time police arrived, the man known as Elmer had disappeared. Rajest had done some work in Kansas in the past, but didn't have strong connections to the state. Whatever happened to Rajest, it's likely that he's since passed away. He would be 99 years old if he were still alive today. But that doesn't stop his family from hoping that they might one day get answers. Anybody with information on the case can contact the Los Angeles Police Department at 213-485-3261. Pierre Bianconi is not a name that most people outside of France would have heard of. But in the late 80s and early 90s, the football star was a controversial figure both on and off the pitch. In December of 1993, he vanished without a trace, leaving behind his car, a young family, and rumors. Bianconi was born on the island of Corsica in 1962. Like many young men, he started playing football at a young age. Childhood friends remembered him playing in the streets with them, and remarked about how he was able to keep playing even after wounding his knee on the concrete. He played for a local youth team, and in 1979, traveled to mainland France to play for Vichy's youth team. Bianconi was a proud Corsican and very attached to his homeland. He didn't enjoy being away from home, and it was unsurprising that when he started his senior career, he returned to Corsica and the Bastia team. He played as a defender and was very talented. Many friends and fellow footballers remarked how he could have made it at the bigger clubs and even onto the national team if he could keep his aggression in check. Bianconi did play a few mainland teams over the course of his career, including PSG, but he kept coming back to Corsica. According to one friend, he would sometimes purposefully earn cards so that he could return to Corsica for a few days. Bianconi could be violent on the pitch, including one instance where he headbutted a referee who'd given him a red card. But he was also a fierce defender of his club and fans. After one match where Bastia had won, the fans had invaded the pitch. Bianconi spotted a fan being attacked by a guard and ran over to attack the guard in the fan's defense. When a stand collapsed just before a game in 1992, he was one of the first people to rush over and try to help fans. Off the pitch, Bianconi had connections to Corsican independence and nationalism movements. This was at a time of a lot of turmoil in the nationalist movement. The main force had split into two opposing groups with arguments about the right way for things to be done. It caused a lot of violence and banditry. People lost their lives, and other people had their lives taken in retaliation. While Bianconi made no secret of his nationalist sympathies, just how much he was involved is unclear. He once stood as a candidate for the municipal elections in Bastia, and had friends who were members of the movement of self-determination, but that may have been the extent of his involvement. In the summer of 1993, Bianconi ended his professional football career after 11 years. He'd made 177 career appearances and played for 5 different teams. Now it looked as if he would settle down with his wife and their 2 children. On December 29, 1993, Bianconi left his home. His sister noted that he looked pensive, but didn't find this too unusual. Despite his reputation, he could be quite reserved when at home. He left the house, telling his sister he would see her later, then vanished without a trace. Some days later, Bianconi's car was located at Bastia Port. There was no sign of a struggle or any foul play, and no clues as to what had happened. Many believed Bianconi's disappearance was caused by the political atmosphere, but nobody ever confessed to having anything to do with the missing person case. There were no stories of anybody hearing about what had really happened to him, and the case quickly went cold. Fiona Sinnott was just 19 years old when she vanished without a trace over 26 years ago. She left a pub in the village of Broadway, County Wexford, and set off on the short walk back to her home. The only person to ever see her after this point was her ex-boyfriend and the father of her young daughter. Fiona's case is often linked with the mysterious Irish vanishing triangle. Her disappearance does fall into the area where many other young women have vanished over the decades. But it's unlikely that Fiona's case was linked to anything that may be connected to this strange phenomenon. On the evening of February 8th, Fiona's friends invited her to join them at the local pub. They spent a few hours there socializing, and Fiona revealed that she had a lot of pain in one of her arms. She didn't say anything about where the pain was coming from, but her friends knew that she'd been in a violent relationship in the past, and worried that it might have been at the hands of an ex-boyfriend. At about midnight, Fiona left the pub and met her ex-boyfriend Sean at the door. Sean had also been drinking at the pub that evening, but didn't interact with Fiona until she was leaving. According to Sean, they walked back to Fiona's home, which was only a short distance away. She was still complaining about the pain in her arm. When they arrived at her home, she went straight to bed, and Sean decided to spend the night on the sofa. The following morning, Fiona's arm was still in pain. She said she was going to hitchhike to the doctor's office, but was still sitting in bed when Sean was picked up by his mother. Some hours later, Sean returned to Fiona's house to find she wasn't there. It took a while for anyone to report Fiona missing. Her family thought she'd gone to visit friends, and it was only when she didn't get in touch with Sean's parents after a week that anybody realized Fiona was missing. Sean's family were taking after Fiona's daughter, and it was unlike Fiona to not come and collect her. When the police went to Fiona's home to investigate, they found no obvious signs of foul play. But the house was very clean and tidy, which was out of character for Fiona. Her landlord claimed there were always things lying around, which was to be expected with an 11-month-old in the house. There were reports that there'd been black trash bags outside Fiona's home in the days after she went missing, but these had all been removed before the police arrived. A local farmer would also report finding trash bags on his property shortly after Fiona vanished. They contained letters addressed to Fiona, but he was unaware that she was missing and thought that someone had just illegally dumped their trash on his farm, so he burned the contents. Even though Sean had said Fiona planned to hitchhike to the doctor's, nobody came forward to say that they'd seen her on the day after she was last seen. She also didn't make it to the doctor. Foul play is suspected in this case, and the police have urged anybody with information to come forward so that Fiona's family can get the closure they need. Information can be passed to Wexford Garda Station at 053-916-5200 or the Garda Confidential line at 1-800-666-111. Amos Mortier was a student who vanished without a trace from his home in Wisconsin in 2004. It wasn't until after he disappeared that his mother would realize he'd been leading a double life, which complicated his still unsolved missing person case. To Amos's family, he was an outdoor enthusiast with a love of music. He was studying ecology and botany at MATC and had plans to transfer to the university in the near future. Amos was passionate about sustainable living and farming and was the type of person who would churn his own butter rather than buy some. He enjoyed hiking and had actually recently returned from a hiking trip when he disappeared. Amos's closest friend was his dog, Gnosis. The two were inseparable, and Gnosis would come along on many of his hiking and camping trips. The local bank even permitted Gnosis to come in with Amos. Gnosis was with Amos when he went hiking with two friends on November 6, 2004. Nothing seemed to be amiss, and they all made it back to Amos's home without problems. Over the next few days, his friends tried to get in contact with him multiple times but got no response. Amos's mother also hadn't heard from him, and he failed to attend classes and take an exam. On November 13th, Amos's friends became so concerned they went to check on him. The front door of his home was locked, but they gained entrance through a side door and found a strange scene. There was still a record spinning on the record player, and it looked as if Amos was midway through hanging pictures when he left the house. He left all his belongings behind but took Gnosis with him. It wasn't until the following day that the police were called. In that time, friends removed a safe from Amos's home, as well as a few other items. The safe turned out to be empty. Shortly after Amos was reported missing, Gnosis was located. He'd been found wandering the streets by a neighbor and was brought inside. Gnosis didn't appear to be harmed in any way, but the fact that he wasn't with Amos was concerning to everyone that knew him. Early in the police investigation, Amos's mother speculated that he may have gotten into trouble while walking Gnosis. The dog would often bolt off if not on a leash, and Amos could have accidentally run into the path of a car to catch him. But police uncovered a darker theory, revealing that many of Amos's associates had connections to organizations that dealt with illegal substances. It was theorized that this might have been the reason why Amos went missing. There was some evidence that Amos was owed money by one of these people. The theory suggested that he might have been lured to a secluded location and attacked. Years later, someone would actually confess to doing just that, but the police couldn't be sure if they believed the story. Meanwhile, Amos's mother had a more optimistic theory. In June of 2005, 3 nurses spotted a man at a music festival that matched Amos's description. The young man was confused and complained about memory problems. The festival featured a lot of bands that Amos was interested in, which may have drawn him there in the first place. Amos's friends visited other music festivals in hopes they might come across someone else who'd spotted him, but the plan was unsuccessful. There have been no signs of life since Amos disappeared, and no definitive explanation for what happened to him. The investigation into his case continues. Amos is described as being 5 foot 5 inches tall and weighing 130 pounds when he vanished. He had a scar on his forehead and was wearing brown-framed glasses. Anyone with information on the case can contact Fitchburg Police at 608-270-4300. Craig Arnold was 41 years old when he vanished without a trace while hiking on the Japanese island of Kuchinoerabu-jima. He'd been writing about his travels on the blog Volcano Pilgrim, but that blog suddenly went silent on April 26, 2009. Craig was an award-winning poet. His first published collection, Shells, was selected at the Yale series of younger poets. He won multiple other awards before his second book, Made Flesh, was published in 2008. He was also an assistant professor at the University of Wyoming, helping other writers to achieve their goals. It wasn't long before Craig was making plans for another poetry collection. He'd been inspired by volcanoes and decided to study them before putting pen to paper for his next book. He was awarded a place on the U.S.-Japan Creative Artists Program to secure funding for his research. According to his blog, Craig intended to spend 5 months in Japan. He arrived in Tokyo in mid-March before heading to Mount Asama, the most active volcano on the island of Honshu. For the next month or so, Craig traveled around Japan, visiting various volcanoes and sharing his thoughts and poetry on his blog. On April 27th, he arrived at what would become his final destination, Kuchinoerabu-jima. The island had an area of roughly 15 square miles and reached an elevation of just over 2,100 feet. It's sparsely populated, but is popular with tourists who come to enjoy its hot springs. The more adventurous might look up to the peaks of the volcanoes and consider climbing, but signs are posted to deter people from reaching the crater's rim. Craig first visited the guest house where he would be staying, stopped for a cup of tea, and then set off to explore Mount Shindake. He traveled alone and left most of his luggage at the guest house. He only planned to be out for a few hours and wasn't carrying any food or water. The search for Craig began when he didn't make it back to where he was staying. Search teams found footprints heading up the path to the mouth of the volcano, but there were no prints returning. Further exploration led investigators to a steep incline. It was possible that he might have fallen from the edge, but the fall wouldn't necessarily have taken his life. Craig's family held on to the hope that he was still alive, and his brother went out to Japan to help with the search efforts. Infrared technology was used during air searches, while ground searches worked through the thick vegetation on the mountain. Despite the efforts, no trace of the missing poet could be found. At one point, there was hope when rumors spread that Craig had accessed his Facebook page via a cell phone, but authorities confirmed the phone he had with him wouldn't have been able to get service on the island. After about 10 days, the official search for Craig was called off. If he had fallen, it was unlikely he would have been able to survive without any food or water. In the decades since Craig's disappearance, neither his remains nor any of his belongings have ever been found. 30 years have passed since Nancy Grunwald vanished while riding a bike along Tasmania's east coast. The police strongly suspect foul play was involved in her disappearance, but neither Nancy nor any suspects have ever been found. Nancy was a German tourist who'd come to Australia through New Zealand. She arrived in Australia in March of 1993 and planned to spend 2 to 3 months in the country. On March 6th, she arrived in Tasmania. There were a few pen pals in the state she may have had plans to visit, including Reverend Ivor Jones. She hired a red Road Chief Marauder mountain bike to assist her during the trip and left behind a backpack of belongings at a rental store. The bag was too bulky to carry as she used the bike, but she said she would be back for it at the end of her trip. The backpack was never located, and a travel ticket for April 4th was never used. It was Reverend Jones who first alerted the police to Nancy's disappearance, but that didn't happen until May 14th. This would be about 6 weeks after she was last seen. The police were able to put together a timeline of Nancy's movements after she arrived in Tasmania. There didn't seem to be anything out of the ordinary or any indication that she would suddenly vanish into thin air. She took a coach to St. Helens on March 11th, staying at St. Helens Hostel overnight. The following morning, Nancy left the hostel and traveled south on her bike. The last positive sighting of Nancy was at around 11 a.m. on March 12th. The night before, Nancy had met 2 tourists named Christine and Tanya at the hostel. Nancy had left St. Helens before them, but Christine and Tanya caught her up as they headed south along the Tasman Way. They didn't realize it was Nancy until after they'd passed her, but said they were certain it was the German woman. After that, the trail went cold. The police didn't believe Nancy had intentionally disappeared. She had plans to visit friends and had left most of her belongings behind. The money she had in her bank account wasn't accessed, and she had no means to survive in Australia by herself. They instead think that Nancy met with foul play shortly after she was passed by Christine and Tanya. There are 2 possibilities that the police think are the most likely results in this missing person case. The first is that she was the unfortunate victim of a hit and run. Shortly after Nancy was last seen, a solicitor's office received a call from someone saying they'd gotten into an accident on Tasmania's east coast. In 1997, an anonymous caller phoned Crime Stoppers to say that they'd hit a cyclist around the time that Nancy disappeared. Neither caller was ever traced. The other theory is that Nancy met with someone who intentionally caused her harm. 2 years after Nancy vanished, another young woman was attacked and lost her life at the hands of an unknown criminal at a beach where Nancy had stopped shortly before she vanished. Despite the dark nature of these possibilities, Nancy's family still hopes to find out once and for all what happened to her. In 2021, Tasmania police offered a reward of $500,000 for information that led to an arrest in this case. Anyone with information can contact Crime Stoppers at 0800-333-000 or Tasmania Police on 131-444. Forrest Schaub was an up-and-coming rap artist who looked set for a promising career under the stage name DY. But a trip to Mexico after he finished work on his second single resulted in him vanishing without a trace. Almost 14 years later, his case remains unsolved. Forrest was born in Vancouver, Canada in 1984 as the 4th of 5 children. He was interested in music from an early age, winning MC competitions when he was as young as 14. In 2009, he signed for the Toronto-based record label CP Records and released his debut single in October of that year. The song gained a lot of attention, and DY, as he was known, was listed as one of Canada's best emerging artists on Billboard. In 2010, Forrest was preparing to follow this up with a second single, and had spent the summer recording a music video with singer D Woods. Recording for the video finished in early August, and Forrest told his family that he had plans to visit Mexico. He didn't go into any details about why he was heading on the trip, but did say that he was going to be out of contact for about 2 weeks. His family didn't think there was anything too unusual about the trip. Forrest had just finished a major project, and it made sense that he would want to take some time to relax. A few weeks passed without any word from Forrest. It took a while for his family to realize he was missing, as they thought he might have just extended his stay. But as more weeks passed, they began to grow worried. Forrest's family eventually contacted the police to report him missing. They were worried that he would show up unharmed, not realizing the panic that he had caused. They also thought he would be embarrassed if they made a public appeal, and that it might hurt his music career. While the police began their investigations, the disappearance was kept out of the public eye. It was only after 3 months had passed and fans began to question what had happened to him that Forrest's disappearance was made known to the public. The last communication with Forrest seemed to be on September 8th, when he made a post to his Twitter account wishing an acquaintance a happy birthday. But Forrest's family believed that this post was sent by his management, who hadn't realized he was missing at this point. The last time anybody communicated with Forrest directly was on August 13th, when he sent a message to his manager saying he was in Mexico. The following day, his manager sent a message via BlackBerry Messenger, but the message went undelivered. At first, it wasn't clear if Forrest had actually left the country, but the police were able to confirm he had indeed made it to Mexico. What happened to him after that point was a mystery. Early on in the investigation, people speculated that this might have been some kind of stunt for Forrest's music career, but he was very close with his family, and it seemed unlikely that he would put them through this ordeal. As months wore on, it became less and less likely that Forrest was going to make a sudden reappearance. Forrest's case went cold quickly, and remains that way to this day. There have been rumors that he met with foul play, but no clues have been found or made public. Anyone with information on Forrest's case can contact the Toronto Police Department at 416-808-2222. Many young people in Morgantown, West Virginia, in the late 1980s would have seen Marcia Ferber as a mother figure. She provided a safe space and a place for music and ideas to thrive. But in April of 1988, she vanished without a trace, leaving behind questions that would never be answered. Marcia lived an alternative lifestyle. She'd previously set up communal living spaces in New Jersey and later West Virginia, where she was known as the Jewish Earth Mother of Morgantown. In 1982, she opened the Underground Railroad, a bar and music venue, located at 123 Pleasant Street. Marcia wasn't particularly interested in alcohol herself, but she had a passion for music. The Underground Railroad would host a variety of bands over the years, including the then up-and-coming Red Hot Chili Peppers. Next door to the bar was the Dry House, a similar space open to all ages, where young people could come and hang out. Marcia would help a lot of people over the years and welcomed in people who the rest of society might shun, such as college dropouts, ex-convicts, and single mothers. Whenever a new band was playing at the bar, Marcia would always make sure she was present to welcome them. So it was a concern when Marcia was nowhere to be found on April 27, 1988. It had been a few days since anybody had seen Marcia. The last sighting of her by multiple people was in Fort Lauderdale, Florida on the 23rd. According to Gary Perkins, a friend with a criminal record, he was the last person to see Marcia before she vanished. Even though the police could find no concrete evidence that she'd made it back from Florida, Perkins claimed she had indeed returned to Morgantown. He dropped her off at the Underground Railroad after they'd gotten lunch together. Some staff members also claimed they'd seen Marcia that day, but she'd gone out to run errands. Days passed and there was no sign of Marcia. She'd separated from her husband long ago, and her 2 sons were adults at this point. Marcia had a tenant who lived in the same building as her, and many people who saw her regularly, but there was nobody who could know for sure that she had disappeared without telling anyone. Due to Marcia's lifestyle, her friends were reluctant to contact the police, but on May 1st, she was finally reported missing. It still took a while for the police investigation to begin, but eventually the search for Marcia began. Marcia had connections to many states, including New York, New Jersey, and Florida, and there was hope she might have taken a spontaneous trip. But the police found no activity on her credit cards after she left Florida. There was a chance she'd never come back at all. Over the years, the police followed up on many leads, including the possibility that Marcia's disappearance may have been the result of organized crime and illegal substances. Few details have been released to the public about this investigation, but the police do have information they're keeping private so that they can verify any leads or confessions that come through in the future. Another theory is that she'd gone into witness protection for some unknown reason. Marcia's friends don't believe she would have willingly left, even if she was in trouble, and it seems likely to them that she's no longer alive. If she were alive today, Marcia would be 87 years old. She stood between 5'5" and 5'4" inches tall and weighed between 140 and 165 pounds. Anyone with information on this case is asked to contact the Morgantown Police Department at 304-284-7454. Kelly Howard disappeared under mysterious circumstances on June 2, 2009. Even though she was legally declared as having passed away in 2014, her family is still searching for answers about what happened to her and where she is today. Kelly was well known and well liked in the area of Riverside, Alabama. She lived in neighboring Pell City and worked at Riverside Family Dentistry as a dental hygienist for 6 years. She had no known enemies and didn't seem to live a particularly out of the ordinary life. The day of her disappearance was like any other. It was between 12 and 1 p.m., and the dental surgery was closed for lunch. Kelly was in the office on the phone to her mother. Everything seemed normal until Kelly told her mother there was someone at the office door. She asked her mother to stay on the phone and went to see the visitor. Kelly never returned to the phone. She was last seen leaving the dental surgery shortly afterwards, although news reports don't say exactly who saw this. What we do know is that she never came back. It wasn't long before Kelly was reported missing, and the investigation began at Kelly's place of work. Her vehicle was still found in the parking lot outside the dental office, but all Kelly's other belongings, including her purse, phone, and wallet, were missing. Kelly's keys were then found in a plastic bag and a patch of weeds at the side of the office. Her phone was active between 12:50 and 1:10 p.m., around the time that she disappeared, but it then went silent. There was no known reason why Kelly might want to disappear. But early in the investigation, the police uncovered information that didn't make sense. The day before she had vanished, Kelly had asked her boss for 3 days off of work. She said she wanted to take a short vacation. Neither Kelly's husband of 8 years nor her adult son knew of any plans she might have had that required the vacation days. There was a large effort in the community to try to figure out what had happened to Kelly. Despite many searches in the local area and multiple trips to the police, the case seemingly went cold. 2 years after Kelly vanished, her boss made local headlines. Dr. Rick Mitchell was convicted of fraud, money laundering, and identity theft. According to the police, there was no known connection between his criminal case and Kelly's disappearance. They were unable to find any evidence of foul play in Kelly's disappearance, though this couldn't be ruled out. But Kelly's family believes Mitchell had something to do with the missing person case. Mitchell and his wife were later charged with insurance fraud after the building where Kelly was last seen was set ablaze. By this point, the dentist office had been turned into a church and learning center. Even though Kelly's family went through the legal process of having her declared as having passed, they continued to search for answers in her disappearance. Kelly is described as being 5'3" inches tall and weighing 145 pounds with blonde hair and blue eyes. Anyone with information on the case can contact St. Clair County Sheriff's Office at 205-884-3333. There are many mysterious disappearances that involve people going missing in wide open spaces, where search teams have a lot of ground to cover. But stranger are the disappearances that happen in an enclosed space, when it should be impossible for the missing person to vanish without a trace. That's what happened in the case of a miner from Derbyshire, England. Thomas Severn was the son of a miner and had followed in his father's footsteps. By 1918, he was an experienced miner, having worked at 2 different mines before landing an under-management position near the town of Ilkeston. His job involved going on rounds and making sure everything was in order. According to reports, there didn't appear to be anybody who had anything against Thomas. He would entertain his co-workers during breaks by singing. He was part of the local church choir, and had also volunteered for the Home Guard when the First World War started. Thomas was last seen on the morning of June 5th, 1918. He started his shift at 6 a.m., and during a break, he entertained the other miners with a rendition of a song he was supposed to sing at a concert that evening. At 11 a.m., Thomas went out on one of his usual rounds. One of the last people to see him was his son, Claude, who was also working at the time. Claude had lent his father a watch that day, and Thomas was still wearing it as he passed Claude and headed in the direction of the coalface. Nobody realized anything was wrong until the afternoon when Thomas didn't return to the surface at the end of his shift. The other miners immediately began a search for Thomas, with between 40 and 50 men heading back into the mine to look for him before the official search team arrived. Mapperley Colliery was closed for several days after a thorough search of the mine took place. Every tunnel was searched, all the rubble heaps were cleared, and roof falls were removed in search of the missing man. Dogs were sent in to search for Thomas, but not even his lamp could be located. Most thought that it was impossible that Thomas had managed to leave the mine without being noticed, but there were still rumors that he'd faked his own disappearance and fled the country for some unknown reason. But this seemed unlikely. Thomas had only recently married, having lost his first wife and the mother of his 5 children when she passed away young. There didn't seem to be anything wrong with their marriage, and Thomas appeared to be content with his life. Darker theories suggested that someone had intentionally taken Thomas's life and hidden his body somewhere in the mine. But after multiple searches costing the company $2,000, over $58,000 in modern money, no evidence for this could be found either. The case went cold. Years later, Thomas's family were given hope that some answers might be found when the area of the now abandoned Mapperley mine was to be used as an open cast mine. At one point, there were rumors that a walking stick and watch had been located, and Claude went to the site in hopes of identifying them, only to be told nothing was found. In 1988, there was another break in the case when a letter was sent to a local newspaper. It came from Ray Huthwaite, a former miner and member of the Ilkston Historical Society. He claimed that 10 years earlier, another former miner had told him what had happened to Thomas Sever. George Wayne was a pit deputy and member of the St. John's Ambulance. It was towards the end of his shift when another miner collapsed in a suspected heart attack. Wayne rushed to help the man, who thought he was going to lose his life, so he confessed a secret he'd been keeping for years. At the time of Thomas's disappearance, he and a group of other miners had been ordered by management to block off a road that led to an abandoned part of the mine. He believed that Thomas was in this part of the mine, and they had sealed him inside. According to this theory, the mining company was in financial trouble and was exploring a part of the mine that was supposed to have been closed off. Thomas may have gone down there as part of his rounds and got into trouble. Knowing they would get in trouble for this part of the mine being accessible, management ordered it to be sealed off, not knowing whether or not Thomas was down there. As the road was supposed to be closed before Thomas went missing, no efforts were made to search this place. At first, police claimed they would act on this information, but no further investigations into this story took place. Thomas Severan's case has never been solved, and it remains a strange mystery to this day. There are many important historical figures who rise from ordinary backgrounds to become something extraordinary. When this occurred before modern record keeping, it meant that nothing before their rise to power could be known for certain. Stories and myths take the place of actual biographical accounts of their early life. For some, legends and myths are all we have about these historical figures, and historians are still trying to solve the mystery of who they really were. That would be the case with Imhotep of ancient Egypt. By the Greco-Roman period, Imhotep was being worshipped as a god of medicine and associated with the god of wisdom and writing. He was a patron of scribes and the son of the god of creation. He had also invented building out of stone, but Imhotep had actually lived thousands of years earlier, and unraveling the truth that inspired the fiction is still difficult for researchers. What we know for certain about Imhotep's life comes from 2 inscriptions dated to the 3rd dynasty of ancient Egypt. The first was found at the pyramid complex of Djoser. Djoser was the first pharaoh of the 3rd dynasty, and the first to have a pyramid built for him. The Step Pyramid is believed to be one of the oldest large-scale stone-cut structures in the world. Previous ancient Egyptian structures were made from mud bricks, and this important development led to the famous ancient buildings that still exist today. Imhotep is mentioned in an inscription on a statue base. It describes Imhotep as Prince, Royal Seal Bearer of the King of Lower Egypt, High Priest of Heliopolis, Director of Sculptures. It's believed that he was the architect of Djoser's Pyramid Complex and possibly many other building projects that happened at the time. The second inscription dates to Djoser's successor, and historians believe Imhotep lived until the end of the Third Dynasty. Even though he was seemingly born a commoner, he clearly rose to an important position of power within the royal court. Some believe that as well as being an architect, he was a court magician of some kind. That would have been an important role in ancient Egypt. He would also later be grouped together with well-known sages. We still have writing from these authors that have survived the millennia since they passed, and it's possible that Imhotep was also a prolific writer, but none of these remain today. It was during the New Kingdom, thousands of years after Imhotep passed away, that he began to be worshipped. He first was a patron of scribes, then became a deity in Saqqara where he had lived. The influence of the cult dedicated to him grew, and the Greeks would later associate him with their own god of medicine, Asclepius. It's possible that people at this time had more knowledge about the historical Imhotep than we do today, which these myths were based upon. If he had writings, these might still have been circulating at the time. It's even possible that knowledge of Imhotep's life was stored in the Library of Alexandria before its destruction, though historians believe most information found there would have been preserved in other places. Alternatively, it could be that information about this ancient architect was only preserved in oral storytelling. Egyptians in the New Kingdom wanted to find great people from their own history to celebrate, and chose a figure without much documented history to attach stories to. Archaeologists are still searching for Imhotep's tomb. It's theorized that he was likely buried in Saqqara, in an area where many other nobles were buried. Some think a temple to Imhotep may have been built over his tomb. Alternatively, he might have been buried in Djoser's Pyramid Complex. The complex here is still believed to contain many secrets, with new areas still being discovered as technology develops new ways to investigate the ancient structure. Finding Imhotep's tomb could help to provide more insight into his actual life and the journey his story took in his afterlife. In 1912, workers demolishing a building in London's Cheapside noticed something strange beneath the house's cellar floor. Hundreds of gems and precious stones were hidden away in a wooden box, buried centuries earlier under mysterious circumstances. Cheapside is a medieval thoroughfare in the heart of London. During the Elizabethan period, it was lined with stores that sold luxury goods, including goldsmiths and jewelers. Much of the area was destroyed during the Great Fire of London in 1666, and it's been rebuilt many times in the centuries since. At the start of the 20th century, another building project was underway. When workers uncovered the box of jewelry and precious stones, they immediately set to work getting as much of it out of the construction site as possible. Items were stuffed into pockets and secreted away in handkerchiefs. The workers then took the items to a man they knew as Stony Jack. Jack could often be found in pubs near construction sites, and would buy any interesting finds for cash without asking any questions. Jack's actual name was G.F. Lawrence. He owned an antique and jewelry store and was also head of acquisitions for the Museum of London. Today, most of the Cheapside hoard is in the museum, though curators believe some of the items may have been kept by the workers. More than 400 pieces of jewelry make up the collection, as well as scent bottles, fan holders, and a watch set in an emerald the size of an apple. Many of the items have similar styles or ideas, and curators think it was more likely to have once belonged to a dealer than a private collector. But finding out who once owned the gems and why they were buried has been a difficult task. Some of the story has been pieced together, and it began in 1637 with a gem dealer named Gerard Pullman. Pullman had purchased passage on an East India Company ship, along with crates of gems, a sea chest, and several smaller boxes he was bringing back to England. During the journey, he was poisoned and his body was thrown overboard. By the time the crates arrived in London, they were half empty. Curators believe some of the items from the Cheapside hoard have been part of Pullman's collection. There's still a gap in the story between Pullman's ill-fated voyage and the find almost 300 years later. Judging by the style of the work, it's believed that the jewelry and other items were crafted after 1650, but before the Great Fire. The owner may have chosen to bury the loot during difficult times. This would have been just after the English Civil War, and during the complicated period of the Commonwealth of England. The owner may have buried the items with the intention of collecting them during a more stable period. Of course, the gems were never collected, which was another mystery. Even though the Great Fire was very destructive to the buildings in the area, no people actually passed away in it. It's possible the original owner was simply unable to gain access to his former home after the fire, or that he lost his life for some other reason and never told anybody about the secret hoard. Without any documents, it's unlikely the final part of this mystery will ever be solved. Ernest Hemingway is known today as a celebrated writer and a Nobel Prize winner. In 1922, he was a correspondent for the Toronto Star, and none of his fiction has been published. None of the writing he'd already done by that point would ever see the light of day after a mysterious disappearance. Hemingway was living in Paris at the time with his new wife, Elizabeth Hadley Richardson. Hadley supported her husband's passion for writing, but with his fiction and his work as a foreign correspondent for the Toronto Star. In November of 1922, Hemingway traveled to Switzerland to report on the peace conference that was taking place in Geneva. He wanted Hadley to go with him, but she had a cold and decided to stay home. During the convention, Hemingway spoke with other journalists and writers who were covering the event, one of which was Lincoln Stephens, who'd read some of Hemingway's reporting and was interested in seeing any of the young writer's other work. At the time, Hemingway was writing home to his wife, asking her to join him whenever she felt well enough. Hadley gave in and told Hemingway she would take the train from Paris. Some versions of the story claim that Hemingway asked his wife to bring his fiction writing with her when she came. Others say that Hadley decided to bring it herself, thinking that Hemingway would like something to do during the evenings. What we do know is that Hadley managed to pack all of Hemingway's writing into a small suitcase to take with her. At the train station, a porter helped Hadley take her bags to her compartment. She'd settled in for the journey, but before the train left the station, Hadley decided to disembark to purchase a bottle of water. There was plenty of time, and Hadley made it back to the train before he left the station, but she found the suitcase was no longer in her compartment. With the help of a conductor, Hadley searched the entire train, but there was no sign of the suitcase. When Hadley arrived in Switzerland, she tearfully told her husband what had happened. At first, Hemingway didn't think it was anything serious. He had carbon copies of all of his work and would be able to recover what was lost. Hadley then explained that she had also included the carbon copies as well as notes for his novel. Everything was gone. Only 2 pieces of Hemingway's early work survived. One was a short story that he believed was so bad that he'd buried it in a drawer to be forgotten about. The other was another short story that was with an editor at the time of the incident. Hemingway's suitcase was never recovered. He considered putting an advertisement in the paper and offering a reward, but decided against it. Instead, he started writing again, but adapted his style to use shorter sentences and cleaner paragraphs. The theft of the suitcase changed literary history, but the question remained, who had stolen it? It was unlikely the thief had been hoping to get a collection of paper for his troubles. It's possible they threw the contents away when they realized they were worthless. More optimistically, the suitcase may have been stored in an attic somewhere, waiting to be rediscovered. On the evening of January 23, 1974, people in North Wales were shaken from their chairs by something that sounded like a plane crash. Officially, it was nothing more than an earthquake that happened to coincide with a meteor passing overhead, but UFO believers think this could have been something more. The Berwin Mountains UFO incident has been called the Welsh Roswell. Residents who believe they saw something that night are convinced that it was covered up by the military or government officials. While there is a reasonable scientific explanation for what was seen, there are still some unanswered questions about this case. The Berwin region of Wales is sparsely populated moorland. There are some villages, but the major population centers are some distance away. At around 8:30 p.m., residents of these villages were shaken by something that was accompanied by a loud booming noise. Those that were outside saw something streak across the night sky, seeming to land somewhere in the mountains. The police were called about a possible plane crash, and search and rescue teams were sent to the area. One of the people to witness the event was a nurse named Pat Evans. Pat also believed she had just seen a plane crash. She thought her skills as a nurse might be useful and decided to head to the scene. It didn't take her long before she came across something that she couldn't explain. Pat described it as a huge ball glowing and pulsating on the mountain. Pat didn't get too close to the object. When she saw scattered lights around it, she assumed they were rescue workers who'd somehow managed to reach the scene before her. Something made her turn back. Another first-hand account came from a man named Hugh, who was just 14 at the time of the incident. He described being knocked off his chair by the shaking. Minutes after it stopped, a police officer was at the door, asking to use one of the farm vehicles to reach the site, where he claimed a plane had crashed. Hugh drove the police officer and a retired RAF officer to the mountain, roughly 30 minutes after the shaking occurred. A blinding light filled the sky. Decades later, Hugh described it as being the brightest thing he had ever seen. Shortly after this, the car became stuck in a bog. The two passengers got out to try to push the vehicle free, then reported that there was no need to go any further and asked Hugh to take them back down the mountain. North Wales wasn't the only place where people saw the bright lights in the sky. Across England and Wales, there were reports of fireballs that seemed to land somewhere beyond the horizon. Some UFO experts reported stories of fishermen in the Irish Sea seeing something green crash into the ocean not far from the coast of Wales. A Ministry of Defense investigation took place, but it wasn't long before the incident was dismissed as a natural event. An earthquake measuring 3.5 on the Richter scale was reported as having occurred in the region at the same time as the shaking. Some geologists believe that it could have caused a landslide, which the locals would have heard, but there doesn't appear to be any reports of a landslide at this time. The fireball and bright lights are attributed to a meteorite, which is believed to have broken up 35 kilometers above Manchester. It was only a coincidence that these two events happened at roughly the same time. This doesn't explain the strange scene that Pat Evans and other witnesses claim to see, and some remain skeptical about the true answer to this mystery. There are many unanswered questions about the early days of humans. Every now and again, archaeologists find a new piece of the puzzle that helps to explain a little more about what our ancient ancestors were like. But sometimes these puzzle pieces only help to create new questions. In the 1960s, workers in northern Spain were digging in the Atapuerca Mountains to make way for a railway line when they discovered a cave complex deep under the mountains. For decades, archaeologists explored the system, finding fossils of hominids from various time periods, some dating back to over 800,000 years ago, long before Homo sapiens or even Neanderthals evolved. In 1983, a new part of the cave system was discovered, which led to one of the creepiest parts of the mysterious location. There was a 45-foot-long vertical shaft, at the bottom of which were the remains of dozens of early humans. The area could only be accessed through a narrow part of the cave system, and the bottom of the shaft was 100 feet below ground. As well as the human remains, there were fossils from 175 bears, as well as foxes and lions. When researchers first examined the fossils, they believed the bones to have belonged to Neanderthals. There were some similarities between the skulls of these hominids and those of our famous ancient ancestors. These people were also described as being relatively short and stocky, which also matched with Neanderthals. But there were also some significant differences that made researchers question those findings. Instead, they theorized that this could be a proto-Neanderthal of some kind. Homo sapiens aren't the Neanderthals' nearest hominid relative. Instead, that would be the Denisovans. This species lived in Central and Eastern Asia and went extinct roughly 25,000 years ago. Figuring out how and when these two species diverged from one another is one of the many mysteries surrounding human evolution. In 2013, mitochondrial DNA was extracted from some of the fossils that were found at the bottom of the shaft, which was named the Cima de los Huesos. Researchers were expecting the species to be relatively closely related to Neanderthals. Almost a complete genome could be pieced together, and scientists were shocked to discover it most closely resembled DNA extracted from Denisovan fossils. So far, researchers haven't found any Denisovan fossils this far west, and it doesn't seem as if the species ever existed in Europe. The discovery helped scientists reevaluate where the divergence between these two species took place. As mitochondrial DNA was pieced together, it's difficult to know for certain how significant it was that the species seemed more closely related to Denisovans than Neanderthals. As this is only passed by mothers, a mitochondrial line can go extinct if a woman only has sons. The other mystery surrounding the pit of bones was much less scientific, but equally fascinating. This wasn't a place that was easily accessible, and why so many people were down here is a mystery. Examining some of the bones showed wounds that seemed to indicate they met a violent end. One theory was that this is the earliest known example of ancient humans burying those who had passed away. A stone tool discovered among the remains could be something like an ancient grave good. If this is the case, it would make funerary practices thousands of years older than we previously believed them to be. Archheim has been described as Russia's Stonehenge. The name doesn't quite fit the archaeological site, but it's an intriguing location that could help to answer some mysteries about our collective past. When the area was first photographed by aerial cartographers in the 1950s, there wasn't much to see on the ground, but the photographers revealed a strange circular pattern near the confluence of two rivers. It would be decades before any investigation into the mysterious pattern took place, but in the 1980s, plans for a reservoir in the area led to an archaeological dig to make sure that the project wouldn't destroy anything important. What they found was Archheim. It was the remains of an ancient settlement, estimated to date between 2150 and 1650 BC. Like the aerial photos had suggested, it was a circular settlement surrounded by an outer defensive wall and a 2-meter thick moat. It was roughly 160 meters in diameter and showed a high level of planning and engineering. Even without digging too deep, there was clear organization in how the streets and buildings within the town were laid out. There were 4 gates in the outer wall, which matched up with the cardinal directions. 3 radial streets reached out to the outer wall, and 3 concentric rings of walls separated the town in multiple parts. Symbolic patterns on the buildings and foundations in the second ring of the city showed there might have been some spiritual purpose behind the design of the settlement. Digging deeper revealed further signs of intelligence. There was a sophisticated water distribution system and tunnels to take away excess water. Archaeologists also found mines, metal objects, pottery, ritualistic remains, utensils, and furnaces. The designers of the town were clearly thinking about the future when they designed it. It's believed that the settlement was created by the Sintasha culture. These were a group of Proto-Indo-Iranian speakers. Many scholars believe they might have been the origin of Indo-Iranians before they spread into the distinct groups spread across Eurasia. Elements of Archheim's architecture seem to reflect cities found in spiritual texts from these various cultures, such as the Vedas, the Avesta, and the Rig Veda. Whether these descriptions were based upon Archheim and other similar settlements, or if they were inspired by the same thing as the Archheim designers, is another mystery scholars and archaeologists might be able to piece together in the future. Just how significant Archheim is remains a mystery. Some believe it might have been an important location in ancient religions. It's even hypothesized to have been the birthplace of Zoroaster, the religious reformer and prophet to Zoroastrianism. Possible birth dates for Zoroaster range from 1700 to 600 BC, which makes Archheim a possible birthplace, given the estimated dates of when the town was inhabited. The Russian Orthodox Church and others have criticized the archaeological interpretations of Archheim and warned against rushing to conclusions about its significance. 20 other similar structures have been located in an area spanning from the southern Urals to North Kazakhstan. It's been given the name the Land of Towns. Archheim is the settlement that's been researched the most, but it could possibly just be one of many similar towns that had no special significance to the culture that created them. A final mystery about Archheim is why it was abandoned. It's estimated that between 1,500 and 2,500 people lived within the walls of the settlement. There doesn't seem to have been any sign of warfare, which might have caused the inhabitants to flee, though the fortified wall and moat seem to indicate they were at least prepared to defend themselves against attackers. Further investigation could reveal more about this story and answer the mystery. For many children, digging up buried treasure is the subject of make-believe games played with friends. but on 3 occasions at a school in Fife, Scotland, that became a reality. The artifacts themselves were ancient, but had very little to do with Scottish history, leaving experts with a strange mystery to solve. Melville House is a 17th century estate built for the first Earl of Melville in 1697. It was a residential building for much of its history before being used to house and train Polish soldiers in World War II. After the war, it turned into a private preparatory school. In 1952, one of the students at the school was helping the gardener dig up potatoes as part of a punishment. He wasn't paying much attention, as when he dug up part of a sandstone statue, he put it with the other potatoes. It was only afterwards that the boy and the school realized what they had found. The statue head was taken to the Royal Scottish Museum to be identified. Despite its age and having spent an unknown amount of time buried, it was still identifiable as being an ancient Egyptian artifact. It was also well crafted, and experts believed it had come from a royal workshop sometime during the mid-12th dynasty. That placed it between 1922 and 1855 BC. There was no reason why an artifact from ancient Egypt should be buried in Scotland, but there was apparently no investigation into this mystery. The object was placed into the care of the museum, and life at the school continued. A generation later, in 1966, a class of students was practicing vaulting outdoors at the school. One of the boys landed on a spike that was sticking out of the ground. They soon quickly discovered that this wasn't a stick or a sharp rock. It was a bronze statue of an Apis bull. This was also taken to the museum, and it was determined this originated in the Ptolemaic period. It would take the appearance of a third ancient Egyptian artifact at the school before an investigation took place. The third artifact was discovered in 1984. A group of students located a bronze figurine of a man. Even without its unusual location, it was a strange find. Experts determined that the figurine was that of a priest bringing offerings, and dated it to around the 25th dynasty of Egypt. Museum staff were taken to the location where the figurine was found, and a dig began. Over a dozen more artifacts were located. They came from a variety of time periods in ancient Egyptian history, and there seemed to be no other connection between them. Researchers tried to locate the original owner, or at least the owner that had brought them back to Scotland, but there was no mention of them in any record of antiquities. The find was classed as a treasure trove, which meant that the artifacts were allocated to the Royal Scottish Museum, and that didn't help answer the mystery. One suggestion was that the artifacts might have been brought to Melville House by one of its previous owners. Alexander, Lord Balgony, had lived in the house until his passing in 1857 at a young age. He'd previously been suffering from an illness picked up during the Crimean War and traveled to Egypt with his sisters to see if the warm weather might help. There's no record of Lord Balgony buying any artifacts while in Egypt, but it wouldn't have been out of the ordinary. Unfortunately, Lord Balgony wouldn't recover from his illness and passed away shortly after returning. It's possible that his family believed the ancient Egyptian artifacts were cursed and decided to bury them. This is only one theory, though, and the true explanation is still uncertain. On the morning of April 15, 1987, Alfonso Caff discovered that his older brother, Federico, was missing. He was one of Italy's most prominent economists, who taught generations of influential figures, and now he was nowhere to be found. Federico Caff was 73 years old at the time of his disappearance. He was unmarried and lived in Rome in a house he shared with his younger brother. Those who knew him described him as shy, reserved, and a person who tried to make himself look smaller than he was. Most of his life had been dedicated to teaching. He'd previously worked as a government official at the Bank of Italy before he began teaching economics at the University of Rome La Sapienza, the same school he had studied at. According to his students, when he sat behind a desk, everything changed. It was only when he was teaching that he smiled, and he seemed to genuinely enjoy his job. His students went on to take roles in government and banking. A lot of people cared about him, and Federico had friends all over Italy and the rest of the world. Unfortunately, it was hard to say just how close he was to any of those friends, and how many of them he let into his private life. In the final years before his disappearance, Federico had gone through a lot of tragedy. He'd only recently lost his mother, as well as other close loved ones. His brother was also sick, which had also been concerning to him. But most devastating was the fact that he was no longer a teaching professor at the university. He had reached the age of mandatory retirement. There were rumors that he was worried about the financial consequences of this, and that he didn't have enough money to support himself in his old age, but this doesn't seem to have been the case. It was more likely that he was simply upset that he was going to have to stop doing something he loved for so long. According to friends and his brother, he'd been in a depressive crisis since the start of 1987. Former students and friends would go to visit him at his home, as he no longer visited the faculty. On April 14th, the Caff brothers went to bed as usual. Alfonso didn't notice anything out of the ordinary, but the following day, his brother was missing. Federico's watch, glasses, and keys were on the bedside table, and there was no sign of a struggle. At first, Federico's friends didn't go to the police or the media. They hoped that he'd simply gone to stay with other friends. Unfortunately, nobody had seen or heard from him. They decided to put an advertisement in the paper. There was fear that if the media heard about Federico's disappearance, it would be sensationalized. If he was still alive, the focus and drama could push him to do something drastic. The advert read, "Vinicio, come home, I'm sick, A," and used the name his family referred to him as. There was no response, and the police and media had to be called in. Searches with sniffer dogs and helicopters turned up no trace of Federico. The banks of the Tiber River were searched, and a few false leads were followed. Federico had vanished without a trace. There were rumors that he might have joined a convent and withdrawn from public life. Federico was declared as having passed away, though his body has never been found, and his case officially remains unsolved. In 1536, Robert Packington became the first person to pass away on the streets of London after being struck by a bullet. The crime would never be solved. Packington was described as one of London's most respectable figures. Born in 1498, he'd come to London as a young man and began an apprenticeship at one of London's great livery companies, the Mercer's Company. He learned to read and write and was chosen to write articles on behalf of the company to present to Parliament. The original purpose of these articles was to gain favor for the company, but Packington's writing began to take an anti-clerical stance. The Protestant Reformation had only just begun to take hold in England. Unlike other parts of Europe, the Reformation in England had less to do with theology and more to do with how much power the king had. But there were many people who were beginning to look at the corruption of the clergy and the power that they wielded. Packington was one of those. There had been instances of priests refusing to give service without payment, and there was fear that the clergy were coming between the general public and the Bible rather than giving them access to it. Packington would import Bibles in English from the continent to be distributed to lay people. He also spoke in Parliament against the corrupted clergy. He was elected as a member of Parliament in 1533 and was re-elected 3 years later. Packington was clearly a popular figure. He was also a man of routine, something that may have allowed his assailant to attack him. Every morning, Packington would go to church. He wasn't anti-Catholic, and the Church of St. Thomas at Atene was where he would start his days before going about business in his role in Parliament and at Mercer's. Sunday, November 13th was no different. He left his home on Cheapside at around 6 a.m. and began the short journey to church. Even at that early hour, there were still lots of people about, but the early morning fog and smoke from chimney stacks meant there was very limited visibility. The other people walking to church that morning heard the sound of a shot ring out, but didn't see the crime take place. Within moments, there was a crowd of people around Packington. The criminal merged with the crowd before disappearing into the fog. It was immediately believed that Packington's anti-clerical arguments had made him a target. An investigation into the crime began. Unfortunately, the case became wrapped up in the politics of the time. Conservative bishops were accused of being behind the attack, even if they'd not pulled the trigger themselves. At one point, the Bishop of London himself was accused of being behind the plot. Later, the same person who accused the bishop said that the former dean of St. Paul's Cathedral had confessed before passing away that he'd been the one to hire the attacker. There was little in the way of evidence. The weapon used was never recovered, and no concrete confessions were ever given. It's possible that one day, a letter or diary entry from the actual person responsible might be uncovered, but other than this, it's unlikely that this mystery will ever be solved for certain. In 2014, divers solved one of the biggest maritime mysteries when they located the wreck of the HMS Erebus. 2 years later, HMS Terror was located. But while the big mystery has been solved, some smaller mysteries remain, including the fate of the Terror's captain. Francis Crozier was one of the most experienced men who took part in Sir John Franklin's expedition to find the Northwest Passage. Born in Ireland in 1796, he was the son of a solicitor and one of 13 children. He had a desire for adventure and joined the British Navy at a young age. Most of the age of exploration was over, but there were 2 regions that the British and other Europeans were still to map out in detail. Those were the polar regions, and Crozier was part of numerous expeditions to Earth's poles. As well as reaching the North Pole and mapping out Antarctica, finding the Northwest Passage was the biggest goal for the British in the 1830s and 40s. This was an, at the time, hypothetical sea route north of Canada, which connected the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Not only would this be quicker for British ships traveling to East Asia, but it also meant that they wouldn't be traveling through territory owned by other European countries. Crozier had already tried to find this passage twice as part of Captain William Parry's crew. He also joined Parry on a mission to reach the North Pole and was part of a successful expedition to map Antarctica. During these journeys, Crozier conducted important scientific experiments. Understanding how magnetism worked in the polar regions would be crucial to further expeditions, and his work was highly regarded by the scientific community. He set up observatories around the world, including in Van Diemen's Land, where John Franklin was governor. Despite his work, Crozier was repeatedly passed over for promotion. This might have been due to his Irish roots, or the fact his family had been Presbyterian. For whatever reason, when a new expedition to find the Northwest Passage was planned, it was Franklin rather than Crozier who would lead it. Crozier would be second in command and captain of HMS Terror, the second ship in the expedition. But the job of scientific work and selection of sailors went to his junior, James Fitzgerald. There was a celebration as Erebus and Terror left England with enough food to last them years, as well as a cat to catch mice and a dog for company. The expedition was last spotted by a whaler in July of 1845 at Baffin Bay. It would be years before anybody began to search for the missing ships, by which point it was too late. In May of 1859, a search team located a message under a cairn of stones on King William Island. It told of how the ships had become stuck in ice, and Franklin passed away in June of 1847. Crozier had taken command, but the circumstances had gotten no better. The crew were sick and weak, and 24 had already passed away before Crozier made the decision to abandon the ships. On April 26th, 105 men began the journey overland to Great Fish River, dragging lifeboats and sledges behind them. None were seen again. Over time, the scattered remains of some of the sailors were found. Inuit oral history told of the doomed survival attempt and the horrors some of the crew faced, but they also told of a possible survivor. Some stories claimed that Francis Crozier was simply the last of the sailors to pass away. Others said that he was seen in 1850, much further east than the rest of the group. Another story said that in the 1860s, a man matching Crozier's description was still living off the land. He was a skilled hunter and would even share food with Inuits in the area. Crozier's remains have never been found, and his ultimate fate may never be known. Thank you guys so much for watching. If you liked this video, be sure to hit that like button. Also, don't forget to subscribe and click that notification bell to keep up to date with all of our future uploads. But my name is Ty Knotts, and I'll catch you guys in the next video.